we just kind of realize that that's what we're doing in our work, that we're the business owner, we're impacting that person's life and the life of his family, her family, the employees of that organization. There are a lot of lives that get impacted when a company is performing well. And so that's our mission, is to make sure that we help people improve the performance of their companies so that the lives in that company are better.
Right. And our brand promise is double the value of the company in 2 years. We're all about that. So just doubling the bottom line is not all the time. It's about the value. It's about you're going to sell your business today and you're going to sell it 4 years from now. You get to double that number. That's our goal. And I think that we have the model for that.
So you have a big guy in the desk, and he's a big guy. You know, eventually kind of follow us. Big guy. Hopefully,
You'll notice this agenda we're going to move quick. So you guys are not going to get bored. You're going to have pretty much do a fire for about a day and a half. Okay, we're going to be talking pretty quick. We did put for all the speakers, we did put a huge clock on the side of the wall. That's for me and Mike and for everybody, just to kind of keep us on, keep things moving. But it's going to be a lot of information. But you won't get bored, I promise you guys. Especially if you are quick and
I'm not bad.
you're back on that.
So without further ado, let's have Tony.
Tony Gunn, bring it.
Got it. I'm probably loud enough there where you can hear me anyway. In fact, I had two people pull me aside and say, "Oh, we're going to start off nice and slow and quiet this morning." Thanks, Mike. No, I didn't. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. You said you were going to stand up here naked to distract that attention from me like you did a couple of weeks ago. I often get asked, what are you going to speak about today? And oftentimes I do not know until we get started. And that's kind of the fun part about doing these keynotes is I've traveled around the world for 15 years now, seeing probably at this point thousands of shots, successes and failures and struggles and growth and courage and fear and all of these things. So if somebody says, can you speak 1 minute before speaking time? Sure, why not? I think it's some people's fear, but I kind of thrive on it. I don't know about you guys, but it's probably why I'm in the position I'm in, interviewing a lot of you folks. And speaking of interviews, before I get into the topic today, we are outside by the fireplace collecting testimonials today. So if any of you are willing to, hop on camera for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, share your successes about EBITDA that you've had in your life and your companies. Please join us because we can make this industry grow quicker if we are vulnerable and strong enough and brave enough to share our story. Jim and I were just talking about vulnerability and how important it is, and how much good comes from being vulnerable, even though it's oftentimes scary, right, Jim? Yeah. So, what are we talking about today? Well, anybody a fan of Animaniacs? Anybody? I mean, I'm of the age where Animaniacs is fun. Some people might have no idea what I'm talking about. But there were two mice on that show called Pinky and the Brain. So what we're really trying to do is take over the world. What are we going to do today, Brain? Take over the world. With manufacturing and hopefully a bit of positivity as well. The topic I've actually been asked to talk about today is what have I seen through Shop Rescue? And I'm going to describe what Shop Rescue is just in case you guys don't know what it is, haven't seen the show, or maybe want to participate in it at some point. I think it's a little bit in the name for those of you who have ever heard of Bar Rescue, Restaurant Impossible. Imagine, and being able to hear. Good thing I'm deaf from all these machine shops. Too many times I've made something. That's all right. We can high five that. It's okay. Yeah. So Shop Rescue is kind of a play on Bar Rescue, Restaurant Impossible, where you take the idea of a shop and someone who might not be having the best success that they like to have, and it doesn't mean it's ultimately about to be demolished, but it can mean that we want to do better. And I think all of us want to do better. And I think one of the great things about what EBITDA says is that they'll double your profits within 3 years. And double your profits within 3 years can mean you're making $100 million and you want $200 million. Cool, awesome, they can do that for you. Shop Rescue takes the idea of I don't know treading water. Nobody's here to help me. What do I do? How do I do it? And the idea is to say, okay, we're going to take this opportunity to join you on your journey and figure out what we can do. And some of this will be difficult, both for personal life, for business life, it will be difficult. But we're going to do everything we can, and hopefully, through listening to our consulting and through our strategies, be able to flip a shop on its head and turn it into something good out of pain. Turn it back into love instead of maybe not wanting to own a machine shop anymore, but finding the goodness in being in manufacturing again. And we've done this 2 times now. The cool thing about this show, in my opinion, is it is real time. It takes us a year to film each one. It's not made up. It's not actors coming in talking about, well, we've already succeeded, so let's go backwards 9 months and talk about how we made it there. We could dead-ass seriously be at the end of a show and not have success and have filmed it and either have nothing to give or be really honest about not doing a good job, right? So we've done it twice now. And what have I seen throughout this? What are the story differences? The first season is a couple of excellent young men, the Priest brothers. They're actually semi-local. And they actually, and Jim was like, oh, my generation, we don't like hearing this. We were just chatting, if you can't tell, it makes it fresh on my mind. But they learned how to program from YouTube. And I know there's a lot of kids out there right now who are doing the same. In fact, I've done 5-6 interviews across the country of these young men and women out there who go to YouTube, learn how to program, and start a machine shop. It's fascinating to me. I had to learn through failure and crashes and mentors and years of trying to do better. But these young men are like, okay, I've seen this on YouTube. Let me buy a machine. And that's what they did. The idea of making something was never an issue. Making something could be done by these 2 young men. And they did an incredible job. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say SpaceX or not, so I won't. But they work for some really great companies, some intricate parts that are hard to make. And it was never an issue of quality. It was an issue of, I'm putting in 100 hours a week, and I'm going to outwork my costing and outwork my pricing and outwork some of these deficiencies I have in shipping as well. And this is where David Mike came in and said, we're going to help you understand what your numbers are. So you're going to do half the work for twice the price. And we actually, when we popped this thing on YouTube, we had some people write, oh, you mean I just watched this for an hour and all they said was change the pricing? No. For anyone who wrote that on YouTube, that is not as easy as it sounds. It is not about just changing pricing. You have to understand where your value comes in, what you're able to create, what your times are like, your cycle times, your tooling costs, your work coding costs, your coolant, everything that goes into it to bring value. And even when they raise the prices to make it worthwhile for their time, they were still under the competition, and the people that they were working with kept working with them. How many, you don't have to raise your hand because it might not be something you want to do, but how many of us in here feel undervalued oftentimes when we're giving out quotes? When we feel like, I deserve more, I deserve to do more, and I'm tired of scraping at the bottom of the barrel to battle with all these other folks because I have the similar machines as someone else and we have similar opportunities and similar quotes, so I need to lower my costs in order to even get the job. And then we're making pennies on the dollar and we feel undervalued. We all want to feel valued, and that's what EBITDA can help you come in and do, help you realize that value again. We all started in this for a reason. Me, because I got a young lady pregnant. That's a different story for a different time. We won't talk about that. I'm vulnerable, transparent. Yeah, you see Dave laughing. He knows the full story of that. But I got into manufacturing on accident. I actually have a 24-year-old daughter, and tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm 46. So I did start at a young age. But that's how I got into manufacturing. We're all misfits. We're all kind of here on accident, some on purpose. But we're here. And oftentimes we need to be reminded of why we're here and why we love it so much. And sometimes it's my transparency and failed jokes to make someone like Dave laugh. And sometimes it's coming in and making a whole shit ton of money. Sometimes money is the right answer. Second season. So first season was good. I think we did a good job. We had a shop probably half the size of this room, actually. 5 or 6 machines. Couldn't film the intricacies of the parts just because of proprietary rights. We just weren't allowed. So the details were created. The brothers are doing well. At that time, they had a few clients, and now I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they've doubled or tripled their client base. They're continuing to do well, successful. So that journey works. Now, season 2 is about to be released. I highly recommend season 1, did you review it? I mean, episode 1?
I got about halfway through it.
Yeah, I got about halfway through it too.
Event,
Are you liking it so far?
I love it.
Yeah, me too. So it's 3 episode series. The first one's usually fight, drama, struggle. The second one's usually hope, and the third one's usually success, where we want to be. You'll find out if that's actually true or not. In fact, one of the young men in here, where is he? Toby, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. Rodney, where are you? Are you in here as well? Yes, my brother from another. These two folks, I'm so inspired by them. But it's their whole team, and it's the whole team that you guys went into. And so, for comparison, the first season was a shop about half the size of this room, 5 or 6 machines we couldn't fill in parts. Second season is about 3 locations in Arkansas on a 500,000 square feet and about 200 machines. And the story, I'm not going to give it away, but the story of the family growth, some of the struggles that were in it. Toby is just one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my life. But you know what happens when you're nice is that sometimes people take advantage of you. And that was happening. And there was management in place that was taking advantage. And correct me if I'm wrong, Toby, you're welcome to interrupt me. This isn't just my stage, this is everybody's stage. But conflict and controversy is not high on Toby's totem pole. He doesn't want to sit down with you and just, it's not his style. But Dave will. And in that first episode, Dave makes some moves, and he kicks some people out, and he brings some people in. And I'm happy to say, and in the last keynote we did just a few weeks ago at Engage, you were kind enough to make sure I got it right. We are now 6 months in, 7 months in, it's about $3 million profit, yeah? Change, 6, 7 months. Imagine that. And the whole story is there. Dave and Mike, Toby as well, Rodney as well. Rodney, by the way, congratulations to you, man. Just the work you're putting in to bring it all together in all these locations, machine shops. The flip that I've seen in 6 months, honestly, makes me want to make a million more shop rescue series. You and Toby are the inspiration that help me get up here every single day, travel the world, reach out to all these folks in here and say, let's do this together. So thank you, honestly. I think I've hit probably most of the points you want to talk about. I think I've probably spoken just about enough time to make everyone happy, if that clock is correct. I have never really had time to offer a Q&A ever, because I talk too much. But I'm going to open it up real quick because I want to make sure that everyone has their questions answered. My topic of discussion today was shop rescue, what I've seen around the world, what I've seen between the 2 shops. I do invite you to watch season 2. I think it's going to be amazing. There is success. I won't give it all away, but there is success. Episode 1 will be released soon. And I'll tell you what I have seen before I open this up to anyone who might have a question. I'll tell you what I've seen. I have seen people who didn't know what was going to happen tomorrow, scared, worried, oftentimes in tears even, if they were vulnerable enough to share those tears. Start to have hope and a glow and a smile and freedom and joy and all the things that we all want in our regular day lives that sometimes work suffocates on us. Work can sometimes just be so trying that we forget why we're doing it. And that's what I saw with Shop Rescue. That's what I saw in the friendships that were created. That's what I saw in the growth, is to be able to breathe again. Just exhale. To sleep at night. I don't know how many people in here sleep poorly. I do sometimes, but to sleep at night. How valuable is sleep? How valuable is it to wake up one day and be happy that we're doing this again? So that's what I saw from Shop Rescue. I will take 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Are there any questions about what I've described? It could be my travels around the world. It could be what we could implement in shops to do better. It could be about shop rescue. We could throw Toby right under the bus right now. I don't even care. No, Toby says, we already pulled you on stage at EGS, right? We pulled you on the main stage. That was enough. But any questions, ideas, thoughts, concerns? Yes.
Where can I find this shop rescue? What kind of streaming thing is this on? Where is this at? YouTube? What do we got?
I love that you said that because I didn't come here today to brag about MTD CNC, but I'm about to. So MTD CNC is the company that I'm contracted with. Speak friend Eddie in the back, he also works with me as a presenter as well. Did an amazing job. Was just out of Rigo Fixed and it's got incredible feedback. I'll get to your answer in just a minute. So MTD CNC is a global news channel. We're the most popular and fastest growing news channel on the entire planet. We have local representation around the world, videographers and presenters. all you have to do is look up Shop Rescue. You can find that on MTD CNC, or even Grow System owns a channel called Shop Rescue as well. You're welcome to watch it there. I'm sure they'll publish it there. But yeah, does that answer your question?
It does.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yes.
How do you choose the shops that you feature?
How do you choose the shops that you feature?
Well, we come in, we meet with the owner, we do an interview. It has to be a client, somebody that we're working with, and we have to identify, are they an owner that's willing to listen? Are they something that, is it something that's repairable, something that we feel that we can make it? Because a 6-month turnaround is pretty aggressive, and as long as there's good chemistry there, we go.
Yeah, the key being that it's an existing client, so we will have onboarded them already and we understand some of their challenges. And then it's a personality match with the team, because doing these shows, I mean it's a lot of fun, but it is gnashing of teeth. It is crying and hugging and yelling and screaming, and it is. And so, do you have the fortitude to work through that? And, yeah.
It's some work.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Any other questions? Guys, don't make this too easy for me. All right, I'm going to close this out just by saying the one major difference I saw from the 2 episodes, which I think we can all apply to our lives on a regular basis, is the willingness to accept that we don't know what we don't know. It's one of the main reasons I love my job, is because I surround myself with people smarter than me every single day. And to be in situations constantly where I'm being taught something new, and my willingness to say, I didn't know that, and I'm happy to learn it. Because there's a lot of stubborn people in this industry, and we're brilliant. And a lot of us are introverted, and we're making things that nobody else can make. But I promise you, there's things we don't know. And if you have the strength and courage to say, I don't know what I don't know, I will open up to the possibility of learning something new from folks like Dave and Mike, and probably all of your peers in this room. In fact, I would advise you to speak amongst
what are you good at, what do you want, and how do you map from A to B. So that's the big thing. That's where you got to figure out. Because if you're really good at painting and you want to work on cars, but you have no talent working on cars like me, you don't want me changing your spark plugs. You want me to make a spark plug? Cool. I'm good. But you want me to change your spark plug? I don't know. Something missing in my DNA. But it's one of those things. You got to do something that you're good at. Mike keeps telling me I'm good at speaking, so I keep doing it. So
we service 30% medical, 60% is split between DoD and then aerospace and
Yeah,
space.
yeah.
We're seeing space strong. We've seen medical do a ton of restocking and slow down this year. We're seeing ag just die off. We're seeing oil and gas totally dead. We're seeing drones go crazy, drone work. EVs up. So you Like a gremlin. Like the old Dodge Dart.
Pinto was a nice car. You just didn't want it in the rear end.
Go really quick for a short period.
Marketing. All right. So, we'll start off with the assessment and marketing. And so, it's 9:27. We'll give you like 5 minutes to look through the
Yeah, if you
characteristics of each stage, from ad hoc all the way to optimize for the marketing function, and have you kind of assess where you're at. And you'll settle on one. You know, and you don't have to share this with anyone, so don't try to impress anyone.
share it with your team. If you guys are working together, it's something you guys should agree on. So it's good for you guys to talk amongst yourselves, so do that.
Yeah. Just decide where you are, and then we'll continue with some best practices around marketing. What time?
Just give me 9:28, 9:35. We're at.
Okay.
So really quick, a good question was brought up. Say you have five different categories, right? And you have everything but one is in one category, but you still have, and like say everything but one is in category 3, but you still have one thing in category 2 that you haven't done. That means you're in category 2. So that all those boxes are checked. It's not the majority.
that I kind of was questioning was current professional brochures and marketing collateral.
Yeah.
Is that digital in nature? Is that actual paper copy? Does it matter?
Either one.
Okay.
Okay, I think if you go to somebody, most people are gonna want a business card. You know, you're gonna have something if you're going to visit and you're on a sales call, and then you can email, you give them a flash drive, whatever. You'd send some, most people are gonna wanna read stuff. They aren't gonna want, it's hard to get in and shake somebody's hand now. But I think it's digital or paper copy.
Yeah, I think you have to be prepared for a millennial or a boomer that you're gonna encounter at the trade show. If you encounter me and you're like, hey, here's my QR code, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta get some coffee. I mean, just, that's not.
You would say, hey, talk to Dave.
Yeah, yeah, so, you know, I think you need to be prepared for either, whether it's, a physical brochure or whether just go to my website type deal.
I have found out, we had some experience earlier this year where we had a salesperson out the road going to Parker Hannifin, and they're like, you gonna leave anything? You know, a business card, you have brochures or something you can leave here. And some people, especially with DoD regulations, they don't want anything electronic left, so you better leave them a paper copy. So I would suggest both, but one or the other clarifies.
Yeah.
John?
Social media activity or SEO optimization?
Yeah. Yeah, and we do a lot of that. You guys know that. We do that to reach you, but I wonder if you can do that to reach your client.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So we can add that. Well, you can tell I wrote this because I don't.
Where would you say that would fall? Which category?
You gotta have a website
Product development.
before you do that. So it's probably in developing or maybe even define.
Be developed.
I would say, and we have a slide, I would say you'd want to spend money going to trade shows and pressing flesh and talking to people first, because we spent $100,000 on social media before we got it right. It hurt really badly. We could have done a lot of trade shows and so.
That's not in one shot, by the way, just.
We're not stupid. We think like 3 or 4 times.
I would say historically in my tenure of being in machining,
Yeah.
I've witnessed lots of shops participating in association
Yeah.
events,
Yeah.
and there are no customers there. So when you're thinking about your budgets next year, try to find some opportunities where you can be in front of customers.
That's an excellent point. I mean, the association's a great community, but you're not going to find clients there.
Just to piggyback on that, I agree totally with that as far as the machining industry that we're in, but the industry associations that your customers are in,
Totally.
different story.
Yep, love it.
Yeah, going to those. We had this space symposium that, just missed my radar screen. Jessica went to that.
Mr. Radar Screen, your daughter was there.
Yeah, so Jessica sent me a picture. Hey, I found your daughter. I was like, that is Jessica. That's Jessica. Two Jessicas. My daughter's in Colorado Springs, and that tells you how often she talks to me. But yeah, you got to go with your client. You go to their association events and their trade shows.
A lot of the associations have committees and boards for suppliers.
Yeah.
If you get on a committee within the association, you are sitting next to the high level operators of your customers.
That's right.
Absolutely.
You have to find out where your customers are. But emphasis, the good news. Well, we're looking at a lot of growth between 2024 and 2030. There's tremendous growth projected. A lot of high-tech industries in aerospace, defense, and medical device. The restocking in medical device are expecting to really slow down and start purchasing quite a bit in Q1. Has nothing to do with the election, just has with they had overinflation of their inventory from COVID, and now we're post-COVID, and COVID's treated like a standard illness instead of an epidemic. So medical device are expecting a push in 2025. Defense, had a great conversation with Sandvik, our friend Gavin. Defense, if we stopped using shells today and we used every shop that makes shells today, it would take 10 years to restock to where we have acceptable inventory levels, correct?
Correct.
So that's how far behind we are in making shells. 10 years. So there's a run on defense. Everybody wants to be in space. There's lots of space opportunity out there right now. And SpaceX isn't the only one out there. There's a lot of stuff. So if you do your research, there's a lot of work out there. Mike?
All right. We have some folks here in the room that, are focusing some time and energy on defense. And defense, they don't give you $100,000 purchase order there. They give $1 million, multi-million-dollar purchase orders. So
That last a year or two, right? So, but it takes, but you aren't going to walk into Lockheed tomorrow and walk out with a PO. You're going to walk into Lockheed tomorrow, and 2.5 years later, you're going to get a PO, right? And you're going to have to stay after it. We're going to talk a little bit about that in sales, but marketing. Mike and I argued about this when we first got together about pricing. Pricing's in sales, right? No, it's actually in marketing. Why? Why would I say that? Why would Mike say that? If you understand your cost, and say it costs you $95 an hour to run your shop, you don't want to go after mobile home manufacturing because you're not going to be able to charge $100 an hour making mobile home manufacturing parts because you're competing with a different shop at a different cost basis. Now, if you have a $600,000 mill and a $1 million lathe, you better go after some complex parts, right? So you need to go after the market where you can make $150, maybe $250, maybe $300 an hour on that work, because that's the kind of equipment you have, because you have to push it, because your cost basis is higher. Like Tony said, everything we say, I don't know how many people have always said it's always about price. Just jack up your price and that's how you get your profit. It's not. You just need to know what your costs are. And then how much margin, what will you settle for, what Mike said earlier. So everything starts with pricing. So if I know I need to make $150 an hour, I need to go after a market that can pay me $150 an hour. I need to have equipment that's capable of making $150 an hour work. Where it goes sideways is when you have equipment that you need to make $150 an hour on, and you're taking $100 an hour work, and you're wondering, why do I make $50,000 a year when my business makes $3 million? This sucks. I had to pull out of my savings again because we don't understand our costs. Once you understand your costs, it's a beautiful thing, because now you know if you're low on work, you know what you can go to. And if you're flush, you know you can push it a little bit and what is acceptable. I'll take it. I'll go through, I'll work overnight because I'm going to make $450 an hour. It's worth it to me. But you're making that choice based on cost. So pricing is so important. And I don't want to, you can interrupt anytime you want.
No,
but
go ahead.
Go through revenue. We go through this all the time. So you guys have worked with us for a minute. Just bear with me, okay? I'm not going to try to bore you. Revenue's $110 an hour, or shop rate's $110 an hour. Your cost of goods sold, say your labor's $42. That's a $30 an hour employee, roughly. Okay, we take labor, whatever you pay somebody, times 1.35 is a standard. If you're a shop that pays 100% of medical insurance and gives excessive benefits, it's usually 1.5, 1.55 times whatever dollar an hour rate. Okay, so if you want to figure out what your labor rate is. Direct overhead, machine rate. A lot of people don't put their machine rate in their pricing. That has me baffled. They just think $110 an hour should be good. But think of it, if you have a $100,000 machine, you run one shift, say 2,000 hours a year, and over a 5-year amortization, it's about $10 an hour is what that machine costs you. So you have a low-end Haas machine, and you have a 5-year loan, that machine's costing you $10 an hour, because in 5 years, you're gonna wanna replace it. Haas has their place in the market. Chevy truck, man. Drive it 100,000 miles, get another one, right? Unless it has well, I'm not gonna get into it. But, and then you have supervisor overhead. Say you have a supervisor, but your supervisor only makes chips 50% of the time, or 20% of the time. So the time that they aren't making chips, you need to build that into your supervisor overhead. What's that cost you, right? And so you get a total cost of goods sold of $76.45. Yeah, man, I'm making 23.5% profit. Nope, and the list goes on. $23.5, no, $33.5, sorry. Operating expenses, you got sales and marketing. A lot of shops sub $10 million, your salesperson is your marketing person. So you kind of have to do both. I was talking to Sean. He's like, what if you have sales departments and marketing departments that don't agree? Just like every other big company, right? Big companies where sales and marketing get along well, those are like Apple. They kill it, right? Because they have a common goal. But you got sales and marketing expenses. You got rent. You got utilities. You got insurance. You got accounting. You got a bookkeeper. I mean, they aren't making chips. They aren't generating revenue, right? You got legal, right? You got to, you got legal, we got legal costs. Depreciation, training. And if you aren't training, no bueno. Because millennials, Gen Z, they want to be invested in. If you aren't investing in them, they're looking for someone who will, promise you. And others. So you have total operating expenses 10. And if I were to tell somebody that, I had an argument with somebody in another association president, because I like to argue sometimes. $110 an hour, you got to be north of that in a lot of this kind of work. Well, that's silly. You can't get more than $110 an hour. Sure you can. Just got to go after the kind of work that does that. You got to be smart with that kind of work. You would never do precision grinding for $50 an hour. Don't do it, right? So if you don't know your costs, you think you're making money because, wow, my boss charged $50 an hour, or my boss got $75 an hour, I'm going to get 110. I'm making all this money. You're really not. And you think you are because it's $25 an hour here. You have a $250,000 machine. Man, I'm making $25 an hour. But then you as an owner have to go get a loan. You as an owner have to take the profits of the company, and you as the owner has to use the profits of the company to pay for the machine, and you never billed for it. So that's your money. Customer's not paying for that. The owner's paying for that machine. Let that sink in for a second. Because when we do that, that's what happens if we don't build our machine rate in our
Yeah, so when people say, all you guys do is just tell us to increase our price. Well, if you're at $50 an hour and we say just increase and you go to 110, you still lost money. So that's not how we approach it. We approach it bottom up. What are your costs? And you may have some opportunity to shave some costs in some different areas, but that is what's optimistic, right? That's someday we can get there, but today this is our cost structure. And you have to make sure you price your product so that you're making money.
So what we'll often do is we'll take the OPEX, bottom line OPEX, and do last 12 months. And then we'll take all the hours, take the labor hours that we work, and we'll divide that and say what's our rough overhead, what's our burden rate.
Yeah.
And so every 12 months or every 6 months we check that because things change. You might need more help up front. Your overhead might change. So when you take your OPEX, everything below gross margin, you take that number and then you take all your labor hours out of your ERP system and just divide it. Just double check your burden every once in a while. It might go up $10 an hour. You might totally miss that. Or it might go down $10 an hour. And okay, I'm making a little bit more cash, but why is that? So it's really good to look back on your financials at these 6-month chunks and double check, make sure you're tracking. Because oftentimes we'll set a burden rate and 3 years later we're like, we're way off. Our financials don't reflect really what our job costing is. And we're like, what the heck's going on? Paul could talk a little bit about ProShop. They're entering data every month. And so when you enter that data every month, it makes sure that your overheads track. So it's all about taking the data and looking at it on a regular basis and making sure it's updated to where you're billing the right profit margin. So when you're billing 10% or 20% profit, you know you're getting 10 or 20%. It's nothing's more frustrating than bidding 20% profit and coming out with 3% profit and looking at your coworker and saying, why the hell are we 15 to 17% short? I'm bidding this way. I got the work. I worked really hard to get that 20%. Why am I short? Because we don't know our cost. You have to know your cost.
And this is why if you are a 2 in terms of your finance and accounting, your marketing can't be much further than 1, because pricing is such an important aspect of marketing. If you don't know what your costs are, then your pricing is wrong. You're just giving it a go. And so that's how these things build on one another. Anyone want to make some comments about pricing? Because we do emphasize pricing a lot because so many small, medium-sized businesses get it wrong. It's the glaring error, but there's a lot that goes into fixing that error. It's more than just, okay, let's go to 110, because in this example, you go to 110, you're still going to be losing money. What's important is to understand what your costs are. I remember when we were in Arkansas, and we just got up on a whiteboard, and and Brent and Rodney, we just got up on the whiteboard and start throwing up costs. And Carrie came in with the income statement, because she's on top of it, and we're like, whoa! No wonder we never have money. Yes.
Just to comment on pricing. I used to be in the automotive world.
I'm sorry.
We were I was putting between 24 and 30% of the bottom line.
That's great.
High volume outlet, typically mid to high single digit, right?
Yes.
On 50 million, 100 million in sales.
Okay.
So one of the things I learned, do all the costs. So we're trying to build up to that to make sure we charge enough.
Yes.
It's not what you get, it's what's it worth.
That's a fact.
Sometimes we miss listening for other cues that you might be at $10.
Yes.
And 12 may be
No doubt.
in their range, and you don't know it.
No doubt.
So this is great to do, because I do this too. But then, how much can I get?
I had a boss that
Did everyone hear that?
I had a boss in Philadelphia, and he said, Dave, you want your customer, you want to have a really good, intelligent conversation with your customer. You want them to go, all right, I can do that. You don't ever want that. Yep, that's great. I'll do it. PO will be here in 5 minutes. He said, you have to be able to read your customer and understand how far you can push them. And if they go at 2 cents when it's a $5 part, you just got to know the person, right? Because some people will always do that. But you have to know the value. You have to know your cost. In the sales portion we're going to talk about, you have to know the value. You have to know your value. You have to value yourself and your people and your investment. Absolutely. Great point.
Yes.
Two questions for you. One, I use your machine burden spreadsheets to calculate our machine burden rate.
Yes.
If you have a machine that's sitting for more often than you'd like it to be, theoretically that cost will go up. The hourly
When
rate
you
of that
use it.
machine will go up.
Yeah.
But the market won't sustain
Mhm.
that.
That's right.
So what's your guidance on sorting through that? Do you put in kind of, do you guys advise to put in what you think the market will
You're not going to like my answer. You have to increase utilization. You can't. If you have 36% utilization across your equipment, you can't go 3x. You can't. The market will not bear 3x. You have to find more utilization. Knowing the value of what the market will bear and pushing that boundary the best you can is all you can do. But if you have a piece of equipment that sits 60% of the time because you do low volume works tough. You're either programming or in setup, and it's hard. It's a hard market. You can make a lot of money in it if you make very intricate stuff, one-off parts, right? So there's money in it, but you got to know the value of that. But if you have a low utilization, it'll beat you up. Yeah. And then next thing you know is you're buying more equipment, and then you have more equipment at a low utilization. Now you have 4 or 5 pieces of equipment at 30, 40% utilization, and what happens? Well, you're only using 2 pieces of equipment really worth of stuff, but you're carrying debt on 5 or 6 pieces, and then your burden's actually higher, and it winds up eating your lunch.
So what are Top Shop's utilization rates?
I like to see utilization around 70%. That's where I like to see. I've seen the best shop I've seen, Vlad, 89, 90% utilization on a 24/7 basis. Probably the best I've seen, but that was 50 some machines running with 3 people. It was automation.
So one more question. Have you guys encountered A Priori out there, that software?
Huh?
Have you
A Priori, no.
Software A Priori. This might be good for the group to pay attention to. Our main customer is utilizing the software A Priori.
Yeah.
It's a should cost software.
Should cost.
Software, and they're trying to.
The procurement people are using it. You're saying your procurement, the buyer is using it.
The company is using it. They're trying to get all their vendors to customer and create, you know, a vendor digital manufacturing ecosystem that then they provide you with what you should, what they should
Yeah.
pay you to produce that.
Johnson Johnson does that.
Yeah.
They send us a spreadsheet
Yeah.
every year, and basically, I fill out. They give me 15 lines, and I would fill out 4, and I'd send it back. This is what we are. This is where we're at, and this is what we do. To date, now I'm not in medical sales anymore. I was in medical sales for a minute. I haven't ever lost business because of that. So we have a value, we have a price, we understand our costing, and we're not going to share that's proprietary. And that's what I've done. People that drive you to that only want you to break even or just a little bit of profit. You have to value yourself more than that. So if I had a customer that pushed me to force low single digits profit, I'd shop for another customer.
Yep.
And what about the efficiency?
If there's not a whole bunch of meat on the bone.
Yep.
I mean, you got to, if it's like a $5 million job and you can automate it and run lights out and you can get to your profit margin, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, can I make this happen? So don't just bail because you're a defiant child, like I can be sometimes, right? Don't just do that.
Yeah, and practically speaking, if that's today 70% of your work, you're gonna have to figure that out. But yes.
I feel like quote win rate is a good barometer, but you know, even when you're only winning, say 25% of the quotes, price is a big piece of that.
Yeah.
So then what do you say? Then you're not going after the right markets?
If your quote win rate is only 25%.
Well, I think, yeah, and, yeah. So then we raise our prices a little bit, and then the win rate goes down, right?
No, if you're 25%, usually you want to be, low at 25, high of like 40 is right when, that's when you know you're at the market rate. You're at market. If you raise your prices and you're at 25%, you will lose work.
So, right, so we're at that 25, but we're not charging what I feel like a real rate should be.
Do you have major efficiency issues you have to deal with?
Not really.
Or is it that we haven't done a lot of power sales?
Yeah.
Right.
We'd have to unpack that a little bit. If you're at a 25% win rate, and
That would tell us you're at market,
yeah,
or you're at the higher end of the market if you're at 25% win rate.
but you're not making enough money. That
I just want to add some color to this because I know one of the challenges that I experienced running the business before was really, okay, is my quote win rate really my quote win rate? In other words, do you know that 100% of those quotes that you turned in were awarded to somebody? That's a very hard to get piece of information, very important to make sure you're calibrated.
That's a great point, Tim. Thanks.
yes.
Thoughts on minimum order and implementing that for a total dollar value?
Yeah, I mean, if you could get that, I mean that's
Some customers will send you quantity one, and it's
Yeah.
a washer, and it'll take you 5 minutes to make it. But it's the one washer that will, change the trajectory of their project because they forgot to order it, or they thought it was a McMaster-Carr part, and then they want it right away. It's like, there's probably some capitalism that goes into that on whether you want to
Yeah, when you
or not. But at some point, I think that
you do have a minimum.
the one washer that will throw off your schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get to more of that in the sales portion as well, but it's make sure you're not taking a $5 order. It does take time. You got to understand your overhead. You need to understand your direct overhead. You need to understand what your real cost is, right? So,
Dan?
I want to go back real quick to that shift cost model question because I've been through quite a few of those in factories that I run, and it is the quickest way to run yourself out of business if you comply with the request. That whole model is based upon perfection in every area, in your utilization, in your every aspect that they're pricing you on. It's all based upon a perfect model, and nobody operates under that guise. The other thing they'll do is they'll try to have you share all of your cost structure. Never do that. You can give them guidance in terms of, big buckets of maybe percentages of it, but you need to make sure that you never provide them the level of detail they're requesting. And Dave's point, J&J, McKinsey is a huge consulting group that does this with their clients as well. Like I said, it's the fastest or if they are, they won't last very long.
Yep, you're right. So we got to get moving. But yes, sir.
We have a better than average sales guy, and we've kind of inverted this psychology in convincing some of our customers to let us take on work for them. Because they think they know their internal costs, and we say what we think they probably are and make a case for it. And then when they're more objective about recognizing where the costs come from, they realize, we probably have more of that part than we thought we did.
Yeah, if you can get them to share what it costs them to make it, what their internal costs really are, and then you start drilling down their efficiency and overhead, then you start asking them for information, what their cost. Hey, how much money are you making on that? Well, if you aren't going to tell me how much you're profiting off this, then I'm not going to tell you how much I'm making profit on my business. So it's totally good to push back.
Yeah.
But
Finally, go, right?
Next thing is go. One thing we had a lot of fun with, and it's because you're in the room, it brings back so many different memories, Josh. A lot of salespeople think that they can just blast some emails, maybe pick up the phone every once in a while. But I remember my initial exposure to like LinkedIn. Back when it was kind of the Wild West and you could really make some tracks in LinkedIn. LinkedIn's way different now than what it was 10 years ago. But nothing was better than in the medical market going to OMTech, going to AAOS, going to NAS, going to all of the medical shows and seeing people. In my career, something I didn't do for my shop, but as soon as I started working for other shops, they had me do, is go to all these shows. And I had the VP of Biomed, Paul. He said, "You're at every show I'm at." I'm like, perfect. That's right. Because, I was getting business from Biomed. I was getting business from Zimmer, Medtronic, Stryker. And it's because I was there all the time supporting them. And it wasn't that, hey, they're at a show, I'm letting them do their work, but I get them out to dinner 1 out of 5 days. Hey, can you make time, maybe grab a cup of coffee, just see how you're doing, how the kid's doing. That relationship, just seeing somebody, makes it real. You have to go. If you think you can make parts in your shop and just send an email every once in a while and never see your customer, you are wrong. You will not grow in any notable manner unless you just hit a gold mine from a millennial that doesn't ever want to leave their chair. And that's not normal, okay? As we market consulting, you market different consumables. That might be something different, but in machining, it's relationships, because what you're making now, that program will expire or graduate or modify, and if you're not in front of them, somebody else will be. So that's something that's so critical to your success. If you have to go, and if you're an owner that everything pivots on you, you have to have someone go for you.
Yep, and a final point on that is social media marketing. That's a reality today, and so you have to engage in it, but you have to get a referral. You have to have someone tell you, I'm working with these people and they're doing a great job for me, because there's so many charlatans out there in this social media marketplace that you really can throw money at it. And it's 3 months and I've seen nothing, and you pull the plug and you try it again and it's 3 months and I have nothing. So I'm not saying don't do social media marketing, but it can't be the only thing that you do. You got to get out to these trade shows.
Yeah, it's a conglomeration of everything. Your website is your business card. People are going to look at your website before they talk to you. They're going to see you. They're going to look at your website, see if you're real. They're going to see what kind of quality website you have, and that's your first date. They're going to look at your website and say, what are you worth? And then from there, okay, I've seen and show. If you're doing some work that you can't show, find something you can show that shows your ability. People need to see that.
Okay, so you all will have assessed yourself as it relates to the marketing function in your business, and you showed up as a 2 or 3 or 4. Well, you have to decide for 2025, are you going to try to do 4 better? Or are you going to try to move from 3 to 4? You're going to decide what you're going to do on the marketing front. And then in the back, after the red separator sheet, you'll find rails, a template. That's called a running action item list template. And you guys can jot down some thoughts about okay, we're at 3 and we want to do 3 better, or we're at 3 and we want to get to 4, and then you write down some of the things you're going to do in 2025 as part of your business planning for 2025. You guys understand? So just find the red tab, pull the rail for marketing out, and then go back to your assessment and decide what are you going to do in the marketing function for 2025. Break at 10:15.
Cody doesn't have any of this. He has access. He's watching us on the video, but he doesn't have this packet. I need to email it to him.
Okay. We just got to get a laptop. Yeah, we would not have emailed him any of the participant guide stuff, so we'll have to email that to him at break.
Where is it? Is it on EGS drive or no? EGS folder?
I'll work with Bernadette. We'll get it to him.
He needs it now. Can't wait till break because he's actually we're going through exercises,
Okay.
and I can't.
Teams. Where are all the participant guides? Did I put them in there in the teams? Event attendees. And if so, if we could email those
MD and
participant
MOA.
guides to Cody.
Yeah, it's a horrible show. I never went. It wasn't worth any of my time, so I don't feel that way. They only sold 300 million.
If you spend 7 to 8% on marketing in the right industries, you are going to get overrun with work, and then now operationally you got to expand your facility, you got to get more people, you got to get more machines. So all this stuff is really interrelated. So what do you want? If you don't want to blow out the walls of your current facility, you can't or whatever, then you don't spend that kind of money in marketing. But if you spend that kind of money in marketing and it's well spent, it's going to have an impact on other parts of your business.
Good point. Enjoy break.
Any luck?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. too. So did anyone have any ahas out of this exercise in terms of, budgets or goals and objectives for marketing for 2025 that you may not have had when you came in?
It's hard to go from like if you spend 1% to suggesting 4, 5, 6, 7% in it.
I just, in marketing and the strategy, in thinking through, having different strategies for different groups of your business, because we do everything from medical to military to
Yeah,
automotive,
yeah.
right? So those are all different. So I started writing down the strategy. It's like, oh, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So if you're in the same market, it works.
That's a really good, that's such a good point, because as you're building a strategy, if you have 3 different markets you're working in, your strategy is going to be a little bit different for all of them. So if you try to cast one strategy, you're going to have a couple outliers and different issues, and you might cause some friction in your business if you do that. So if you're going to build a strategy in your multiple different veins or multiple different markets, make sure you're capturing something that's going to work for all the different markets in your strategy for sure. And make sure you'll notice that there's a line item called research. It's always good to research what's happening in the market. What's happening in 2024 is different than 2023. It's going to be different in 2025. So taking time, whether it's spending money, getting data, or taking time, your own time can be research, finding out what markets are taking off. What's the CAGR? We found smart devices. The CAGR was like 36.5% in smart utilities, like refrigerators. CAGR, compound annual growth rate.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And like drone growth, was it 24, 25% CAGR, compound annual growth rate in drones. So it's just wild, but we didn't know that until we took the time and really dug into it. So really spend some time. Make sure you're really paying attention to the industry, because we have a habit in our industry to do something really well, put our head down and just do that. And time passes us by and things change and markets slow down and we get slow and we're like, why are we slow? Well, we didn't look at other markets and pivot when we needed to. And if you're spending time in research, you can pivot well in advance of kind of falling down and falling short for sure.
Yes. That 7 to 8%, if you're going from ad hoc to developing, you might not spend that much money unless you're spending that money on a website. But by the time you get to managed, you have a resource that you're, a $70,000, $80,000 resource, probably helping you do your marketing. So that's how you can get there pretty quickly as you move further up the capability maturity model.
So you might be at 1%, and then you might want to go to 2 or 3. Yeah, Josh?
I just had an idea for y'all. I'm not in the machine shop space anymore, but I've generated hundreds of millions of dollars in it, and I do sleep at night. I appreciate y'all probably don't, but I am in the branding side of things. Something that we have learned, and I just am given as a tip. A lot of our growth over the years, or my growth in the machine shop space, was based upon cold email, but it was usually me hammering out freaking email after email after email and driving me crazy until I had a carpal tunnel. But what I use anymore, it's a software, and I use it in my business even. It's called ListKit, and there's numerous ones out there. But basically, you define a target audience. You say, all right, I want to reach maybe you're in defense and you want medical device or whatever. So you define, I want to market towards people that are in the medical device space that have title of director of purchasing, director of operations, CEOs, etc., and companies of sizes of at least 15 people that maybe are doing at least $5 million a year. And you, from that list, you can have this, maybe it's 20,000 people identified, and maybe you segregate it down to Texas or whatever state it may be. Then you write a cold email sequence, and that cold email can just work on autopilot. And like for me, I spend $900 a month, and I send 25,000 emails a month, and it's just working. It's working right now while we're sitting here. And it's cold email. I know it all sucks. We all get spam mail. I own 2 companies. I hate spam mail, but you know what? It works. And I mean, the past week we generated $35,000 from 2 clients, and then we'll do probably 500,000 with them over this next year. So in the machine shop space, there are ways you can go that are cheap. And like for me, paid media, I've also spent about $5 million in paid media between my e-commerce brand and 7Clay. And I honestly, I think it'd be most likely a bad decision for machine shops. You guys don't sell PDC that can respond to cold email and wait for them people to come in. Like we only get 1 to 5 people a day that reach out. They're on point. Like they are a specific person that we reach, and it just works. And it a lot of times converts quicker than you think. So it was just my 2 cents of a thought that could work really well for you guys. Like I said, I know the grind is brutal. I feel for you. But there's ways now with tech that you can work so much smarter. When you're looking at these line items, they don't have to be expensive. You don't have to say, we're going to budget 4%. You can budget cheap. Seriously, that list kit software is $900 a month.
It's list get.
List kit.
List
Yeah.
kit. List kit. Well, you talk like an auctioneer, so I gotta.
No, it's awesome. I've only been using it for 4 months, and it has just been fun.
Well, you've always been, I mean, I've known Josh, what, 10, 15 years. It's been a while. And he's always researching the latest and greatest technology, what's happening, how to get in front of people. So I do tend to listen to him when he speaks about this stuff. So list kit is definitely something. If anything, I mean, you can use that for emails, but you can also find out who these people are and where they are, and then do more research in their company and where the company maybe exhibits. And hey, I'm looking for this person, and this person's company is going to be here at this point in time. It's great data to get. Great data to get. Thanks, Josh.
And cheap. cheap return.
How much is it? You said
$900 a month. I actually don't spend any money on Facebook anymore. I turn it all off because it's so powerful. It's incredible.
yeah, you used to run a $25, $30 million medical device shop. Now you do this. And you sleep. And you sleep. And you don't travel that much. Josh is like, you know it's snowing in Colorado? I used to live here and I'm in Austin, Texas. Are you kidding me? It's like, thanks for coming up, man.
Okay, we're going to move on to sales now. And so we're going to open up with paperless parts, talking about
Alex Renner.
Yes, Mr. Renner, come on up. And so our rhythm will be, we'll have a presentation, we'll do our assessment. Dave and I will talk a little bit more about the topic. Then you'll do your planning, and then we move over into the next topic. And love the dialogue, though. You know, you hear with your colleagues. If you have a question, you should pose it because someone else has that same question. Or if you have a comment, you should make it because someone else has the same comment. So I'd encourage us to continue to have this community here today and tomorrow and hash this stuff out. So, Alex, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Just hit the forward key.
Forward key, right there.
All right, we'll get out of your hair.
Awesome. Yeah, so I couldn't think of a little bit of a better intro with talking about some of the ways that we can use tech to. I'm gonna go no mic. Is that
but
oh, is this recording?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you put that on?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So I couldn't have thought of a better way to kind of intro or transition into my little presentation here about paperless parts and how we can use technology to help enhance our operations and supply chain. So my name is Alex Renner. I'm here with Paperless Parts. We are a quoting and estimating software for manufacturers. We support a lot of folks in the room. So I see a lot of familiar faces out there. So I'm looking forward to connecting with those folks that I do already know and have met with before, as well as people that I haven't had a chance to chat with yet. So my name is Alex Renner. I'm a business architect at Paperless Parts. I started my career in manufacturing, like literally I was pushing a broom in a small like 15, 20 spindle shop out in Massachusetts. I was a gopher. I got the owner coffee, I pushed a broom, I took material off the truck, did that over a couple of different summers, and eventually I was pinch hitting on VF2s when machinists were out running simple jobs. Went to school, mechanical engineer, and then I worked for GE Aviation for the first like 7-ish years of my career. It was a really great experience. I got to do a lot of different things across supply chain. I heard about Paperless Parts and the mission that they were on to really transform quoting and estimating across the industry. And quite honestly, I was like, man, that's a really cool software. I would love to be able to use that in my shop. But I was sitting literally on the Titanic of manufacturing, GE Aviation, huge. I was this small little cog in the wheel shoveling coal in the bottom of the ship. So my paths crossed with Paperless Parts. I'm like, all right, let me go see if I can work for them. So I joined Paperless Parts about 3 years ago. I led onboardings for about 1.5 years. So basically taking a shop from, we have a quoting process that needs improvement, and how do we implement Paperless Parts to help streamline and operationalize that quoting workflow. And then in my current role, I really work with customers when they have they need an out-of-the-box, they need a custom solution that's not out of the box. Hey, can we make paperless parts do that? That's a lot of the questions that I field for our customer base as well as prospects. So whether you use paperless parts or not, we have a lot of people in our company that think a lot about quoting. We talk to thousands of shops every year about their quoting process. And we've really landed on this is our mission statement, or what is our goal of quoting, right? So no matter how you do it, really we think about it as how do we spend the least amount of time and effort possible to return a quote to a buyer at a price that they're willing to pay and be able to generate profit for your company, right? Inherently, quoting is an overhead activity. It's not somebody who's quoting generally isn't sitting on the floor making parts. They are an overhead. That's an overhead expense for your shop. So how do we minimize that expense while also driving bottom line revenue for your shop? And we've talked to a lot of shops about quoting and estimating at this point. And some of the things that we see when we kind of pull open the hood and start to talk to shops about, hey, what does your process look like today? Top one, from experience. We talk to a lot of teams where an owner, someone who's been there for 20, 30 years, someone who's worked their way up within the organization, they've graduated to that estimator seat. They've put in their time. They know every part that's run through the shop. They know who runs them. They know who's good at what. And they've got that person sitting on their quoting team. And they are the whole quoting team. Job comes in, they look at it, and they say what the price should be. It is a very inherently risky situation for your shops to be in. When that person retires, what is your game plan, right? So that's one of the first ones that we see an awful lot of times. And then I'm going to jump down to the last one, over-engineering jobs. So I'm actually working with a shop right now in Denver, and talking to them, and their methodology is that they quote a part ready to order. So they go through and build out every single estimate that they do so that if they receive a PO, they can flip it into a job the next day. Now, that's great. I think that's good to be able to make that order or quote to order conversion really quickly. But then I asked them, well, what's your quote backlog? And I actually asked their internal customer, who are the ones waiting for the estimating team. They're backed up about 3 weeks right now. That is time that their buyers are sitting and waiting for quotes. So how good is it if this shop can turn a quote to an order in a day? That's great, but they're sitting there literally fully engineering every single part. And some of the ways that we help with this are, for the first case, we help institutionalize the tribal knowledge that senior estimator has. Then on the bottom, on the last use case there that I just chatted about, really it's all about how do we allow your teams to come up with a price that's going to hopefully win you the work, if it is going to drive the revenue that you need for your shop, but not spend this 3-week process to quote that job. So I talked about quoting being somewhat of an overhead process, right? And sometimes I don't necessarily envy the estimator. They sit in a really pivotal and key part in every shop owner's organization here. And when we look at low value versus high value jobs, the time that we spend on quoting that low value job can really start to proportionally chew into the margins that you're going to win on that job. Because if we look at things like what the total revenue is from a small job, maybe it's $3,000. If you spent $500 quoting that part, well then that's 16% of that revenue you spent on quoting it. Now, somebody earlier asked a little bit, or kind of talked about shop minimums, right? That's a strategy that a lot of our customers have deployed within paperless. Whether it's a minimum per department, a minimum per order, a minimum per customer, things like that. We can build all of that into the platform, but those low value jobs can be really important for opening the door to new business and new customers. Oftentimes the first PO that comes in isn't going to be for 10 million units or a $3 million order. It's going to be a tester order. It's going to be a smaller order. So we need to make sure that your team can quickly quote those low value jobs, and then also on the high value job, make sure that we are providing the right guardrails so that your team is accurately quoting those high-value jobs. So what are our part buyers seeing out there? So we do a lot of part buyer surveys. Really, quotes in minutes, parts in days. Quotes in minutes, parts in days. There's a lot of different companies that you're going to see on the right-hand side. And I talk to buyers where they're punching out to these. They expect to have this really nice, clean, crisp digital experience in their buying process. A lot of buyers are getting younger out there. There's this one shop that we talked to, and they lost a quote, called up their buyer. Hey, why'd we lose that job? You know, are you still reviewing it? What's going on there? And the buyer had already placed the PO before this buyer had even reached out to see how he had reviewed the quote. So we see time and time again, the faster a team is to respond to quotes, the more likely they are to win that order. I'm gonna say that one more time. The faster a team is to respond to quotes, the more likely that team is to win an order in most scenarios. We work with a lot of our customers, they care about parts on shelf, supply chain stability. If they're in that prototype, new program type market, those people need those parts and they needed them yesterday. Whoever can provide them a price first, they're gonna win that job. So when we look across paperless parts, we do an awful lot of things that can help in your quoting and estimating process. Really, these boil down to, when we think about any piece of new code that our team develops and ships for our customer base, it really breaks down into 4 key pillars that we help our shops and our customer base with. The first one is workflow centralization and automation. We give your teams the visibility to look into and see what your quoting process looks like. How many quotes for this customer do we have? How many quotes does estimator A have? How many quotes does estimator B have? For those that have seen paperless parts before, some of the really exciting things that we've done in that first pillar over the last year, I'll say, is email forwarding. So we can now forward a quote into paperless parts, and that will auto draft a quote for you. And we spent a lot of time and energy and money, quite frankly, into making that quote setup process really smooth on the front end so that you can quickly go from that quote comes in through the triage step to I have a quote that's set up and ready to be quoted. We also fully redesigned our quote dashboard. So if anybody hasn't seen paperless in 6 months or so, happy to show you what that new quote dashboard looks like. Second pillar, pricing and costing automation. So this is the way that we are able to use our proprietary 3D interrogations to basically surface key costing levers that all teams need to accurately come up with a price. And then we're able to layer your own custom formulas over the variables that we surface within those, from those models. And really when we look kind of out to the future, where we're driving that pillar is we can do a lot of really exciting stuff with models today. And quite frankly, 2D drawings, they're not going away. They're here to stay. So really one of our key initiatives that we have one of our engineering teams working on for the last quarter or so and the next last 6 months and then the next couple of quarters is working to bring all of the automation that we can offer from a model to a 2D PDF. We're starting small with the crawl, walk, run, but we're already surfacing things like part number revisions. We're surfacing specs so that we can ping things like, hey, if I see a gold plating spec, we can alert your estimating team that there's something that you're not used to seeing on this print. Maybe we need to take a further look at it. So that's one initiative that we have. We're utilizing AI to read blueprints and start to develop automation around that 2D PDF model that you're receiving. So that's one half. One of our other key engineering teams is working on BOM automation. So how do I go from a 2D PDF and give you essentially an Excel-like user interface to quickly create a BOM utilizing the information that we scraped from a PDF? So we have those 2 teams working on those initiatives right now. They're going to blend together to really offer a fantastic quoting experience for teams that aren't getting models and need to build BOMs in paperless parts. Enhanced buyer experience. talked about a little bit on the previous page, but customers are expecting quotes fast, they're expecting online checkout, and they want a clean, crisp format of that quote. We offer all of those things as well. And then the last pillar here, integration into your tech investments. We recognize what we do incredibly well, which is quoting and estimating. And we've built APIs that allow paperless parts to tie into the other tech investments that your team has already made. So we've integrated at this point, I think like 250 different integration projects that we have delivered for our customer base and 30-ish different systems. So we integrate with most ERPs that we see common across the industry, as well as CRMs, business data warehouses, all sorts of different technologies. And that's really where I kind of get involved. I get a lot of the, hey, we want to make paperless parts talk to fill in the blank system. That's where I get involved and really talk through, okay, what are the triggers? What data do we want to send? What's the best way to architect what this solution looks like? So that's what we do and how we help. So I will throw up some, just a couple of customer testimonials here. One of my favorites is Leach. This is a shop that I worked with. Interesting business. They have a couple different divisions, and they had estimators who are really all marching to their own beat. So they had one guy who quoted over here, one guy who quoted over there, one guy who quoted over there. They all had their specialty. There wasn't much crossover between them, and nobody had visibility into what anyone was doing. A little bit of a fly by the seat of the pants type of situation. We came in, we implemented with them, ran a nice clean project with their team. And really now they're using data-driven approaches to quoting. They're not doing this, they have a repeatable data-driven process. So I think then the last one that I just want to call out a couple of different ways that our customers have used paperless parts to help drive their bottom line revenue growth for their shop. So win rate percentage. So typically we see customers that don't necessarily have a great track on, maybe they know how many they're winning, they're losing, but do they really know what each customer's win rate looks like? Do they understand which customer is responding to their RFQs? We see all the time where we've sent customer A 15 quotes and their win rate with that customer is 5%. Then they've got another customer that they've sent 10 quotes to and they've won all 10. Well, so then we help our teams determine which one we want to triage first, and we should probably be quoting that guy that's ordering everything we send to him. Let's quote him first and maybe not put as much emphasis on the guy who's not ordering anything. Quote turnaround time. So in everybody's paperless parts account, there's this guy right here, win rate by draft to send time, and almost without exception, that is a top left to bottom right type of chart. We see it in almost every account, which is when you're turning around quotes quicker, your win rate is generally likely to go up. We also have tools to be able to take a look at sales pipeline value, order revenue, what you have outstanding, all sorts of good ways to grab insight into your quoting process, especially if we're working with organizations that aren't able to answer some what I think are really important questions like, how many quotes did you send last week? How many outstanding quotes do you have? What's your backlog in the quoting department? We can help answer all of those questions for our shops. So I don't know how I did on time. Trying to go a little quick, so it can be a bit of a talker. So that was all I wanted to share with you guys. I'm happy to answer any questions if you might have them. I know there's some interesting conversation about costing and pricing. A priori came up a little bit. I'm happy to chat with anybody about paperless or any of those topics. Yeah. Shoot.
How much work on average does it take to train the system to quote correctly?
Yeah, so we go through an implementation with our customers. A standard onboarding timeline depends upon the size of the shop that we're working with. A guy with a machine in his backyard, a little bit faster than a 12 plant. We have 13 businesses that we bought, and we're this huge conglomerate, right? A typical project span is about 6 weeks on the short end to about 14 weeks on the long end is what a typical paperless parts implementation looks like. We have a team that sits and moves through discovery with your team. Tell us what you're doing today. How do we automate that within paperless parts? We test, we launch, we go live. Any other questions?
6 weeks is really long, dude. I mean, how would it take 14 weeks? I imagine, like, in the situation you're talking about right now with multiple sites.
Mm-hmm.
But a typical 50-person
Mm-hmm.
precision machining company should take more than 8 weeks.
Yeah, so it really depends upon what the customer's bought, right? So a standalone paperless parts instance, we're not doing any integrations. It's one estimating team. Yeah, we can move pretty fast on those. Oftentimes, I always talk to this whenever I'm talking with prospects. Is our team is we white glove our entire onboarding, and we are able to move as fast as our customers want to. We are very rarely, if ever, the gating factor on that timeline. We've worked with shops who come in and they say, we need to do this in 3 weeks. How can we make it done? And we say, hey, this is what that actually looks like. We have to cover these things. We need to have you test this amount of quotes, and we can move faster. 9 times out of 10, though, it's a shop's ability to devote time to an onboarding is where we see a longer duration. Go back there first.
What's the sweet spot in customer size that you either target or prefer to work with?
Yeah, so we are in the, honestly, a lot of customers in this room are right in our sweet spot. We work with a guy who has a machine in his backyard, 5 employees, up to some really large conglomerates. But I would say in the like $1 million, $200 million range in revenue is where the bulk of our customers sit. Is there one other in the back?
So you spoke about some changes coming. And
Yeah.
talking about building bombs and putting it into a spreadsheet. I know you guys are communicating with ERPs. Would that be something? Is that the goal? Is that bomb build will roll into, say, ProShop?
Yeah. So with most of our ERP integrations, what we do is we will pass bill of material, BOM, and routing. Bill of material, routing, and purchase components, all of that stuff will beam into the ERP. So what we do is we basically, if you have a model, we're going to break out all the components and have that BOM instantaneous or automatically generate within the system. We can apply costing templates and formulas into your account so we can in bulk go through and really quickly cost hundreds of component assemblies. And then when an order is won, we'll push that information into the ERP. Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned the online checkout. Do you find that buyers are actually using that?
Yeah, so that depends on where you sit and where your customer base is within the industry. People that are selling to primes, people that are selling to OEMs, quite frankly, you're not going to get a GE Aviation who's going to bypass their procurement system to use an online checkout, right? They've got this whole stack of procurement overhead expense at those types of companies. Where customers do, where we see the most online checkout is transactional businesses. A lot of 3D printing customers, a lot of teams really use that. And a lot of smaller shops will use the online checkout a lot. And another really interesting use case where it's honestly one of the most compelling is, and I've seen this 3 or 4 times now, where a engineer that's sitting at an OEM has a purchasing threshold. He's got a P card that he can use to buy parts. And if that cost is below $5,000, he can go all the way around his procurement organization and get a part quickly. Those people check out like 100% of the time. One of our shops actually, they're a big supplier for the Air Force, and they've got a procurement guy who can just use a credit card. And he sells to the Air Force through our online checkout. As long as it's $4,999.99, he's good to go. But we don't see contracts, LTAs for millions of dollars typically. That's not an online checkout type of scenario.
Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
For sure want to thank Paperless Parts. They provided us with breakfast and snacks, and Jason's a near and dear friend of ours. It's a great organization, supports a lot of what we do. Yes. And I'll also give Josh a round as well, because he supplied all these really cool keychains, and he helped us do a lot of printing. The printing is it's not cheap, and he stepped in to help with a lot of that cost. Josh is a guy that works really hard, really good with details, really fast. Never, ever, ever, never accepts something less than what it should be. So I actually went down to Austin, met with him, and said, "Hey, I want you to come to my event." He's like, "Dude, it's a manufacturing event." I'm like, "Dude," because we bought some shirts from him. And it's like, "Hey, can you check this out?" And I'm kind of difficult because I go around a couple different choices and go back and forth. And he beat pricing. It was extremely fair. Was super fast, super detailed, and everything he told me, he beat the time. And when it comes to like shirts, hats, stuff like that, and he's local. I call Austin, Texas local. I'm not buying something from Malaysia, but the dude's on top of it. And if his work ethic is second to none. Like, he just wanted to run the 7,000 feet in the snow yesterday. He's actually, you get him and Tony Gunn in the same room, and it's actually somewhat dangerous. But thank you guys both for contributing to this.
Okay, so we're going to have you now take a look at your sales assessment and figure out, where are you on the capability maturity model matrix as it relates to the sales function in your company. And so let's say 11:15, we'll come back, have you guys kind of report back what you found, and then we'll have a few remarks around sales, and then we'll be doing lunch at around 11:45.
Switch to sales. let's move to sales.
Yeah. So how did the exercise go? Any what was your discussion around your sales assessment? Any new thoughts, ideas as a result? Justin.
So I kind of found that I spanned like all four of these categories. You know, like we had a lot of the things lower figured out, and we moved up to manage, but then there's some things that we're still in developing stage on. And as I kind of thought about it, you know, as being the owner of the shop, I'm also the salesperson, but also operations and all the other things. And the more I get sucked into the shop day to day, the sales efforts really lack, and that's what is keeping us from being fully defined or fully managed.
You find it's like this that way?
Yeah.
You pulled in the shop, business goes down, you go out and sell, it goes like this, and you ride that roller coaster?
Right.
That's a fun manufacturing trend.
Yes.
The way that I've approached these so far is I'm Xing out the things that don't apply to me in that section, and eventually you find where you've gotten that one nailed.
Yeah.
And then I score it based on how many bullets are active in that category.
Very good.
And I'm seeing a bell curve now twice where, you know, maybe you're still lagging one in the beginning, and then you got two here, and then wherever you hit three, that's where you're at.
That's kind of where you're at.
You've got a few things figured out later on down the road, but you're not there yet.
Yeah, yeah.
It's helpful to be thinking about, you know, to the point that Justin just made, you're not only in one bucket, you're sort of sprinkled throughout all the buckets, but where do you need to really focus? And I think at the end we'll see which categories we're good at and where we need a lot of work.
Yep.
Yeah, and Justin made a good point that when you have that, you guys are living this, well, when you have enough work, don't shut down the sales and marketing engine. That's your opportunity to do biz dev maybe in a new industry. So you got the work in your existing industry, and you want to maintain your existing industry. It's not like you want to turn it off, but maybe it's both and. My existing industry, and I'm hoping to move into this new industry. So when my shop is full of work, I need to kind of an inside sales role with my existing clients, but then also maybe I'm doing.
That's where you need to be selling the most. When you're busy, we talk about this and you have a lot of work, you have time to get into a high value market or a high value customer. Everybody here that targets a customer knows a high value customer takes a long time to penetrate, long time to get orders from. So when you're busy, you might have 6 months to really procure a relationship and get something out of that. Because these high value relationships sometimes take years to get something in, but once you get something, you might get an order it might be a 1 year or 2 year order from them. And then you have follow-on orders and follow-on orders. But then you got one high value customer, and then you got to get the next one. You got to prepare. And so the last thing you want to do is go after a high value customer when you're low on work, because it could take you 6 months and you don't have 6 months of runway. So now when you're low on work, you have to find, okay, what can we find and get kind of quick, a lot of quick wins, and get our backlog enough to where we can go after a high value customer, because it takes time. So then it's the both and. So the sales thing, you can never shut the sales engine off. It always has to go. And we have that. I mean, when I owned a shop, I did the same thing. I'd go sell, I'd get really busy, I'd get busy, make parts, while I'm making parts, sales are slowing down, I get slow, I go sell, and then, and then every other month or every 2 or 3 months, I'm mad at the world because my savings are going in the shop, and then I get paid back, my savings go in the shop, and they go back, so it's just not very fun. But if you're always selling, that's why a lot of people have a hard time hiring a salesperson. First off, they're hard to find. A good salesperson is hard to find.
Very hard.
But if you're growing and your company can sustain it, having a salesperson is very valuable. Somebody you know, somebody you trust, somebody knows the industry, somebody that represents you well, and somebody's honest. Those guys are hard to find.
And if you chance upon a rock star, he or she could bury your company, and then you're like, don't go out, I'm paying you $100,000 a year, but don't go talk to anybody. I mean, so you've really got to be ready for, that's why we say at the managed levels when you have a sales resource, because if you have a good sales resource, they can bury you. But the good news is you get to throttle it with price. So
Yeah, but when you're busy, definitely go to work.
You guys have, you offer fractional CFO, fractional this, fractional that. What about fractional sales? I mean, in the past, I've seen that with guys, like, there was just a guy, and he knew everybody.
So here's the deal. We engage with, Hernan's a client of ours. We know his P&L. We know his financial position in his company. We know a lot about him. And say I go sell for Hernan. Well, Zach's a customer of mine too. I know his pricing. I know his customer base. I know his pricing. I know his customer base. I can't do that and have my ethical standard. So for us, I can't do that. That's why we don't.
Believe me,
honestly,
we talked about it. I was like, Dave, we got to do this. Yeah.
I understand, like.
No, not from us. As far as hiring a fractional salesperson.
Yeah, like me, I'm a micro shop.
Yeah.
There's nobody at my shop making parts right now. That's
Yeah.
the reality of it.
Yeah.
I'm by myself.
Good job coming here.
I'm never gonna get out of where I'm at if I'm not here.
Yeah.
So, but you know, there used to be a guy that called on that shop like 20 years ago when I worked for him. He just was that guy.
Yeah.
Is that still that it's hard to find that person now?
It is.
Like you guys said, you can't get in and shake hands anymore. You can't.
But bro, it's good to have you here, and you are here with a bunch of shops that some have more work than they can do right now. Yeah, and just let them know I'm here. I mean, this is a community. Next 2 days, you should make hay with these people. There's people that can.
And there's a lot of people that
Yeah.
want to invest in other people. That's
Yeah.
the great thing about everybody in the room. It is kind of one for all for one. Now we all want to win, but we are all kind of in this together. If one person's charging $30 an hour and one's charging $300 an hour, we don't really want that. We want everybody to understand their cost, and we want you to be really good at what you're good at, and these guys to be really good at what. But we can do this together, and we can actually drive the market in our favor. But when it comes to fractional sales, there are people out there. Got to find somebody you can trust. There are companies that do nothing but go sell and find shops and try to fill them. There are people out there that do that, for sure. So those relationships, if you're a small shop, like less than 5 people, might be worth it. Might totally be worth it. There are ways to do it.
I just have one idea for them. So I use an executive assistant out of the Philippines, or I used to do them. I mean, it may be foreign and that may be weird to some people, but you're talking $4 to $8 an hour that you can have whether full time or part time. And I have designers and salespeople, customer service people that work there. I already mentioned ListKit, that cold email system. It works really well. My executive assistant, he actually manages that software tool for me. And you know, for some of you smaller shops or even big, you can have a team of 10 for $40 an hour, total out the door on 10 people. You know, no expenses on top of that at all. That's it, just straight hourly wage. But it could be another tool where you don't have to count on fractional. Fractional's hard to find, and you know, I did
Hard to find good ones.
space, but it was always better to have somebody direct. But a great salesperson in machine shops like a unicorn, or maybe
Yeah.
something more rare.
Yeah.
So just something to think about. Onlinejobs.ph, you can post a job there for $80 a month, and you can find somebody direct out of the Philippines for like $4 to $8 an hour that'll manage your sales side for you.
You could
And
drive
you
lists.
just bring them in, then you take over.
You could do that. Definitely could do that. And a lot of times shops that are $5 to $10 million, they'll find a salesperson, they'll hire them, and you get a rock star, you better give them a little bit of something, whether it's a little equity or something, because if you don't bolt them down, they're not going to be there long. I'm an opportunist. I work for Josh. Somebody said, whatever you're making, I'll double it. I was like, love you, Josh. I'm going over here. I got to take care of my family first. And then somebody
But Dave,
else.
you said it wasn't all about money.
It was. Today it isn't. But I mean, I also at the same time, Josh taught me a lot of things that made me better for my next job, and they taught me a lot of things that made me better for my next job. And I just hustled. But I learned that from fantastic. I took my work ethic, working 90 hours a week at the shop, and I applied that to sales, and I did well. But I didn't stay anywhere. No one offered me equity. They would offer me equity, I probably would have stayed. But it's hard. It's really hard to find salespeople, and if you do find one, Matthew, you're a great example. You bolted one down. There's some equity there. So there are ways to get and keep a good salesperson. But thoughts?
So I'm with them, you know, small shop, where's that balance of finding more work when you're busy, and all of a sudden you get a potential client, a high value client, and you may win the job, and you better say, where's that balance of saying no to your current customers or that potential high value, and you're almost at capacity. What do you do at that point?
Some of you have lived through that. What did you do?
Add a shift. Yeah, don't say no.
No, you don't say no and you figure it out. I mean, if you have a high value customer that comes in the door and it's something you've been working really hard for, you're gonna give your wife a hug and say, hey, I'm gonna see a little less until I find somebody. I add a machine and we figure it out. We automate. We add a shift.
I heard you say that before. I've said it myself in the past. Your dog doesn't know who you are.
Yep.
Yeah, you add it. Adding a shift is.
I got 2 boys in here that didn't see me for about the first double digits of their life because I had a shop.
So on the flip side, let's say you land that big customer. How do you prevent being over leveraged? Find yourself in a position where you're vulnerable to 1 or 2 major clients and kind of forsaking what got you to that place in the first place. Always work for diversification and don't let anybody have more than 30%. Now here's the trick to this. You'll get a customer. They'll slam you. You get a couple $1 million order, all of a sudden over 30%. Don't panic. Make the work.
Right.
While you're making that work, look for another high value customer and diversify. This is a 3, 4, 5 year thing. In 1 year, you're going to have customers spike, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. But while you're doing that, you got to be working the other side. While you're continuing working this customer, you got to work the other side, because if they ever slow down or they lose a contract that you really need, it really hurts. But you're always going to be a little lopsided. Target 30% or less. But when that happens, you got to go to work. You got to go to work trying to diversify. That's my advice.
Justin.
Don't tell me how you can't. Tell me how you can. Right?
Yeah.
Yes. Man, I love it when quality people think that way.
Justin, what?
Just kind of feedback on his comment over here is, to me, that's why it's so important to have relationships with other owners and other companies. When we get overly busy because we say yes, I lean on the network that I have and get help to make stuff. And that's what kind of helps us balance out the ebbs and flows. Being small also allows us to grow outside of our current capacity until we can afford to start that next shift or buy that next machine. So I really lean on the community that we have here and utilize them to help.
Will you allow me to stand on my soapbox just for 1 second? There's a lot of different shops in here. And there's going to be a day that a shop calls you and needs something. Don't screw it up. You may have a customer give you something at the same time. Don't screw your brother in arms just because you have this. If you make a commitment, you got to honor it, because you can build a network and you can destroy it faster than you can build it. Because you guys need to take care of that customer. It's your word, it's your bond, and then you're trusting somebody else that you have no control over. And we see this here in this industry. Sometimes you lean on somebody and their big customer calls me and needs something. Sorry, Bob, we're going to push you over here. You can't do that to one another. So if you're going to do that, I highly encourage a really strong relationship with a couple different shops. But those relationships really can be destroyed quickly by just pushing somebody off. They might have a huge opportunity and not have something, and you bail that person out, and you might be able to keep that work for a while. Or, there's a lot of ebb and flow there, but really your integrity with another shop is just as important as your integrity with your customer. You have to treat them just as important as your customer. I see that in this industry every once in a while where somebody gets burnt, and then you know what? I got $8 million in work and I'm not outbidding any of it because that really hurt. And so, just for what it's worth, this industry that has to be paramount. So,
yeah, certainly my client base, that's the consensus. Yes, I know that I could subcontract some of this out to relieve some pressure, but they've had such bad experiences with one another that they won't do it. And so how do you develop a trusted network is going to take time. But to Dave's point, if someone reaches out to you and you're going to build that relationship, sometimes it doesn't work because the parts they want, not the parts you do, blah, blah, blah. But you got to have integrity in that relationship.
Yep, and if you really, really need work and they give you something that you can't make, don't say yes. Don't put yourself in a position because you're hurting yourself and you're hurting somebody else. that we could go on about this for a while. I've seen a couple stories where they've unwound in my career that have been really painful for shops as far as trust. Because, I mean, you're trusting a lot there, right? You got numbers, you got parts, you got customer relationships, and you think you're friends, and after a job, friendship's over, right? You totally hose me. You just don't, just be careful with this stuff. But that's, if everybody could work together and have ultimate integrity, the amount of things that we could do, because there are some people here that have a lot of work, and there are some people here that have very little work. And if all was even, everybody could trust everybody and work together, you'd be amazed how much could get accomplished. So, anyway.
Okay.
Sales
so
emphasis. Off my soapbox. Justin, thanks for that opportunity. I take those opportunities.
So three things we're going to talk about. We'll start with follow-up. And you guys, some of you have seen this slide already. But it's just amazing. People will go to a trade show. Yeah, Mike, you said go to the trade show. So I went to a trade show, and I have a stack of cards. Okay, did you reach out to them? Nah, you know. It's like, no, if you're going to go through that effort, you have to follow up. I mean, you have to follow up.
Yeah, look at the statistics. 48% of salespeople never follow up with a prospect. 25% of salespeople make a second contact. I didn't get anywhere, so they stop and they give up. 12% of salespeople only make 3 contacts and then stop. Only 10% of salespeople make more than 3 contacts. So 90% of salespeople
only 10%
don't make more than 3 contacts. 2% of sales are made on the first contact. This is why Josh is talking automation. He's talking about using virtual assistants. He's talking about knock, 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 knock on the door. Don't just knock once or twice. Right. 3% of sales are made on the second contact. 5% of sales on the third contact. So let's tie these out. 90% of people do not go more than 3 times, and only 5% of sales make on the third contact. We wonder why salespeople don't do an awesome job, right? 10% on the fourth contact. 80% of sales are made on the 5th to 12th contact. I think the magic number is like 7, like 7 good contacts. But I mean, that's how long it takes to close a deal. I mean, some of you guys we talked to for a long time before you guys were clients. You know, some of you guys we're still talking to, and that's okay. That's okay. You guys need to get to know us, and you may not need us right now. That's cool. But I mean, it's a long-term relationship. And if anything, you get to know somebody, and you know what? We don't need them right now. We're not using them, but you ought to talk to these people. You'd be amazed what happens in the industry the more people you talk to.
Yeah. I'm seeing some looks on some faces like, how in the hell are we supposed to do that? How are we supposed to make that many contacts? And I think there's automation. I think there's inside salespeople. There's that 4-hour work week guy talks about.
Tim Ferriss?
Yeah, Tim Ferriss. Offshore resources for $5, $10, $15 an hour. These people speak good English. They are very, they understand your business, and they're working hard for you. It's not like you're going to only get $5 worth of value out of them. I mean, so it's 2024. You gotta try some things.
And it's everything. It might be social. It might be email. It might be phone calls. It might be a visit. I mean, those are all different touches. Those are all contacts. So you put them all together, and it's somewhat powerful. So.
Yeah.
But
thoughts or comments on that?
Informational.
Your eyes are this big. What are you thinking? Yeah.
Well, I'm actually in the human services industry.
Okay.
I'm trying to see how this translates. We still, I serve people with disabilities.
I see.
Adults with disabilities. So we still have to make the contact. So though I'm in adult human services, most of the families that I need to contact, by the time they get there, they need to already know.
They already know you.
So I need to be talking to parents and children.
Sure, but that's your marketing effort, right? Yeah.
And his eyes are always that big.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave.
It's Josiah. He's awesome.
And so the idea is, when your salesperson shows up, if your marketing engine was working, people know who you are. If your salesperson shows up and you don't have a marketing engine, they're like, I'm going to call the police if you don't get up. You know, that's what they do to me anyway. But
come on.
So the marketing engine,
I can't get away from it.
is a precursor to the sales. Otherwise, you're just going to be spending a lot of money on sales, and sales will be much harder than it needs to be, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. These are some sales metrics.
Has to be
or-
somebody's job, preferably full-time. If it's not full-time, it's not going to be moving. Not going to be moving the needle much. That means if you're a small shop, a certain percentage of your time has to be dedicated to it.
Yeah.
Or you have to have somebody. You are what you eat. Mike heard it.
Where do we? I heard it from Jessica. Where
I
did
was
you-
in a meeting with somebody else, and somebody told me. Bob said it. Bob said it. When we onboarded, Bob's one of our new coaches, longtime friend.
Yeah. So what
Long-time
does that
listener,
mean? You
new-time
are what
coach.
you eat as a company. If you go and get crap work, you're a crap shop.
You're gonna have indigestion, that's for
right?
sure.
It's, you've got to go get profitable work, good work.
So we have a client in the room I was talking to, and they showed me a brochure over dinner, and he said, "What do you think?" I said, "I think it's all you're going after is prototype work." He said, "Man, prototype work's really hard. It's just onesie twosies." I was like, "Well, this brochure needs to scream production. This needs to scream, I'm going to make your prototype, but I'm going to make your prototype because you're going to give me production, because I'm really a production shop that really kick butt in prototyping." So if you're only eating prototyping and you're wondering why you don't get a whole bunch of
production
long-term production work, it's because you're targeting prototyping because you're so used to it. I did low mix, or I did high mix, low volume work in my shop, and I was wondering, why is this so painful? Well, I got so good at low mix or low high mix, low volume. And anyway, just a few parts, prototype work, that I just got stuck in a rut. Everyone went to me for the prototype, and they went to production shops for production. Paul.
I just recorded a podcast about this exact topic last week.
Why didn't you call me? Just joking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot, and I've watched Car Machine change entirely from
That's like so unusual to do that quickly.
There's a bunch of steps you have to do.
Yeah.
Including, don't have your brochure be a one-piece tool. Have it be a picture of a bunch of parts.
Yeah.
There's lots more to it, but I encourage you to. It's going to be on making chips, but yeah, it's a process. It can totally be done, but you got to methodically go after and hit the.
You are.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but it's a perfect example. You are what you eat. So eat a well-balanced diet like Dan Howe, and everyone will be perfect.
Yeah.
If you're winning more than 50% of your work, your pricing's probably low. You're on the middle to low end of the market. I mean, it's. Do you agree with that? So it's something that people are like, when we went in with the Priest brothers on the first episode. I'm like, "What's your win percentage?" He said, "All of them." I'm like, "Whoa, whoa!" It's like, hold on a second. All of them? What's your backlog? Well, 10 grand, 500 jobs. No, that's just joking. But I mean, it's like, it was crazy. We looked at the pricing. It's like, he's like, "Wow."
Yeah. Why wouldn't you win it all?
So but Nick was coming into the shop at 3 in the afternoon, and at 6 a.m. he was handing it over to his brother, and his brother would work till 5 or 6 p.m. And those two guys worked round the clock 7 days a week like that. So you can price low and you can literally outwork it, but the owner has to do that. And it was really, and he was getting ready to get married, and a lot of things in his life were really being impacted by that. So we had a purpose in that, right? But that's what happens when you're winning all your work. You're missing something. Now, if you're winning all your work because you have IP, say you're maybe you make some specialty gear, right, that no one else can make, gear shop, and you have high margins and things are great, that's a little different if you have IP, right? But if you're a regular machine shop doing standard products and you have competition in what you have, you're winning more than 50%. It is a flag that your pricing is a little low.
Yeah. And then how do you find out what the client's willing to pay? I mean, do you guys spend time? You get a quote opportunity. Do you ask, "Hey, so what do you guys?"
Can I change the question?
Yeah.
How do you get the customer to pay you more than the other guy that bid the job?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question.
Speed.
Yeah.
Value. Quality.
Good. You can ask.
You can ask.
You can't be afraid to lose the job.
Right.
That's been a great lesson with you guys. You can't be afraid. I mean, how many, you've seen it. You can get paid more than next guy bidding the job if you're willing to give them, it is a value proposition, people. If you have a quality issue, I was talking to Jack, you have a quality issue with a customer, send the sales guy with your people. Don't just send the quality guy. Love you, Eric. But send the sales guy with the quality guy so they know you're really concerned. Have your team there. I think you guys dealt with something with Komatsu, if you don't mind me saying. They had an issue. There's a hub, an issue. Go down there. It's like, okay, we'll go down and send the quality. They sent production. They sent engineering, and they sent sales. Found out the customer was actually wrong. They're like, oh crap. You guys are actually right. It's a good part. But what's happening with that business right now? You guys are getting a lot more opportunities just because they were there. I love quality people. I do, because they keep us honest. But sometimes don't just send them alone. It's very rare that you have a quality guy with a little bit of salesmanship, right? Right, Eric, am I wrong? Okay, so so make sure you have the right people.
Yeah, yes, 2 days ago when we were printing our materials for you guys, we're like, okay, we work in Golden. Let's use that Golden printer. And so I go over to the Golden printer with my jump drive with all my Word files, and she says, when do you need these? And I said, I need them tomorrow night. You know you have to get stuff to us 2 weeks ahead. And it was like, oh, all right. And she opens it. These are all Word files. I can't do anything with them unless they're PDFs. Go back and make them PDFs. And I was like, okay, can I have my jump drive back? And then I went to FedEx. I didn't even get a price from her. I gave them to the FedEx guy. He puts it into some software, converts it into PDF. Where you want to put the page break, blah, blah, blah. He does all that for me.
And you negotiated them down 50%.
I did. But I'm just saying, if you make life difficult to do business with, you're not going to get business. Right? I wanted my stuff printed. And neither one of them knew what my price point was going to be. I didn't know what my price point was going to be until I found out how much it was if I didn't negotiate. But if you're that kind, and I love you guys as machinists. That's not my background, but I've been around you for 20 years now, and you guys will be difficult, and it's causing you issues. You got to be better to do business with. We do difficult things. I understand that.
Can't do difficult things with a smile, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
And then finally, dying of indigestion is probably more painful than dying of starvation. What do you guys think? Which one would you rather? Would you just rather die of starvation or have your stomach explode? What are you thinking, Toby?
Are those the only choices?
Going back to the well-balanced diet, right?
Yeah, so we're encouraging you to do this sales and marketing thing, and it is so important for the long-term growth of your company, but you've got to do it in the context of your operations and the capability of your management team and your facilities and your machines.
Let's talk about indigestion for a second. So Phil goes out, lands a high-value customer. And the high-value customer gives him 200% of work of what he generates annually. So he goes from X to 2X. But it's 3 part numbers. That's indigestion. The indigestion is, I got to buy a couple pieces of machine, I got to put some automation, and I got to figure out a way for that thing to run when I'm sleeping, so I'm making money while I'm sleeping. That's indigestion that's manageable. Phil has another customer comes in, he's going to give him 200% of what he's doing, 750 part numbers, lot sizes of 35, all difficult materials, you source it. By the way, I want you to bend some tubing, and I want you to do some welding of something you're not good at, but Phil really needs work. Those situations you don't put yourself in. Those situations will sink you. They will take your savings, they'll take your sleep, they'll take your health. Don't do that. when you're seeking for big stuff or bigger opportunities, make sure it's something you can be good at. Because you can minimize you can still grow and minimize your indigestion by making sure you're picking the right market and the right kind of work, right? So sometimes when you don't have work and you have to let some people go, there's very few things that are worse than that. That sucks. Because you work really hard to get good machinists, and the worst thing you want to do is let a machinist go. That's why you always have to have your sales engine on. Don't ever shut it off. Even when you're tempted to, don't shut the sales engine off. Well, man, I got this great big opportunity. I'm going to get it. I got this big opportunity. Great. What's the next big opportunity? But indigestion oftentimes is because we don't say no when we have 700 different part numbers, lot sizes of 15 on all kinds of machines. I got to outvend all this stuff. And you don't look at, you have to look at what your capability is. And if that is way past your capability or something you can't fill rather quickly, it's hard to say no when you need it, but you may have to say no. Or you may have a partner that has a whole bunch of machines and they need a lot of work and say, can you do this? And sometimes like, hey, just give me 6, 7, 8% of this and you can have the job. They might take it from you and you can make money on it. And then there's a win-win. There are ways around this, but don't put yourself in a bad situation. I've seen that a lot, right? If you worked in the medical device industry and you get a huge package of surgical instruments, that is indigestion. I mean, anybody in the medical industry could probably say that, right? Just talk to Tika Met Warsaw or Josh. He'll tell you all kinds of stories about instruments, right? So make sure you're doing the right thing. Pipeline. I love this one.
This is a concept that some of our clients struggle with, and basically we're saying your quoting activity, you discount your quoting activity depending on how likely it is you're going to win the work. So if you have $100,000 worth of quoting that you've done and you think you're going to win 50% of it, then that's $50,000 of quote activity feeding your beast. And then you're going to have your bookings that the stuff that you win this month, this quarter. And then you're going to have your backlog, which is the stuff you've already won. You add all those up together on a month-by-month basis, and then we're going to do an exercise where you have to do your financial forecast for 2025. So your financial forecast says, I'm going to do $250,000 a month. Well, if you have $250,000 a month as your goal, and all three of those different buckets add up to 361, then you have a $13,000 go-get in January. And if you kind of lay that out for 6 months, because that might be all the visibility you have, you can see months where this $122,000 beyond my financial forecast, that could be a problem month. That's going to be an on-time delivery nightmare for you. So what do you do to spread that 122? Do you talk to the client? I mean, or do you outsource some of it?
The trick is you have to be looking at it in advance.
Yeah.
So number one, you have to have a go-get, and you have to be identifying that in advance. If you have a CRM and you're putting all your data in your CRM and you're tracking how many leads you have, how many sales, probability of sales, and you have a number, right? $100,000, 80% probability, you have an $80,000 number.
Spread over.
And then you have to say, okay, is that going to be delivered in 1 month, could be delivered in 6 months? What is that $80,000 going to do? And you got to kind of map that out. Oh, we got to make $400,000 this month. So, okay, I got all these other opportunities. And then you got to go back to your win rate. Well, I only win 30% of that. I need $400,000. You got to do a calculation. Wow, I better have, in my sales pipeline, I better have $4 million in there, or I'm not going to hit my number if I have a 10% win rate. So that it'll tell you how much sales activity you need, but you got to use your CRM, you got to use an ERP, and you got to be always refreshing that and reviewing it and what's going on. Because if you don't have enough sales in a bucket, you don't have enough sales in your funnel, and you don't understand your win rate, then you don't know how much to go get. But once you understand those two things, and then you pepper it over a series of months, the hardest thing is this is all speculation.
Yeah.
You're going to ask a salesperson, and you got to know, is your salesperson optimistic, or is he a machinist salesperson? Is he pessimistic, right? Or is he in between? How he or she, how accurate are they, right? And then you got to kind of judge there. You say 90%, that means 40%. Okay. You say 90%, that means that's done, right?
That means just one phone call.
One phone call. Anyway, that's inside joke. But you have to know CRM data, how many sales you're doing. You have to understand your win rate and tie that to your financial model to understand how much sales activity you need if you want to get to it mathematically.
Yeah.
Confusing or makes sense?
What's the difference between bookings and backlog?
Bookings are going to be, you know, when someone's going to give you a purchase order, they said, we're going to give you a purchase order, and it's going to be, this is November, right? October. So we're going to start it in December. Yeah. It's been awarded. Maybe you have the PO. That might be an example. Bookings is Dan's term. I learned that term from Dan. So, but
Backlog is just a summation of the
Bookings, if you're looking to see how much sales come in a given period.
in a given period, yeah.
It's the total amount of like purchase orders you receive, let's say for the month of October. Those are your bookings. Your backlog is the accumulation of every sales order you have in your facility, regardless of when the PO is placed, that you have not shipped out yet.
So then, in this scenario, we would have double counted if we count bookings and backlog.
So we're just talking CRM then backlog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bookings are if you want to measure how sales is performing quarter over quarter,
Right,
month over
right.
month, is what did you book?
If you have a revenue goal of 500K a month, your goal is to make sure that you're shipping 500K a month and that your bookings are replenishing that with 500K a month.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
sort of how that all
Inflow,
ties
outflow.
together, ties in.
Yeah.
Your inflow and outflow.
Yeah.
Did we confuse you? Questions?
Yes. Paul?
So just for the Pro Shop customers in the audience, on the sales dashboard, your bookings per month are on the left-hand column. That's if you're using line order date, even if they've placed a new line on an old PO, it'll show up properly in that period. And then backlog is on the right-hand side. That's the total of all orders due, regardless. And we show what month, next 12 months, and then total at the bottom. But yeah, those are definitely different ones.
Yeah. Good.
All right.
All right. So let's.
We want to do the budget and then we'll get to lunch?
Yeah. The plan.
So let's get through the sales plan, the sales budget exercise, and then we'll grab lunch. Lunch. Paul, thanks for lunch today.
Yeah, we have a special treat for you guys in terms of our presentation for lunch.
Appreciate you, man. You learn anything? Or do you know it all? 'Cause I mean, this Harvard thing is really intimidating.
You're my brother-in-law.
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't
My
we?
hype man.
We are. If you ever need a hype man, I expect you to call me.
I typically try not to tell people.
I'll do it for banana pudding.
I'd do anything for that man.
This is so good. The vet, Brian, that was there.
I saw him.
He just Face of Everest this year. I can't get my mind wrapped around the journey, let alone even think, of course, me doing that. But just great guy, fantastic. Want to hear his story, what he's doing, traveling. He travels all over the place. He's summited the 7 summits. But I know it's lunchtime. Grab some food. But at the same time, this is going to be something I think maybe let's give him 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to talk. Then we'll do a little panel after this, but this is going to kind of be during lunch. I know we got a lot of things going on, but something you won't want to miss. Mike?
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we have 14ers here in Colorado. That's 14,000 feet. And for our 14ers, if you don't get up and back by like 11, it's dangerous. I mean, just so to think.
Yeah, I was talking to Scott, and I'm like, why lift 9,000 feet, you know? And talk about this, he's just like, dude, oxygen really isn't an issue till you get to like 15, 18,000 feet, so don't even talk. Like,
yeah, but if you ever done a 14er, no oxygen starts earlier than that. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So.
first time I worked hard at my property, 9,000 feet, I thought I was going to die. So, no, let's welcome Scott Cutman.
Hey, we should just pass out lunches now.
You guys want to pass out the lunches and then
Yeah,
go,
you guys should grab your lunches, and then are they all T's? I don't know what that means. That's an H? They are. It depends on what they want.
You want me to just jump into it? Or?
Yeah. These are turkeys. That's veggies, I think.
All right, hey guys, as you're grabbing lunch, if you look at this photo, that's the north side of Everest. And one of the vantage points here, it's from, I had one on there. Yeah, thank you, sir. The vantage point is from 23,000 feet, which is higher than anything outside the Himalayas. And it's such a beautiful place of awe when you see it in front of you. You don't get that on the south side. And so nearly 7,000 people, 7,000 people have summited Everest. Approximately 2/3 of those people from the south side, 1/3 from the north. But what you don't hear is a majority of the south side summiters, they're really not valid summits. Either people are short roped. Anybody know what short roping is? Literally, you're with a lope, Sherpa, pulling you up the mountain. It's not really doing it in your own efforts, or people are helicoptered in or helicoptered out. The north side, that simply doesn't happen. Now, the 7 summits, approximately 150 people worldwide have completed the 7 summits. 7,000 Everest, 150 people worldwide for the 7 summits. Get a show of hands here. Hands, anybody want to sign up to do the 7 summits? That would double the amount of people that have completed it in the world, to provide some perspective here. But the real thing is, everybody sitting here, have you ever done anything that you knew people would not understand? Business owners, right? Done something that you knew people wouldn't understand? Perhaps a business partner, spouse, the banker. This is simply a story of engaging in something I knew people wouldn't understand. See, I left my company, a high-paying job, the American dream. I gave it all, and I did something what I call submitting to the vision. And I knew I had to do this. I left about $3 million on the table of upside to go out in this venture and do the 7 summits. In fact, McKinsey studies show that as business leaders, we make nearly 40,000 decisions a day. 40,000 decisions a day. And my one decision to say yes to climb the 7 summits required that submission of vision. Anybody here know what the 7 summits are? Raise your hand. Anyone? one person, two people. I wasn't really even sure what it was, but when I said yes. And so this is the 7 summits. It's the 7 highest mountains collectively on the 7 continents. Kilimanjaro, Tanzania, Africa. Mount Elbrus in Russia. Kosciuszko, Australia. Aconcagua is South America. Beautiful spot, by the way. Denali, North America. Mount Vincent in Antarctica. How many people you know have been to Antarctica, inland, in a place nobody was really designed to ever be? And then Mount Everest, everybody knows that. Something I learned while submitting to this vision is people will want you to fail for the risks they did not want to take. People will want you to fail for the risks they did not want to take. And as we enter in business or in life and we pursue this, it's very, very important that we submit to that vision fully, because chances are nobody else will be aligned with that. I'm going to share something really important with you here. Perspective. I started this journey 12 years ago, particularly climbing. 7 years ago, traveling the world, engaging in these cultures, these communities, the finances, the preparation, the training, the sacrifice. This, no pun intended, it is the golden nugget here, is more. And it's been an environment and a lesson of more. And what I mean by more, by definition, is greater than now, that we all have more available. I started this journey knowing there was more. I didn't know what that meant, but I stepped into that more and start unlocking potential. And this is simply, when we say yes to these visions and submitting to it fully, more will unlock. Like, you know, you're in a room here and there's being keys handed out in these keynotes. Those keys unlock potential. And so we all have it. And as we see more perspective, we're able to do more. And I mean more in depth. Not more tasks, not more things in a day, but a depth of more. So north side of Everest. Yes, I've been on the south, but north is a very special place. See, north, you cannot just simply go to the north side and climb. You can go to Nepal, you can walk on the south side. You've probably all heard it, how people can pay their way up the mountain. I mean, it does require a lot of work regardless. But there's a lot of corruption on the south side. There's a lot of the look at me attitude, I'm going to quote unquote conquer a mountain, which no one ever truly conquers a mountain. There's a lot of reasons people go to climb. But the south side, Nepal, very corrupt country, they will do whatever for money. The north side, you have to be asked to climb. You have to prove your qualifications. You have to get through the bureaucracy and the red tape. And once you're invited, there's a whole series of things that come in the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in here. You see the Himalayas there? We're going to zoom in. The north side's in Tibet, which is controlled by China, right? And so when you come in here, base camp, 17,000 feet. As you're going up this route, you're pulling through the glacier here. 13 miles to advanced base camp. In between is interim base camp. It's at 19,000 feet. You spend a day there. You move up to advanced base camp, which is amazing. You're staring at this large 1,000-foot wall. Takes you to the North Col at 23,000 feet, higher than anything outside of the Himalayas. This ridge line, it's straight up. It doesn't really look so straight up there. Does it look straight up? But imagine no oxygen, exhausted. You take this ridge line up, you hit step 1, step 2, step 3. Ideally, you hit the summit. That's a quick overview of the route. I mean, we can talk for hours. Like, actually, I'd love to be here till 4 a.m. talking. There's some really amazing stories and a lot of continuity within what we're doing. So pivots, execution, goals. My journey this year, I was not positioned to climb. I had major foot surgery. 10 weeks after that, Dave, you remember me falling? Broke both my wrists, thumbs. There's only about 15 days on a good year where it's actually possible to summit. Winds are well over 200 miles an hour, so it's not like I can push a training cycle out or nutrition or life. It is what it is. And so I had well over 50 pivots within this trip in an unprepared status. So it was quite unreasonable, but again, submitting to that goal, keeping that vision, and striding towards that in every spot was necessary. The reason I was able to be successful in that is we have a 7-pillar methodology, which I lived out, which helps clarity, keep it on task, keep it on target, and in those moments of changing, I never lost sight of my goal, which was summiting the north side of Everest. Some people will say the goal of climbing a mountain is to go up and come down. I call nonsense on that. My goal is to get to the top. Coming down is simply a function of that goal. So here you see Advanced Base Camp, 21,000 feet. It's like nothing else there. And to be there, and pictures don't do it justice. It's about a 1,000-foot gain to get to the base where I'm standing, and then 1,000 feet vertical ice climb across crevasses and bergstroms. Very dangerous and thrilling. It's adventure. It's fun. And when we submit to these goals and these crazy ideas and the things people don't understand, there will be fun. There'll be times where you're not really sure what's going on, but we get to embrace the possibilities in that itself. And something really unique happened here. So Tibet, it's very hard to get in, extremely challenging to get in. China completely controls it. They opened up the border for only a few people a month late. That doesn't work for a plan. Going into climbing Everest requires a plan. If you look at my actual plan versus my strategy at the front end, completely different. But the outcome was the same. And even though Tibet opened a month late, a critical point is 9 out of 12 teams canceled their trips. They all together backed out of the north side. Another 70% of climbers that planned to climb the north side in 2024 failed. There was only 12 climbers that summited north side of Everest this year. It's pretty wild when you think of those Congo lines that everybody sees. I was on the mountain by myself, literally by myself. In the midst of chaos, when these other people were functioning in fear and unknowns, they missed the opportunity to climb Everest in a way that has never happened and never will. Some of you may have heard it's 100th anniversary of the first attempt of climbing Everest, and they just found Irvine's sock and boot. I was there in that with nobody else around. Historically, that's pretty incredible. Unreasonable grit. I talked about these 7 pillars. We get to have perspective when we walk into an unknown situation or a challenging situation. And it's all how we position ourselves and how we posture in that moment. And I can firsthand tell you, going through these climbs has changed me, has changed my thought process, has changed my heart. A lot of unknown things have happened. And I went into this trip very differently. And I chose to go in with everything I learned from the trips beforehand, knowing how many changes could happen. And I simply want to share is when we're positioned for the unknowns and how to deal with those, it changes the outcome, because I can firsthand say if I did not go in with that perspective, I would not have summited. This is a photo looking just above North Col, again, 23,000 feet. To me, it actually looks like a ton of tents there. But that's because the Chinese are out there all over the place trying to figure things out, and it's very chaotic. There's a lot of rules and regulations and bureaucracy with climbing in China. Like, can any of you relate with maybe like inspectors or permits or trying to do things for your business and just having all these stop signs that pop up? It's quite beautiful, isn't it? Especially when we're here at low level and we can breathe. I don't even think I need to say anything here. Just wow. The picture during the daylight, that's Camp 2, 25,200 feet looking down on the North Col. A big pivot or change in my trip is because things were pushed out so much. There's laws in place. The Chinese have the first right to summit. No foreigner can go and attack that summit and do that. And I was fighting with the Chinese government this whole trip. They kept shutting me down, threatening to put me in prison. The 21st of May and the 22nd were the first good days. I got caught. I was trying to get in front of the Chinese on the 22nd. They wouldn't allow it. So I snuck behind them on the 23rd. I was kind of struggling with my operator. They wouldn't allow me to go up. So I ended up spending 8 days above 23,000 feet, no food, no oxygen, no summit kit, no medical kit. I was fighting severe upper and lower respiratory infection, and asthma was kicking my butt. And so this photo here I took from Camp 2 looking down, and then you just see the awe, and it kind of makes all that go away. And then this picture in the dark, my friends took that photo. They actually summited on the 24th, but just shows the beauty. That's at night at Camp 2. This is important. Who here knows what a crux is? One? What's a crux? Hardest part. Anybody have anything else? Yeah, and that's a great response, great answer. It's the hardest part, the largest obstacle, not necessarily in climbing, but in anything we do. It's the most challenging. It just happens the crux of the north side of Everest is step 2. It's at 28,300 feet. When you're in the crux, it requires that dialed in, laser focus, no room for error. If you make a mistake on north side of Everest, you're dead. These photos are taken from a professional photographer, one of my friends. He's a professional climber. I had no electronics. I had nothing. I was by myself. I got literally no photos. But he was so generous to provide these. It looks really nice, like you're climbing some rocks in your backyard, right? 28,300 feet, 130 feet tall. This is the crux. Off to your looker's right, 12,000 foot drop, end of life. This is the deadliest spot on north side of Everest. A majority of climbers have died right here. What you guys might appreciate is, especially in that second photo there, these ladders are super rickety, right? I mean, they're moving around. You're going up in the night. You can't see. You're down. There's plenty of ropes. If you're not connected the proper way, you're dead. There's hundreds of ropes right there. And so as you're climbing up, keep in mind 28,000 28,300 feet. At this point, I've been 7 days without food. And laser focus, pulling on ropes, because if you don't grab the right rope, it's done. You're dead. You have something called a Jumar. Remember, I broke my thumbs. I can't use my tools the way I'm supposed to, so there's some struggle there, and you have to overcome obstacles and setbacks. These ladders, I'm not even kidding you, they swing. It's quite amazing. I'll tell you, folks, this is the part of the climb I remember the most, and maybe the only part I actually enjoyed. And I think about that, and in the midst of that battle and the chaos and the distractions and the pivots, in the crux, the most challenging part, the hardest part, laser focus. There's something to be said there. When we focus, we can achieve. It's super easy, right? It looks so nice and easy here. This is about perception and perspective. That's the route from Northside, Death Zone, Summit, pretty colors. May 23rd, I was able to summit. And I put this together simply because it's a nice graphic, but that doesn't tell the story. This video is from the 24th. As a matter of fact, the Sherpa that shot this video, he was going to come with me. It's his first attempt, and he became a friend of mine. Gaijing is his name, and he actually almost died. He lost oxygen, and some other climber had to fix his regulator, but he calls his uncle, who is the owner of the ops company who I worked with, who sets up, you can't do it with operation and logistics, and he calls Migma. He's like, Migma, it's end of life. I'm done. And it happened just after he summited. Now he lived, but this stuff is real, and I love this video because it shows the excitement. Two of the 12 people that summited right there, become lifelong friends with them. First father-son team ever to summit the north side of Everest. Man, when we build these relationships and connects and we have the goal and we strive in it and complete those pivots, great things happen. I don't usually share this stuff in something like this. This is, I heard what a great group was going to be here, and I wanted to share a little bit of our secret sauce here. And folks, when we attack fear and we jump into the unknowns and we submit to that vision, certain things happen before that. And we all have a belief system, whatever it is. And it starts off with that. And if we have that belief system, there comes a time where we get to be convicted in something in that. And whatever that is, it requires a commitment. And that commitment, folks, I guarantee everything tough. I mean, think of something right now, a vision. Did you fully submit to it? It required willingness to sacrifice, and that may be financially. That may be getting up at 2 in the morning to train, because if you don't train, you're dead. But that sacrifice is where we start movement, and we start to grow, and we start to stretch, whether it's a company, whether it's climbing a mountain, whether it's in your personal life, it's required. And in that, transformation happens, which is mindset. In that mindset, we become something new. In that newness, we expand into that vision. What you see here is somebody looking pretty miserable. That's when I hit advanced base camp at 21,000 feet. I should have been acclimated. I was very, very sick. I was actually in the hospital a few days before that. I love it, because that's misery. You know what we learn to do? We learn to endure suffering. and we get to suffer, and in that suffering we grow. And that picture is a million words for me, because I should have been fine, 21,000 feet, but my schedule was way skewed because of the adaptations. Like I said, I didn't have a summit kit. I didn't have my medicines. I didn't have battery chargers. I didn't have cameras for the most spectacular thing in the world. And so I asked, so people come up from the south side and north side, they combined. I asked to have a picture and a video taken. And I go in with all this grandiose idea. I'm like, oh, I'm going to get these videos and these pictures. I'm going to display them in these nice keynotes and speaking events and share them with people, and they're going to be perfect. What I love about that did not happen at all. What this is the attempt to get photos and videos, but it shows the chaos of what happens up there. So much for a nice, beautiful, clear speech up there, but the visuals more. It's pretty cool. So I know we just have a short time here. I knew my vision, I submitted to it, I sacrificed for it, and achievement comes with that. And what's most important is when we decide and we choose to take steps in these things to understand why we do them. In that why and that commitment, that success, if we follow those cycles, greatness will happen. I had no intention to achieve certain things. It just turned out some cool things happened. I was the first American to summit north side of Everest since 2019, and one of only 2 other people, so 3 total, that have summited north side of Everest solo, self-guided. It's much more challenging in that. When we have to make decisions without a team in logic mind, things change. What you'll see is on that left arm, that blue, that represented my why I did this. And in my experience, it was literally a robotic approach to get there, and I always knew my why. So, a couple questions to think about. What vision of your business, your life, do you see? Are you fully submitted to that? And are you willing to sacrifice for that? Things to think about. Now, Dave, Mike, they put on, founders of Evident Growth Systems here, put on this wonderful event. We're going to do a little bit of a panel. I think they have some questions for me. Actually, as they come up here, I'll just read something out of my book here, something to think about as we have some questions here. So I've written this book for those leaders who know that nothing important happens if you're merely reasonable. Reasonable produces average. Unreasonable, when paired with the inner knowing that more is available, unreasonably more creates extraordinary connection, extraordinary understanding, extraordinary impact. It's that more, and it's tapping into that more and that potential.
Well, I've known you, what, 2 years? Almost 2 years?
Couple years, man.
Couple years.
Yeah.
It's interesting because Scott's afraid of heights. and he has asthma, and he had foot surgery, and basically the day I was borrowing his log splitter because I do this part-time and I'm a lumberjack full-time at home. And I was on my way over to pick up a log splitter, and I showed up, and his young son comes up and says, "Dad just went to the hospital. He fell. He's climbing in the garage doing something." So I was like, "Oh no, he leaves soon forever." So the amount of dedication you have to have. I wanted Scott here because as we have businesses, there's a lot of, we have a crux. We all have something that's really hard that we have to get through. We have to have a vision of what we want for our company. And so this is an extreme example.
No, it's not. We took a poll earlier. They're all going to sign up for the 7 summits, right? That's what this is about?
Maybe Josh. Josh like, no.
I wouldn't recommend it, man.
But if this is something extreme, but it shows the power of a really strong vision. If you have a really strong vision for what you want for your company and what you want for yourself, and if you're really laser focused on that, you can get through that.
That's
This
right.
is just an example of what extreme focus and what a really strong vision, it pulls you instead of just think something that pushes you. It's a great example. So Mike and I were talking, it's like, what questions do a couple guys like me and Mike, Denzel Washington, Chris Farley, what kind of questions we have? And the first we said, what would prompt you to climb Everest? Not just the first time, but the second time you summited from south and north. What prompted you?
Yeah, that's, you know, when you know you're supposed to do something, attack it. And I knew and I felt the north side calling me. And I didn't know I was going to go back. As a matter of fact, I remember being on the south side, staring at the Kumbu ice fall and calling my wife Melanie, and I'm like, you're going to think I'm crazy. I want to come back, and I want to do this north, because I was supposed to be on the north side. And like I said, it's very hard to get there. And I'm expecting her to shut it down fast. I wish she did. But it's like, yeah, you got to go. You got to go back, kids. Got to go back. And I didn't know I wanted to do this. I mean, I was never a climber. I was never an alpinist. But I knew I had to go to the north. And I never desired to do it solo, unguided. I mean, it's crazy. And it was submitting to that vision and just going for it and being in alignment with my purpose and saying yes and executing in it. And so it was really that submission of carrying out with what I believed I was supposed to do.
When you shared prior to going up, when you shared your vision with others, if you shared your vision with others, what was their response?
Oh my gosh, Mike, it was everything across the board other than support. It was you're crazy, you're selfish, you're leaving, you're in a legacy position. I ran a multi-million-dollar healthcare informatics company that was an American dream. Spent my life on the road, had great employees, had like 400 employees. They're like, how are you gonna put food on your table? So perhaps it was just you're crazy, you're unrealistic, you're selfish. It was a lot of negative talk that can get into our head as self-talk, but being driven by what you know you're supposed to do, overrule that. And I mentioned something. Other people want you to fail for the risks they did not want to take. Like, it was truly that. It was this, when we choose to execute that, most people will hover in between, here's an idea what we're supposed to do in the execution. I mean, we see that in life and business, right? And when there's a circumstance, when somebody's saying yes, there's a lot of adversity with that. I mean, there's something I say well, actually, I won't go down that road. It's load.
Good. Well, let's take one more question, and we'll see if anyone else has.
Let's talk about a Sherpa. Now,
Yeah.
did you have a Sherpa with you?
So Sherpa's a community, group of people. Originally, they were in Tibet. Tibet used to be its own country. China came in, took that over. So what happened is that the Sherpa community started migrating towards Nepal into the mountains because it was a better way of life. So Sherpas are community, and culturally, the people are amazing. They will literally give their life for you. Just amazing, amazing people. Within that, physiologically, because they live at altitude, their bodies are different. And so they're heavily employed going up Nepal route and south side. They make more than 10x what they could in a regular job just in a season. So it's very financially good for the Sherpas. But now the mentality is there's so much death and it's so dangerous. Sherpas don't want to climb on the south side. They do it because they're kind of pigeonholed into it, and people are paying them. So very good people, very well skilled. North side, it's a privilege for Sherpas to come from Nepal. But we need them. Their support, there is no way we can climb without Sherpas, okay? So when I say I did it solo, I did it by myself, but I built this baseline, and some of my education and coaching was from the Sherpas. I learned from them. They teach. Legally, a Sherpa has to be with you in China on Summit Day. So I had to legally have, and I try not to. I most certainly wouldn't be standing here if it was the case. I had a Sherpa from Camp 3, or the high camp, Camp 6 from the map to Summit. We were heavily separated on the way up. Coming down, we came down together. We faced death at least 10, 12 times. Together, we got through that. But they're a coach. They have the playbook. They know what's happening. And you pair that with their mentality, their community, their culture, and their playbook, we can't do it without them. It's just not possible.
Very good. We'll open it up to the audience for questions and before we. Yes.
So you said you were up there at altitude for a lot of days. Not everything had gone to plan. Did you have a hard cutoff in mind, set criteria where you were just going to say, can't make it, you have to come back?
Yeah, great question. What's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew. I love that question. Tease me up for what I call rigid flexibility. It's actually my next book. And so every climb, I have a hard set on no-go, go strategy, risk management strategy. And so I'm living in these boundaries, up and down, making these pivots, right? So just a very brief example is I was up at altitude because of weather, timelines. You know, we get to start making executive decisions. Well, I did because I was by myself, based on experience, judgment calls, all these things collectively that happen. But did I ever negotiate my risk plan? I didn't. What I will tell you, Matthew, is I rode the line. And one of my largest takeaways from this trip, especially in the Western culture, is we're always like, hey, Dave, give it 100%. Mike, do your best. I call bogus on that. I don't think we're doing more than 10%, especially in the Western culture. And so when I knew that line, my no-go, go strategy, I wrote it as hard as I could. And I came back changed. I pushed it. If I went just a little bit more, I'd be dead. Now within that, for an example, Summit Day, I had my milestones, right? Like you have projects, you have milestones, you have gates, right? I had pre-calculated times to those milestones with about a 40% buffer because I'm pretty fast up high, but I didn't have the oxygen, I didn't have the food, and I was so sick, I knew I was moving slower. And so if I knew I had to hit this point by 2 hours, now keep in mind, I didn't even have a watch because I didn't have electronics. I'm trying to tell the time by the moon. It's a full moon, which was pretty cool. So at each checkpoint, time, can I feel my feet? Are my feet cold? Can I feel my hands? Are my hands cold? Can I do basic math? Can I see? I had this check system every bit along the way, which was required. So you can never compromise or negotiate your go, no-go strategy. And that's where I'd say almost everybody fails because they get summit fever and they start negotiating. And that's why most people need Sherpas more or guides, because you can't live in that world yourself. It's very, very hard to do that. Well, I could talk about this for a long time. Great question. I love it. I call it rigid flexibility. It's my next book, and it's talking about, you know, staying focused within your tolerances because it's critical. And operating at greater than 10% potential is amazing.
Very good. Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, man. Good job. Thank you, Mike.
Scott wrote a book called Unreasonable. If you guys want one, get with him. They have him out back on the table.
Yep.
Love to encourage you to grab that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Scott.
You bet.
Hey, Dave, did you send me Sandvik? Okay. Ooh. I don't think I have the,
You should have it in your inbox. Southern accent, probably from around the Alabama, Mississippi area. But one of the VPs of Sandvik, and a fantastic company. I've really enjoyed working with these guys, but want to welcome him up as we start moving into operations. Let's give him a round of applause. Also a contributor to the happy hour tonight, so thank you very much.
Absolutely, always happy to
Always.
contribute to that.
You just hit that,
Just
move
that.
forward. Yep.
Right. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. So I've been sat there listening to somebody who's just talked
I signed this up, by the way.
you guys have always loved. Thanks for the Anyway, yeah, Gavin Freshwell, Do I need that? Thank you. I'm from Texas, as you can probably all tell. I've been with Sandvik for 10 years, but actually my backstory is similar to a few people that we've heard from already this morning. 29 years in manufacturing now. Left high school, went into 29. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Barely?
Yeah.
Okay. 29 years in manufacturing now. Left high school, went into machining education as an apprentice, mold and die background. So I'm a machinist like most of you in this room. Love the industry. Will never leave the industry. A huge passion for it. So Dave and Mike have asked me to talk about operations, which really isn't my wheelhouse. I'm in sales and manufacturing, but at the same time, there's so many synergies, and something that Sandvik and Sandvik Coromant do really well is operations and efficiencies and processes. So we'll talk about that a little bit today. So really, operations is what you guys do already. You operate on a daily basis. It's your wheelhouse. What I'm hoping to do today is share a little bit of an insight in what Sandvik Coromant do, which maybe you can take away with you. So really it's part of people and technology and how we bring all that together to maximize efficiency and be as profitable as possible ultimately. So really, as it says, it's a mindset, a pursuit of success, of innovation, of efficiency, of change, being open to change, and making sure that we push ourselves to test new ideas. Don't settle for what we've got right now. That doesn't have to cost the earth either. You know, there's so many great tools out there, and we've heard about some of those already today, that you can get access to really quickly. And then it's a series of healthy habits. I'll talk about this in a little bit more detail in a minute, but creating value through, sorry, I need to be here so I can read this. Creating value, shaping up with resilience and thriving, and practicing your own production space. testing those new ideas, checking have they been effective, reassessing, going again. Small steps every day, making us more efficient every day. And this is what we at Sandvik Coromant call manufacturing wellness. So it's a series of 8 healthy habits. We work with roughly 50,000 manufacturers globally. What we see with the most successful ones is basically these healthy habits here. They implement these in different ways, but they're common across all of those manufacturers. So the first one, at the end of this, I'm going to pick out 2 that I think is most appropriate and prioritized for you guys in this room today. The first one, to take a holistic perspective. And what we mean by that is just slow down before you speed up. Break down those steps in your manufacturing process or the way that you operate across your business. Understand the flow, understand that value chain, and then focus in on where you believe that you can have the most effect. Coupled with that is embracing new technology. We are hopefully well known. Hopefully everybody has heard of the brand, but you know, we are innovators. We've driven so many new innovations into the marketplace, but at the same time, people have got to be accepting of those technologies. You've got to challenge yourself to use those, to test those. So embrace those technologies, try them out, and the same with many other people in this room as well that are either speaking or around the room. Work with those, embrace those technologies. The third one being sustainability. Now, what I've seen in the past 5 years with the big global OEMs, sustainability has come from a catchphrase, everybody wants to be more sustainable, where now we're being told as an organization, if you want to do business with us, if you want to carry on growing with us, you need to demonstrate what steps you're taking. As a company, we've committed to the UN process, and there's about 8 different steps out of 24 that we can implement in our own business to improve sustainability. But ultimately, either your customers or your customers' customers are looking for this. So take steps to look at how you can reuse, recycle, and be as sustainable as possible. Whatever you do, whatever steps that you take, make sure that you report that. Make sure it gets back to your customer that, hey, I've made this improvement. Is this something that's of value to you? So, for example, you've started eliminating waste. There's a certain CO2 element to that. There's a certain CO2 element into movement of products, maybe in your supply chain. Make sure that whatever steps that you take, share that with your customer base. It might not be something that they want, but they will use it for their customers. And that's really valuable. So the fourth element links in really nicely with that, is to eliminate waste. Dave and Mike have spoken about this earlier, actually, about the balance sheet and your costing. Waste isn't just physical waste. Waste is time as well. So keep looking for the opportunities to identify the processes in that manufacturing value chain. Understand that you can identify the most painful bottlenecks and focus on those first. That's what's going to drive your improvements the most. And then with that, to do that, unlock data. You've got a great company in the room, Datanomics, that can help you with that. Most modern suppliers today can help you with data. Use that data to be informed and make decisions on that data. So data's not worth anything unless you start taking action against that. Make sure that you supply yourself with data, make sure that you take action, and make sure that you follow up on that action to make sure it's implemented as well. Benefit from strong partners. That's why you're here today, right? There's strong partners sat here looking at me, the strong partners sat around the room in businesses as well. Use and leverage that partnership as much as you can. I'm not here to do a sales pitch about our product today. I'm here to talk about the partnership and education and what you can do around the industry to leverage and unlock those opportunities. And then number 7, which is the main one I wanted to focus on, is develop your people. If you don't have a development plan for your people, they're not going to be around forever. Especially, we spoke about millennials, but also, you know, myself, I'm just about a Gen X, just about. So that's something that drove me to want to work for Sandvik Coromant. I knew that they invested in people year after year. They developed those people, and I've been really fortunate. Clearly, I'm not from the US, I'm from the UK. I've been really fortunate to come and work in another country for a great company. That's because they invested in me many years ago, and we've had a great journey together. To that end, if you come and speak to me when you have time, either tonight or over there at breaks, I've got a little QR code that can take you to some free educational training for your shop floor staff primarily. So all you've got to do is get onto the website, create a free user profile, and you've got about a 60-hour syllabus, free to use, and your employees will come out far more enabled, far more knowledgeable. That will reduce your cost base. So if you do anything today from listening to me, please do that. And then automate for success. Now, automation can mean so many different things. 10 years ago, automation was really expensive, high threshold to entry. Now that price point is coming down. We've got cobots that are available for kind of mid-range automation. But that's not, automation isn't just on the shop floor. Automation can be in your office environment. So again, look at not just the manufacturing value chain, but the whole operational value chain of what can you eliminate from manual tasks. What I can say in my role, in a sales role at Sandvik Coromant, is we've automated so many different elements over the past few years to make our guys more efficient in their job as a sales force and an engineering force. And we've got many ways that we can demonstrate that. In software, we've gone on an acquisitive journey in the past 5 years, acquiring software companies for CAM programming, for verification. Some of you may be aware of that. What we've done is linked all those together now. So a lot of the work that used to be done one step at a time now is fully automated and seamless. So that's one element that you could think about implementing as well. So yeah, so the 2 main elements I'd love for you to think about taking away is the 4th and 7th one. So think about eliminate waste. What can you take away from activities that don't drive value, to the bottom line, and then develop your people. Make sure you have development plans. I spend probably 15–20% of my time working on people development within the sphere of my organization. So that's a big belief of mine. I'm not saying that you need to spend that much time yourselves, but make sure you have a plan. And to that end, with manufacturing wellness, we've been on this journey for quite a few years. We've literally just rebranded it as manufacturing wellness. But actually what we've been doing, what I've been talking about, we've been doing for many years. So much so in 2019, the World Economic Forum identified Sandvik-Coromant as one of 11 Industry 4 lighthouses because the way that we use data, the way that we take action, and the way that we eliminate waste and drive a sustainable path. And that was one of 11 and one of only 2 industrial manufacturing companies. The other one was a Siemens facility. So I'm really proud to be part of that organisation. I think that probably covers what I wanted to talk about. Any questions?
I was going to ask that question. I know that you guys have spent a lot of time and energy and resources in this manufacturing wellness concept.
Yes.
And what was the driver? And you're saying it was internal first.
Absolutely. Good segue, thank you. So I use a phrase, we eat our own dinner. So anything that goes out to market from a sales point of view, we already implement in our own facilities. We have 20 manufacturing plants globally. So whether it's hardware or software, we use that in our own processes. So yeah, we flow out what we've already proven and use and have seen the results from.
Very good, very good.
It's been interesting dealing with Sandvik. We had the pleasure to meet a lot of the upper management at Sandvik at IMTS. It's like, how long have you been there? 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, 30 years. It's like
I'm the youngest serving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how many years have you been there?
10.
So I mean, it was amazing. All the leadership had been with Sandvik for quite a long time. You meet with larger companies and you see turnover on top, and we didn't see it with Sandvik. It's been it's very interesting. And Sandvik is a huge company.
Yeah, Sandvik-Coromant's about 7,500 employees globally. Sandvik Group is 38,000 globally. So
38,000 employees globally.
Yeah.
So
we're pretty big.
We think it's just cutting tools. There's so much more to Sandvik than just cutting tools.
Yeah.
But a fantastic group of people, a great partner.
Yep.
So
yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
I would certainly encourage you all to do that QR code thing and get training for your people. 60 hours of training for free. That's
my gift.
Yeah, that's.
We should charge for it. Honestly, I really believe it's that good quality. It's really, really good.
Start charging tomorrow. Today, get your QR code.
So we did this project down at in Sterling during Shop Rescue. We took a project. It was 4 operations, and we took it to one operation. So a 4-to-1 operation, and the Sandvik team helped with that whole process. It was really really impressive.
That's what the banner's for at the back. Is our services element. Is taking a challenge, a component or a series of components, and doing exactly what I've spoken about. Is basically taking all the waste out.
Absolutely fantastic.
Can you remind us how to access that again?
Yeah, I've got a QR code on one of the little stand-up banners there.
So we wrap this up around, we'll probably wrap it up around 4:15, 4:30, and then there's an hour. You have an hour between that time and to walk across the street. I do want you to talk to you guys. We got fantastic partners here, Gavin and everybody, to make sure you spend time with them. And if not, talk to them at the happy hour. We have a lot of time to hang out tonight, so for sure. Thank you very much.
Gavin.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next step in the operations functional area is to do your assessment. You know, where are you at today as a company operationally? It's funny because, you know, working with small to medium-sized manufacturers, they always say operations is our strength area, and it probably is, but you want to be introspective and honest with yourself as you move through the capability maturity model for operations. We'll get started at 110.
110.
Too high, so I'd probably say $4 million in revenue versus 100 to 300, 250, 300. So What's that percentage? 7%? Between 4 and 7%? Ooh, probably 25% of it. 25 to 30% of it. That's round numbers. Yeah, it's the percentage is wild because the bigger the company, the lower the percent. Because if you're a $10 million company, you don't want to spend. But if you're a $1 million company, you want to spend 10%. So, yeah, it'd be 4 to 7, depending on where you land. And that's how aggressive you're going to be.
So this is
Is that good? You good?
this is really you, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can do the metrics piece, but
Yeah, I could, but I can't concentrate with that black shit on your shirt.
me either. I have to buy a new one.
Talk to Josh.
Yeah.
So we're doing our operations plan here, just on the phone.
He's sitting next to his boss on the phone. I don't know what they're doing back there. I don't know whether any of them are doing anything from that team.
They might be done in 3 months. Probably.
I don't know.
Dan should be over here, shouldn't he? Since it's the operations plan, you might consider just bumping Cutco and seeing what
What are you doing tonight? Are you doing anything for Halloween?
They're doing the operations plan right now. Just asking how they're doing.
Okay.
So I look at them and I'm like,
Well, you don't have to.
we probably should ask.
I don't want you driving in the dark. So,
You doing well?
okay.
I'm good. Good. This is
Yesterday was nasty.
This is our third time. This is our third year.
Yeah, good for you.
It was like 36 the first year. Second year was like 50.
I got my winter tires
something.
coming.
This year's 80.
Putting them on
83.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Plus operations, the capability maturity model for operations.
Feedback I just got was, hey, there isn't anything that says the word lean or 5S or anything like that.
So just heard someone say that there's nothing about lean manufacturing. So 5S, SMED, or critical thinking, any of those.
It's inferred through the Gemba, but it isn't specifically spelled out. So that's probably something we'll add. That'll be in the managed portion.
Any other thoughts, comments on operations?
Nice. Got like a 90.
Yes.
Question on Gemba.
Gemba? Yes.
Can you talk about it a little bit? What is Gemba?
So Gemba is it's a Japanese term. It means home, but in lean manufacturing, it's really talking about what we're doing today. I mean, Dave,
so it's a process. It's a process that you deploy that allows the worker to communicate to management. Management can easily walk around and see what needs done and how they can support the worker. So instead of all the data going from the owner to the managers to the workers, it gives a vehicle for the workers to produce information back upstream to say, hey, we're getting this many pieces an hour. We're supposed to get this many, but this is how many pieces we're getting an hour. And by the way, we have this much scrap, and we're having this issue with a program or whatever. So you walk around and you see that data, and you don't stop at the machine and fix it. You take it back and say, how can we support it? So it gives management a vehicle to know exactly what the employee needs. You're dying to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Because you guys do it well.
Anyone else want to fill in on that? I mean, it comes with accountability.
The people have the best information about how things are going and what's doing it.
Right.
A lot of times they don't feel like they have a voice. Give them a voice in the Gemba process. Sometimes it can be intimidating, but if they learn over time, you really are asking the questions. It's a really good early warning system.
Absolutely.
Instead of going weeks of having problems that you don't know about.
Right.
That you know about.
Oftentimes when we start prior to Gemba, we give somebody a job to go make the job. They go out and they make the job. They don't necessarily know how long they have to make the job. They have an idea how many pieces they need to make. They don't know how much extra material they may or may not have. They may not sure where the program is or where all the tools are to set up. They just know they have something to make and they just got to hustle something together and make something happen. So the more data we give the employees, it's great. So when you're in a really good situation, the employee knows exactly what's expected. How much needs done, when it needs done, why. You know, it answers all those questions. And you need something for the employee to say, hey, the program you say is in the file isn't in there. Or, hey, we're missing a set of jaws. Or, hey, the tooling that's supposed to be here isn't there. You don't really want to find out the tooling and the fixtures aren't there like after you think the job's on the machine, because all of a sudden you got a utilization problem and, you know, Andrew and Jake are saying, yo, you got an issue, right? But Gemba is really important to go around and it lets the employee buy into your process. They understand, they have good communication, it gives them buy-in and there's accountability. They know what's expected. You might say, hey, I want 15 of these a day. You walk by and say, hey, cycle time's like 4 hours a piece on this. There's no way we're gonna get 15 a day. What? But we bid. Well, that isn't what happens. But it opens up that avenue for communication. Vlad, you were gonna say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the Japanese term for the real place or when the action happens, it's really kind of the foundation of operational excellence. So obviously for any machine shop, everything that happens is obviously is in the shop. So being able to have an open communication as to what the plan is versus what's happening and then correlate it back into, hey, we hit our goal or we missed it. And then more importantly, what is the action that we're taking to then go to that next step or fix whatever issue that we have. So
Yeah, we actually had a place, we had hour by hour boards. So we'd walk by and you'd say, hey, I had to get so many parts an hour, and you'd write your numbers every hour. So when you walk by, you knew. So if you had a high volume line making 25, 30,000 parts a day, you wouldn't lose anything more than an hour because you knew, right?
Yeah, I think another key part of that is making sure that you already have what your board's going to be structured and saying.
Yeah.
So that they can fill it out ahead of time. Your Gemba walk shouldn't last but 10, 15 minutes. If you're asking a question during that, then you're already wasting time. So if you have the format already there, they're filling it out, you're able to just address the issues and then know what today's going to look like. And you're seeing the issues in real time then.
Absolutely. I mean, we were doing a turnaround down in Colorado Springs.
Turnarounds.
Yeah, it was, and Dave's like, we got to do these gimbal walks every day, start every day, and I was like, every day.
Yeah, Mike was like, no.
Yeah, we can't.
And Eric, I think the first time we were doing gimbal walks, how long did they take? 2.5 hours, 3 hours? It was ridiculous.
Yeah,
But we got them down by the time we were moving. By how long did it take to get through? We had 80,000 square feet, so we were moving. Yeah.
Yeah, you just ate every cell, and somebody's responsible for that gimbal board in that cell, and I started looking forward to it.
I really appreciate you bringing that up. Eric, what did you see in scrap reduction after we deployed Gemba? I mean,
Quite a bit, because it put big eyes on it. We also did some other changes too, put attention to it.
Yeah.
It went down by percentage points easily.
Yeah.
We had like, I think there was 6 different emergency stops. It was ridiculous.
what was that, Lance?
I was curious, we did the half hour, I was trying to run around the stops that were like 5
Yeah,
or 6.
5 or 6 stops. Yeah.
A lot. It was like seemed like a half mile.
Yes, and
Not that long.
the stewards of the cell, Gimba, when we first started, it was a problem resolution and just training them the proper use of the board, and they were like, we don't want to do it, and then by the time we left, if you skipped their cell, right? I mean,
They'd
it was
run you down.
Yeah, they'd run you down. Hey, you didn't stop? Well, yeah, we got something. No, come on over. We'll show you what we. I mean, so they take ownership.
Bob?
Yes.
But Mike, to your exact point, sometimes that would happen when they'd say, why didn't you stop at our area? But everything on their board is green.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You didn't have a reason to have to stop. It's a matter of educating them that, you guys are operating so well, we got to go focus on the reds today.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's my problem on the floor.
But if you love your people, stop by those people and say you're doing a killer job. Appreciate you. I mean, we've worked in a plant. I helped Eric and Lance down at a plant, Mike, in Colorado Springs, and we told some people good job, and it had been the first time they'd heard good job in years. In fact, we had one lady that was there 15 years, and she actually started crying because I told her good job.
She liked Dave.
She did. That's why she started crying. I don't understand, but anyway. But I mean, really, people just weren't told good job. It was amazing. It was amazing what happened with the culture when we just let people know how much we appreciated them when they were doing a good job.
One more comment on Gemba. From a cell lead perspective, it's important that you hear the feedback from the managers and the higher ups that there's some actionable items that are actually being paid attention to and focusing, because I know a lot of cases that you feel like a lot of times you're saying all these things and we need this help, but you're talking into the void because there's no response.
That's an excellent point. Don't do Gimba if you're not gonna.
That actually can work against it.
Yeah, yeah.
You feel like you have issues that aren't being taken care of, and then that kind of builds a wall between management and operations.
We see a major issue with plants that won't spend any money on anything. And so an employee will say, I have a problem, I have a problem, I have a problem, I have a problem. And they've been saying I have a problem for a year and a half. And you want to meet an older person that's been in the machining trade and really bitter. If you dig down root cause, it's usually because they've raised their hand so many times to fix something and they were ignored. And they just get bitter about it. But it's amazing in my entire professional life, it's amazing the loyalty I've found with employees where I got back to them quick. They knew when he needed something, I got it for him quickly, and I was there for him. Or if I wasn't going to do something, hey, I'm not going to do that right now. It's a great idea. can we try something else? We don't have a budget for this, we have a budget for that, and just open and honest, but some kind of reaction to where they're getting something quickly. It was amazing what happened with employees with that level of communication. But that gap where you don't do anything, that all that tells your employee is you don't care. And they hear that. What's that? Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Look, I was an okay manager, love my people. There's this guy named Al May, and he'd been with the company 36, 37 years. He was going to retire, and he was angry. Dude was angry. And I said, Al, why you so angry? Well, no one ever listened to this. No one ever listened to that. I'm like, well, okay, well, what do you think? Let's do this. I'm like, okay, well, let's go do it. I took a couple of ideas. We deployed one, we talked, we pivoted, whatever, and it wasn't much more than that, just listening and involving him in some of the, he was our senior programmer, so we involved him in some decisions. It wasn't like I'm this super standout guy. I just cared about him, I listened, and we tried a couple things. He extended his retirement. He's like, I really don't want to retire now, and he stayed like 3 more years and retired. Al May is 70 now, and he posted on my Facebook last week that I was the best boss he ever had. And I was his boss for like 2.5 years. And I'm not tooting my own horn. All I did is listen to the guy. The guy was awesome. And he gave me a Carolina Reaper pepper, and he changed my life. So, oh man.
Yep. That gimbal board also it gives the team a chance to say what happened today. You know, we had this problem, that problem, and you're able to Pareto those things. So if they're happening often, then those are the things that we, 80% of your problems is caused by 20% of your activity. So if you can get your arms around that activity and get to the root cause of the problem and change it, it can make a real big difference. But again, if they're identifying the problems, you don't do anything with them, they're gonna stop doing it.
So like to Eric's point, we actually were able to decrease scrap by percentage points on like a $15 million company. I mean, you're talking 2 points less scrap on a $15 million company. That's real money. And that was Gemba deployment. So it's very, very useful. That's a long way just to answer your question, but did that answer it?
Yes. All right. So we're going to emphasize 4 areas: contract reviews, but yeah, just how unpopular they seem to be, contract reviews. Contract reviews, scheduling and capacity, quality, and then metrics. Eric, you're going to be up on the quality discussion, so get ready.
Brian.
Can I ask a question on contract review?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, we're a job shop, contract manufacturer. We deal in a lot of different verticals, but we don't do defense, we don't do government, and we don't really have contracts with customers. Is that abnormal?
That's a really interesting point. He says we don't have contracts with our primes, and so there are contract reviews, and then there are contract reviews. Contract reviews, from a legal standpoint, you got to. That's totally different than what we're talking about in terms of appeals come in the door, and how are we going to make this part make money? So, contract review. Yeah, you want to have legal counsel get involved. Dan, we had a client. They had a what do you call it?
LTA.
LTA, and we're going to buy 1 million parts, and they end up buying 10 parts, and and
they want the 1 million part price, by the way.
They wanted the 1 million part price, right? So that's a contract review. That's okay. What can we do to get out of this thing? Have they breached it? Have we breached it? What's our recourse? So I appreciate you saying that. That's a different kind of contract review than what we're going to talk about.
So contract reviews we're talking about here is when you receive a purchase order. Put yourself in a position where you have a difficult part or an assembly, right? You have prints, models, specs, right? And you need to make sure as soon as a purchase order comes in, you need to hold the customer accountable. Oftentimes, us as a shop, we won't hold the customer accountable. They send you a PO. In their mind, the clock has started because the buyer, in his mind, her mind, the clock has started as soon as you send the PO. But you're like, hey, I need updated models. I need prints. You guys have this spec XYZ so-and-so for this special coating. It's different than what I quoted. I need this information. You need to reach up to the buyer and say, clock has stopped. I need this information before we start. Our delivery timeline starts when we have full and accurate and complete information from the customer. Then number one. So if you get a PO and it sits and you don't review that and you have this order, 6 weeks you're ready to make it and you're like, oh crap, this thing has to go to France to get a gold coating. We got a problem. Houston, we have an issue. Boeing, we have an issue. Because Boeing's having a lot of issues. See what I did there?
Yeah, very good.
So that's the first thing we need to do is make sure we have everything. Next thing we do is, do we have the capability? Okay, you may get a really complex part and they might have changed an angle on a part to where you have to have a 5-axis mill to do it. And you don't have a 5-axis mill, you're going to position it in a 4-axis mill. Uh-oh, we have a capability issue. So, Burdette, everything okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, capability, you have to make sure that you have the capability of something. Every once in a while, a sales guy will go out and sell something, and you're like, are you kidding me?
That's rare, but it can happen.
all we have is an L20 Swiss, and you just brought in a 48-inch part. What's going on? You know, you got to ask, do we have the capability? Can we? And then it can't be made if you cannot measure it. If you cannot measure it, you cannot make it. I think that's the industry we live in. You have to be able to verify it. Data is data. So you have, can you measure it? Can we accurately measure it? If it's 2/10 tolerance, calipers aren't going to do, right? So make sure you have.
That though would have been caught in the quote, unless they changed the tolerance.
That's correct, but how many?
You would have already known. So you're just saying to go back through. I'm just for clarity. I'm not
Yep.
arguing just for clarity. This is just looking for changes from the original
Correct.
data you had in quote.
What we see a lot is a sales team will go out and they'll bid something and they'll bring work and say, got a PO, I got this job. Engineering manager, production manager, scheduler, plant manager have never seen the quote before because sales is running autonomous. This is, hey, you sales team, you're tasked with bringing me $10 million a year in work. You go do your thing. So now they have a PO. This is forcing everybody to get around the table and agree that we can make this thing. You have to get everybody around the table. And you build a process to where if it's a repeatable part, that this should move like this. But if you make a very difficult part and you don't do this, you can get caught with your pants down. So
For us, the contract review is more about the who and the how. You're going to make it real, so now we're down to brass tacks.
that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
What we said we can still do.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because the problem is if you have a relationship with your customer and you sit on a PO for 4 or 5 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks before you review it, it happens all the time. And then you find out you can't make it, someone's going to eat crow. And it's not going to be, it's going to be a sales guy, but it's going to wind up being the owner or the leader's going to take a black eye for this. And it could really negatively affect your relationship. So can we accurately measure it? Do we have the tools? Hey, we quoted a special tool. Yeah, I'm just going to guess that tool is going to be $300. You know, Sandvik can make the special. Sandvik can make the well, you guys are buying everybody, come on. But Sandvik can make the special, but it's 8 weeks and you have a 3-week delivery. Uh-oh, no one quoted the special tool in the timeline. Do we have the tools? Or do we have them in stock? It's a good thing to know, hey, it's a normal 1/2 inch. How do we run out of 1/2 inch end mills? It happens, right? So you go and you double check. And can we meet the due date? Oh, sales guy, never overpromise on the due date, right? A lot of times when we talk scheduling, there's efficiency, right? We all have 100 hours a week. We're all 100% efficient. We always get it done exactly the way we dreamed it. Well, that's not reality. So when I ran contract reviews, I would have engineering, I would have scheduling, I would have production, and I'd have quality in a room. We would send a packet to the team, and every Thursday, at 11:30, specifically designed because I made sure it never ran over a half hour because everybody wanted to go to lunch. 11:30, we sat down. And they had a packet. And these are the 15 jobs they're going over. And it was their job to review all that data before we got there. We got there, you better have your questions. And then we passed the packets around, and the scheduler signed his name on the schedule saying, yes, we can meet this date, or nope, we can't make this date, and we'd raise it and we'd have a question. Engineering would sign on fixtures and tooling and everything we needed. They'd put their name on it. Yep, we'll make sure it happens, and this is going to be due by this date. Production would be like, yep, I have capacity and I can do this. Quality be like, yep, I can measure this, I have the gauges and everything I need in play. When you do that, you are set up for success. If you're just making one part, or if you're making 100,000 parts. If it's the first time through, you need to ask the question. A lot of people don't do it. So we push. It's typically we work on contract reviews with almost everybody we work with.
Were you in a situation where you quote a job and you don't hear anything for a month or 2 months, and then you get loaded with other work, and then the customer calls like, well, you told me you could do that in 2 weeks. Well, yeah, I could 2 months ago, but now I can't.
Yeah.
And then there's that.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Number one, always have on the bottom of your quote that the delivery time is quoted as such during the day you quoted it, and it's reconfirmed at the time of purchase order. So you have language there that you can always point back to. Number two, just say, hey, I didn't have work when you called then. I have work now. This is my due date. I'm not going to lie to you. This is what I can do. That's all you can do.
You said expiration on the.
Yep.
Your busy schedule shouldn't affect our production schedule.
But you can put an expiration on the quote too. You can put 30-day expiration, but things can change in 24 hours.
I do it material.
Tim.
Subject to change because what happened with stainless steel a few years ago.
Yep.
Prices were like, it was
good for a couple hours.
Well, not even that. It was good for when you paid the bill.
Two things are really, really critical. Quote fast and confirm fast. But you don't want to confirm a PO until you know you got your crap in one sock, as a Navy guy would say. Right? You got to make sure everything's together, make sure that you have what you need. So you get a PO today, tomorrow, the latest, 2 or 3 days later, say, yes, I can do this. So,
Tim, you had a.
This is going to make another point. I mean, because I think you hit the nail on the head about what do you do when they come to you with a lead time that you can no longer uphold. As painful as that conversation is in the moment, it's far better to have that up front and you both are on the same page when you start work versus trying to make excuses for why you're late later. Trust me, I've seen it both ways. The other one, you were talking about contract review and PO acceptance. Comes in many forms legally. I'm sure Michael could speak to this, but I mean the way I always instructed my team was make sure you got your crap in one sock, using Dave's words, by using this checklist up front. And if something's changed, it is critical that, especially if it's on the customer side, you hold them accountable and you tell them I cannot accept this order until we work through this, let alone the clock has stopped. We haven't even accepted the order yet.
Mm-hmm.
Bear in mind, accepting the order can be a verbal confirmation or written confirmation, or if you start work on that effort legally,
you've accepted it.
Yep.
Absolutely. And why it's so important is oftentimes you'll get Rev A, you'll quote Rev A, and you'll get a PO, Rev B, and you have 3 more features. Are you going to eat that? Answer's no. Going to get back, hey, we got to requote this. This is what's going on. You added this. You might be able to do that rather quickly. Hopefully you are. But if not, it might take a day. Say, hey, we're going to have to requote this. This is what's going to be. Just letting you know, this changed. You have a problem with that, call your engineering department. Not my fault, right? So it's really good to review this stuff. Things change. I mean, I used to work with Nuvasiv all the time, and Nuvasiv was known for sending you their prototype drawings, ordering on prototype drawings, and the drawing you get with your PO is a production PO, production number. And you'd be like, there are like 5 details that changed on this thing. And they'd be like, I don't care, go fast. Okay, cheetah speed, because their whole thing was cheetah speed. I don't know if you guys worked for Nuvasiv. And so my price went up, cheetah speed. And they needed it, so off we went. But I mean, the contract review process, it starts out on a rudimentary basis as a checklist. Build a checklist. If it's just you and a couple other people, go through a checklist. Just make sure you check it. Because if you're one person, your margin of error is high, right? So make sure you go through a checklist. As you mature and you have specific roles in your company, make sure everybody is set there and we have a process and you follow the process relentlessly. 2 sets of contract reviews. Repeat work, you've done it before, the rev didn't change. Those should be quick and easy. Just, hey, make sure you get the material, make sure you have the tooling, make sure the fixture, make sure you didn't do a 5S project and throw out your whirling head. Just make sure you're good. Happens. Second thing, new project, people, the stakeholders, i.e. engineering managers, quality managers, production managers, schedulers, they got to do their homework before the meeting or you're going to have a 2-hour meeting. Make sure they, yes, we can make the fixtures. Yes, we can get the tooling. Yes, we can get the material. Purchasing, have purchasing in there, right? Make sure that all that stuff is checked off before you sit down to make sure the meeting's efficient, but you separate. When we went in on Thursdays, the first 5 or 10 jobs that repeat was a boom, 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 we're good. And then, hey, we have a new job, because that's where our time or discussion would be. Hey, you quoted it at 2 hours. This is a 4-hour thing. Well, no, this is what I was thinking. Well, you can't do that. We got a problem. So now you have to decide, right? But you have to have that window needs to be really close to the acceptance of PO so you don't get burned.
So as it relates to due dates, and I won't ask you guys to raise your hand, but scale of 1 to 10, how important is the due date that you communicate to the client? Is it, right? You know, I'm telling you 50% of my clients that I coach at EGS just say, well, we just kind of go with a 6-week, or we just kind of go with an 8-week. I mean, they, like, there's no relationship to reality or the actual, and scheduling, well, we you know, it's impossible for us to do scheduling. It harkens back to when I was doing commercial off-the-shelf accounting packages. I was writing commercial off-the-shelf accounting packages and making a lot of money at it because every company said, we do accounting differently. How the hell do you do accounting differently? and how do we do machining so differently that we can't schedule? Right? I you know, it blows my mind. Dave's like, cut it out. But so how important is the due date, right? We know that you get delivery, price, and quality. Those are the 3, and the client gets 2. So if they take delivery and quality, they're always going to take quality. Then you get price, and that's how you make money. If you can give them delivery, you can make money. But if you don't give them delivery, then that's why you're afraid to give them a price that's really what your costs are. Because you know, actually, I have to give them price too, or else they won't give me the work because I'm going to be late. If we could get this due date thing fixed as an industry, as small to medium-sized manufacturers, we could make a lot more money. And I think the season is upon us now because the demand, particularly with the with our defense infrastructure and all these other industries really turning on, there's not going to be enough of us to provide the parts that are coming. And so if you can be one who what you say is what you do from a due date standpoint, you know,
they're
price,
just going to call you. They're going to call you first. I mean, we're coming up on an age with automation that they're gonna want all 3. We're living in an age right now where you can get away with 2 of the 3. It's not going to be that way for long. More and more automation we have, they're going to want quality, price, and delivery, because our competitors are rising up, and our competitors pay less an hour. So I mean, there are things that we got to find that. But it's so critical for you to have your data right. You need to have your data right in your ERP system. You have to have your data right around your machine utilization. You have to have your data right in your accounting, because if you don't know those 3 things, you aren't going to give an informed decision. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Any questions on contract review before we move on?
Don't ask any more questions, man. Okay.
We hit this. We talked about the person who quoted the job. Make sure that person's in there, because sometimes they're in a hot seat. Programming and engineering, I mean, I can't say I am a programmer because I haven't programmed in 10 years, but when I was a programmer and you gave me a part and you said, how long is it going to take? I'm going to pad my time. I'm going to tell you something I'm going to meet or beat. But if you tell me I need this done in 30 minutes, I'm going to approach the project differently. I'm going to have to think outside the box. So when you come into this job, even in the quoting side, challenge your programmers. Hey, we've seen this done in this amount of time. How do you do it that way? Unleash your creativity, think outside the box, different tooling. There are ways to do this better, right? Scheduling. We have arguments with people about scheduling. Some people like, I don't need to schedule. I'm not going to go over that right now. I'll go over it later. Quality, make sure you can measure it. And of course, production. Make sure you have the people. A lot of times, this is an issue around holidays. We're coming up on Thanksgiving and Christmas. You're going to have 20% of your workforce out probably on some kind of vacation, especially if you have a use it or lose it mentality on your vacation, right? You're going to have less people. So production's going to say, I'd love to do that, but we're going to be down 7 or 8 people in the plant, and I can't do that. So make sure production says we can do it, because you got a people capacity, because you might have all the information from Datanomics as you want as far as machine utilization, but if you don't have the human being to do that, we have a problem, right? So make sure these people are in the room. But like the note, Mike's note, hash it out, should not be a hash it out meeting. That's going to be a default. People are going to wing it. They're going to be busy. They're going to come to the meeting without their information. I know 90-some% of people aren't confrontational, but this is when you say, leave, come back when you have your data.
Yes, because if you do these contract reviews as hash it out meetings, in the same way if you make your Gimbo walks hash it out walk, you'll give up on them because they become too time consuming. So you absolutely can't let those.
Because you got to be making chips.
Yep.
Scheduling. I love scheduling. Junk in, junk out. Got to be diligent on your entry around scheduling. When you quote, when you do your contract reviews and you have that data, and then you put that data, make sure, because when your quote turns into your router is all the information that you're scheduling. It's pulling that information and saying, these are the hours it's going to take on this kind of work center. And then it's going to shift all your workload one way or another based on that data. So if you just pile in a whole bunch of junk at the same time and put bad due dates, you're just going to have a scheduling. Basically, I've seen, I don't know, man, 8, 9 ERP systems, and I've seen them run the way they're supposed to, where people are really diligent and putting time and effort into their scheduling module, and they can use it, and they like it. And the same exact software, someone put a whole bunch of bad data and say, ERP system's junk. Every ERP system can schedule. You know what, Alex? I'd love to hear your take on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one little nugget. One kind of classic pitfall that I've seen is customers when they're quoting, if they want to bump up the price, they'll pad their run times or they'll pad their setup times, and that completely blows away your ability to then utilize your ERP to use that scheduling module within the ERP. It's a really dangerous thing to try to increase price by changing
by schedule. Yeah,
that's a great.
I always recommend if you need to fluctuate price, you use a markup or a margin calculation. Don't mess with your times. Your times are your times. That's your estimating is to best guess. Fluctuate with that price. That's an art form. What are you going to price this to your customer? But please don't mess with your run times. Then you're going to not be able to use your scheduling module.
That is absolutely pivotal. You don't want to mess. You don't want to mess with the times. Increase your margin, and you don't want to increase your costs. Like, oh, my costs are really this, but I'm going to artificially inflate my costs, because that's wrong too. Paul,
yes.
Talk to me, brother.
Accurate. And it works the other way as well. If you want to sharpen your pencil, don't lower your cycle times and setup times.
Yes.
When you publish an unrealistic target to your team, it's like the most demoralizing thing ever. Like, what
Thank
the
you.
hell? I can't hit this time.
Right, right.
And then they don't even try. So do it with margin. Even if you know you're going to lose money on that first job, put a negative margin on it. If you're making a strategic decision to do that, that's fine. And in ProShop, taking on a loss so everyone knows you intended to. But yeah, don't do it both ways. Use your most accurate times always for the job.
Absolutely, because the data is so critical. And like Paul said, if you say, hey, it's a 10-minute cycle time, but you send it out there at 2 minutes, your employee is going to be like, what the heck, man? You know this can't be done. Oh, I know I'm doing it at a loss, but this makes me look bad.
Mm-hmm.
If you put a negative margin there, that's your call. That's not my call. It makes me feel like I'm doing a bad job. Nobody wants to be in the red. But when we schedule, we have to make sure the data is right. We have to drill down, we have to challenge ourselves, we have to make sure it's right. And control what actually is work in process.
Yeah, that's something that's reared its ugly head in the last 12 to 18 months as we have a M&A side of the business. We're helping people sell their companies, and Dan is the inventory meister. Inventory becomes a really big problem. It's always a big problem. It's just one that you don't see. You have your work in process, which is labor and material and all your outside. It's basically your cost of goods sold, right? It sits in work in process until the part's finished, and then you either sell the part or you put it in finished goods inventory. And like no one seems to want to put finished goods in finished goods inventory or something. But yeah, and because you don't want to pay taxes on finished good inventory.
Yeah,
but
work in process is one of those things that you got to track it.
You have to track
You need to
it.
understand how much is in. It's the rat going through the snake kind of thing. You got to know how much that is. Bob?
Can't hear you.
If you go into an M&A activity, any buyer worth their salt is going to kick the can on your whip. And if they find you've got aged jobs, that's straight off the valuation.
Bob, Vlad and I worked on a project. It seems to have lasted 17 years. But there's a very, very efficient shop that about $9 million in inventory. In WIP. Huh?
Not on the books.
Not on the books. And in a month, in a year, the inventory value changed about $2 million up, right? That's neat, but add back when you go to sell your business. This business sold for 9 times EBITDA. That means he sacrificed $18 million to save $1 million in taxes. That's what inventory and WIP, just not calculating it, will do. Because anybody willing to write like a 30 or 40 or $50 million check, they're going to hire the best in the country to look at all your stuff. And if you paid Aunt Sally $500 2 years ago for a haircut, they're going to find it and they're going to ask that question. And you're like, no way they're going to ask that question. They're going to ask that question, along with how many hairs are on your head. That's just what happens. But WIP and inventory, you need to nail that down and have a good understanding of where it's at. And if you're not going to book it, you're going to pay the tax, or you're going to sign some kind of documentation saying you're going to accept any penalty if the IRS comes at that company for that tax evasion tactic, pretty much. So these are things it's very, very important.
But I just want to say that the alternative to WIP is to just recognize expense when it occurs. And what does that do when you do that? Can someone tell me what happens if you buy enough material for the next 3 months this month? Well, you have cash flow issues because you bought all that material, but what does it do to your P&L? Yeah, you're going to have all this expense this month and no expense next month. No revenue this month, a bunch of revenue next month.
That's right.
And you have a worthless income statement because you don't know what's going on.
It's called lumpy. Not worthless, it's called lumpy.
It's lumpy. And so, I used to say the juice isn't worth the squeeze, man. Don't worry about it, just expense it. But you really don't know what your business is doing if you're not collecting these buckets. And you need go ahead.
Here's the
rub.
Here's the rub. If you're a 1 or 2 man shop and you're buying, everything's discrete. You get a discrete PO, you buy to that PO, and it takes you 2 to 8 weeks to make that, right? It is what it is. Is WIP worth it when you're less than 10 people? I would probably say, I really don't know. I'd probably throw that up. If you have a ERP system that does that for you easily, okay.
Yeah.
Paul talked about that. But if you have an ERP system that helps you with that, wonderful. But it's a lot of, the calculation I had in my shop when I was doing about $2.5 million took me about 20 minutes a month. I'd go through There's a formula. You calculate your WIP. This is what it is. You go through your ledger, make some adjustments, and you have a WIP adjustment in there. At least you know the number. So if you don't have a software or fancy way to do it, there is a standard accounting way to figure.
There is a
WIP
standard
number.
accounting way to do it.
That's
yeah.
Because accounting,
It's
you know,
just
they
an
have rules.
equation. Yeah.
It's an equation. You pop this in and off you go.
Yeah.
At least you have a number, but don't make it a huge deal if you're a small shop.
I'm afraid to call on Dan.
Dan.
The only exception I would say to that is that, because I hear the same thing, that we get an order, we buy the material for it. The problem is that sometimes is that when they get an order, the due date is 5 months away, but they buy the material now. And so it sits for 4 months. That could have been cash in your pocket to do other things with, rather than scheduling the material to come in closer to when the work order needs to be built.
Yeah.
And when you do that, to Dan's point, if you're going to buy a chunk of Inconel that's it's 12 inches by 18 inches, it's, you know, probably what, $3-4. But if you're going to buy this Inconel, you can call your supplier in November 1st and say, I need this in February. Deliver it in February. You can order it in advance and have it delivered then, and then you have payment terms based on when you get it. So it doesn't mean don't do the work and forget about it. Just do the work and tell them when you want it delivered and track it that way. And you're conserving your cash flow. Tell them when you need it, right? Great point.
Good. Okay.
Prioritize based on on-time delivery opposed to scheduling due dates. So I run everything in a schedule according to when things are due.
What is it?
I'm just reading that. Huh. That statement's, that sentence look. Yeah, yes, it is. You want to schedule things according to when your ability to ship them on their due date. Okay? You need to know how long it's going to take to ship, how long it's going to take to move through your shop, and move it and schedule it according to making sure due dates. Oftentimes you'll have a customer and you want to ship a $500,000 job and it's due in January, but man, if I can ship it in December, I'm going to shift all this stuff out and make it late. But I want to ship that big nut in December for my year. Okay, you can work that out, that's fine, but I don't know that I would sacrifice your on-time delivery percentage for that. I love the first in, first out methodology when it comes to scheduling. An order comes in, it's due, I'm prioritizing based on this is my lead time. The first thing comes in, first thing that goes out. The only time that there's an exception to that is if I have a screw order, then I have a plate order, then I have a screw order. I'm going to run the 2 screw orders at the same time. Well, screws in place typically don't run on the same machine, but you understand. I'd run the like parts at the same time to reduce this setup. As long as it's not going to blow my other due date, that's the only way I would commonize those. But a lot of people, they'll schedule priority according to customer name or relationship, and they sacrifice their due date, or they sacrifice their on-time delivery. And what's your on-time delivery metric? Well, I'm 40% on-time delivery, but I'm 100% with my good customer. But the next time you want another customer, that customer could totally be ticked off because you're at 40% on-time delivery with them. So I think what we're trying to say in this statement is make sure you schedule to get your due date on time, to get your on-time delivery as high as possible, because that's your integrity. Not only if you always hit your due date and your customer has 5 or 6 people, your buyer is going to have to buy, say they have to buy 2,000 line items, but every time they buy from you, they get it when you want it. I bring up BC&F gun drilling all the time. We call BC&F gun drilling when we needed a part. They would gun drill it, and they would say 6 weeks. I'm like, come on, man, can I pay an expedite fee? I said, no, it's 6 weeks. It is what it is. But in 6 weeks, I always got it. For like 10 years, I always got it on time. They would tell me, hey, this is the lead time. And sometimes it was ugly, but they never missed. I didn't go anywhere else besides BC&F because it was a known. So, and you guys have suppliers. When you ask them and they hit it, if you have a good coating supplier, let everybody else know. But if you have a good coating supplier and they're going to coat and they're going to do something in 48 hours and do it well, and they hit it all the time, great. Then you're going to stick with that supplier, right? Well, you guys want to be those suppliers. because you might be more expensive, but reliable. Because buyers hate chasing all these different line items. Buyers have 15 orders out there, 20, 30 orders out there, 100 orders out there, but they have 15 that they're always chasing. Those buyers are getting in trouble because their production, their shipments are down because they aren't getting stuff when they need it. So that heat, at the end of the day, isn't worth the lower dollar they're paying for it. So let that work itself out. So being on time is super critical.
Yep. We'll do this last slide and then we'll take a break. This is a capacity slide.
I love capacity. I love working capacity. So oftentimes people will say I have 10 machines, I work 10 hours a day, 4 days a week, so clearly I have 400 hours of time. So I'm gonna build my schedule. I'm gonna enter my ERP system. I have 400 hours available. Perfect. They don't put any efficiency rating or anything on those 400 hours. It's, hey, we're all perfect. We're always gonna get everything done just the way we want. So you build your schedule, then we get pissed off at our scheduling system because we aren't perfect. Just letting you guys know, no one here is perfect. So when you build this, 10 machines, 3 shifts, 8 hours, 24 hours, you got 240 hours, 5 days, you got 1,200 hours a week to work with. It's really important to build some kind of efficiency rating. This is a little different. Paul may argue with me. I'm prepared for that. I like to put this percentage really close to my on-time delivery percentage. You might think, hey man, that mill, Datanomics is telling me that mill is 70% utilization and I'm nailing it and that's perfect. But my on-time delivery is 62%. I challenge you. It's gonna come off that mill and go somewhere, right? You have a whole process that has to go through. Your grade card, if you know your on-time delivery, I like to build my efficiency around that. If you're working out of a hole, like if you're really hitting 30, 40, 50% on-time delivery, that's about the only way to work out of it, in my eyes. I've done that a couple times, but not putting this in there is certain failure.
Sir, shouldn't you, in theory, build in whatever planned efficiency you have in the quote? Otherwise, you're never going to get paid for that.
Absolutely.
This is a capacity.
You're double dipping.
This is a capacity calculation.
This is
for scheduling purposes.
Remember, because we don't change the hours on our quote.
Right.
Okay, we say, hey, it's going to take this long. That's fine.
Including efficiency.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're
Yes.
not going to pay for the machine.
Has to be real. That efficiency rating would be the same thing. Same thing, not double dipping, it's just the same. Making sure as we load that into our schedule, making sure that if you're putting 70% efficiency in your quote, it's great, but you're still 60% on-time delivery, your number's wrong. You follow me?
Yes, no, I hear what you're saying, then everybody's prices are going up, because you're going to have to add more time into that cycle.
Well, that's
You got to move back around your efficiency number back to what you actually ran.
it is a PDCA cycle.
Yep.
That's where Datanomics help you. They'll tell you exactly how long it took you.
On the machine. On the machine. But if it sits in shipping for 2 weeks every stinking time, right? So as far as your efficiency, how many hours? I'm talking about scheduling and getting it through the shop. If you have X amount of hours in your shop, make sure that you're actually only scheduling the amount of hours to make sure your schedule's right that you're producing. You can use the utilization software and you can pull that together and say, I'm only getting this many effective hours in my shop, and you can schedule that. That's 100% fine. But if this number isn't really close, that efficiency number that you're using, if that isn't kind of close to what you're seeing in on-time delivery, I would say you're being either gracious or maybe too hard on yourself. That's a quick gut check that I like to employ. And the reason I say that is we had a plant in Philadelphia. We were probably 62% on time. Unfortunately, 80% of our business was one customer because they were giving us $30 million a year and they were growing faster than we could diversify. And they were like, we're going to pull $20 million away from you guys unless you can become on time. And well, we looked at the schedule and we're scheduling 100%. Hey, we have 1,200 hours a week and we're scheduling 1,200 hours a week. And I was like, but we only produce 700 hours a week. So we went to the schedule and changed the schedule. So this is about making sure that parts are going out the door on time. As far as scheduling and building your price and building your efficiency in your price, different calculation, I understand. But what we want to do is when we say, hey, this is going to come in December 3rd, we got to be right. So make sure that the number of hours is really the number of hours you're producing in your shop. Does that make sense? Bob?
Dave, how would you recommend people get to their earned hours? What have you done in the past? Has it been demonstrated output?
How do you get to your earned hours? How would I recommend? Well, I like pulling out information out of an ERP system, see how many hours are logged against a job specifically, and that's my hour usage. So you have direct and you have indirect hours in your ERP system. Use your direct hours, and you take all your employees, and this is how many direct hours, and those are the hours I use for all my data. I use that to calculate my burden rates, my earned hours. I use that to calculate how many hours or we're really pushing through a schedule to get some kind of average. But I use earned hours all the time, because if you have 1,200 hours scheduled, but you're finding that your team only clocks 600 hours against jobs a week, well, you're 600 hours shy. Is that a go-get? 100%. You're leaving money on the table. We have a big efficiency gap if you have that, but you have to drill down into it for sure.
Yep. Good question.
Questions?
Okay. Why don't we take a break and come back at 2:15?
Yeah, let's do that, Mike. That's a great idea.
We need more coffee.
Coffee, water.
Water. It's a beautiful day outside, I think.
It is. All right, let's go. So that was my dad voice. Huh. So let's talk quality a little bit. You know, when we talk quality, there are things you have to decide. Every company needs some kind of standard, whether it's an ISO 9001, AS 9100, ISO 13485. To get into a client that's going to pay you well, you're going to need something that says you say this and you do this. Everybody wants to know that you do what you say and you say what you do. And that's really what these standards are about. So it's about that you have your act together and you do what you say and you say what you do. So these standards, ISO 9001 is the basic one. It's probably the least expensive one to get. It's not going to get you as far as a lot of other standards. AS 9100 is the aerospace defense standard, which you'll need to be ITAR compliant, and you need to step up your CMMC. CMMC is a real thing. You got to be on top of that. And ISO 13485 is your medical cert, which is it's heavy. It's similar to AS 9100. It's just not as adaptable. When you say you're going to do something in medical, if you're making an implant, well, you don't change a line of code in your program at that point. So if you're making an implant, you're making them over and over again, you don't go speed up your feeds and speeds anymore once you have something validated for something for a company like Medtronic. And then you have arguments with quality people over 50 millionths of an inch for 6 months. But hypothetically speaking, the company standards really help you get there. A lot of times, if you guys, I know a lot of you people have invested in AS 9100 or 1345, and you do that so you qualify to get into larger companies like a Lockheed Martin or something like that, using Lockheed there around here, right? So, and you got to be able to measure your performance. Part of quality is how are you doing? How do you do? Your on-time delivery, yeah, you think that's a production metric or an operations metric. It's also a quality metric. Because the quality wants to say, well, we say our goal is 95% on time. Are we 95% on time? You say what you do you do what you say, right? So you got to measure. On the job, you have two different chapters. What I see is how quality is applicable in a facility. This is my opinion. Okay, we can have this discussion for a long time. Mike will pretty much pull me off stage if I go too deep. Then at a job level, you have scrap. You have a scrap percentage and rework percentage. You got to measure that. You got to know what your scrap percentage and rework percentage is. If you have a lot of rework, you got to know that you spent time doing the job. Now you got to spend time redoing the job, and the time you're redoing the job is actually time you could be doing the next job. So for every $1 you lose in rework, it's actually $3. So it's 3x, and it's probably more because now you got opportunity costs, you got schedule costs. Now it's going to push into overtime. So minimum of 3x is what it's going to cost you. So Yahtzee. And I really push people to make sure NCRs, non-conforming reports, right? Am I saying that right? Yes. So you got to make sure when you do something wrong, you got to write down, hey, this went wrong. And then if you're really smart, you look at your NCRs and say, wow, we have a whole bunch of NCRs on this kind of process. Maybe we ding things in shipping all the time. And we have 50 NCRs and 40 of them are for dings and shipping, cosmetics coming out of shipping. I smell a CAPA, which is a corrective action, preventative action, which should always be paired with a root cause analysis to say what's wrong so we can stop 40% of our scrap, right? So at the job level, we should know what our scrap and what our rework is, and we should do NCRs at the job level. On the plant level, you should know your scrap percentage in your plant, and you should know your cost of quality every month. Hey, this is how many scrap parts I had last month, this is the issue, and this is how many dollars are tied to that, okay? And you should know your plant rework, and you should tie your rework to how many dollars you're really losing. Because if you don't look at that, hey, we had a rework job, it's $5,000, this is what happened, okay, and then you just sweep it under the rug, that $5,000 probably cost you $20,000. $20,000's a lot of money. So just saying, it's a big deal. So, and at the plant level, you should go through your CAPAs. And what we do, oftentimes we'll have a software, we'll have a quality manual, and we'll have NCRs, and we'll have CAPAs. And all we do is, hey, it's getting close to audit time, and we just pencil whip stuff. Well, that's not what it's really meant for. You're not getting any better if you just pencil whip quality stuff. It's very important that you take the issue seriously. It's not like coming down hard on employees, because I'll be honest with you, if you have a scrap part, you have a process problem. Not necessarily an employee problem. I'll point everything to a process. If Bob is scrapping something all the time, you have a training issue, or you're giving Bob something and setting him up for failure. I have a friend I was talking to, and they're giving somebody a job, and they have a mill, and call it 200 tools in the mill, and they want to leave 140 tools in the mill and only 60 tools left. Well, we have a person scrapping a lot of parts. Well, why? Well, he has 100 different tool changes in the mill because he couldn't use the other 120 tools. Is it because the employee's junk? Really, no. How do you even know? Because you aren't giving an employee a chance to set it up once and run the part. So oftentimes you might make a rash decision saying, hey, Bob is scrapping all kinds of parts, and we're going to get rid of Bob, when the truth is we're setting them, the process is a problem. So when you have quality, I really encourage you guys to look at your people as people that come to work with a mindset they want to do a good job, and make sure we're giving all our people a good process. Always look at the process first. Are you setting your team up for success? And so looking at this scrap, look at this rework is important. So your CAPAs, that should be meaningful. You should have a quality person and a production person and the person that actually had the scrap issue at the table when you had this discussion. It should be a real discussion. Corrective action, preventative action. We're going to fix an issue, and we're going to prevent it from happening in the future. We're all so darn busy that we don't want to do the quality stuff, but we're not too busy just to do it again.
To do it again and
right?
again and again.
And so what happens is it just doesn't become important to us. But when you get really serious about taking your shop to the next level, if you want to go from 1, 2, 3 million to 5, 10, 15, 20 million dollars, this is where rubber meets the road.
Yeah, one of the lean processes, that process mapping is part of the lean, assumes you have some processes in place. And if you don't have processes in place, you have heroes doing the work. You either have process or you have heroes. If you have heroes doing the work and then they don't do the work today, someone else does it, it's not going to be done right.
Let me tell you a secret about heroes, because I've lived this for so long. Not being a hero, just lived this managing heroes, right? I got the cape, it's over here. A hero carries a lot of pressure. They love to perform, man. You give them the hardest job and they're going to get it out the door. Often, heroes start their own shops because they can do it better than their boss, right? And that's how they start, but you got to kind of break out of that mold at some point. But a hero loves to fix it, and almost they love chaos because they can get you out of chaos. So they thrive in chaos. But the problem is the hero winds up working 60, 70, 80 hours a week, and then the hero gets bitter. Now you have a hero, someone you need, and the hero's angry. Hero's not happy because now everybody depends on me, and now I got to do all the damn work. And then the hero gets burnt out.
And then you bring someone in to help the hero, and they get jealous because I'm the hero. Why'd you bring it? It gets to be a mess.
So the psychology around this is you take the hero and turn him into a process hero, where you pull him in the room and say, you've done such a great job at this. We're building this next process. How should we build it?
Yep.
How can we teach these people? How can we bring people up here? You've done such a fantastic job. How do we write this down and make it a process to where we can build, instead of you doing it, we have 5 people doing the same thing. Let's teach people this talent. Well, I'll lose my job. No, you're actually going to elevate your job, right? We're going to give you a little extra money, and you're going to, instead of 2 hands doing all this fantastic work, now we have 10 hands doing it. And you reward that hero that way. That way you're taking that tribal knowledge and turning it into a process, right? So it's really critical to dive into your people that are really willing to pull the wagon. Oftentimes our default as owners is we hitch our wagon to them and we run them into the damn ground.
Yeah.
And what happens is they get tired after a while. And money doesn't keep them. Money only goes so far. They got to enjoy what they're doing. It's okay to be a hero and be able to do some great things, but you turn those people into someone who can take a process and make it really special. It takes a special boss to be able to get the best out of an employee like that, but it's really important. So, and the last thing here at the plant level, do your management reviews. Please don't do them the day before the audit. They're meaningful. Bring people up to speed. All your managers, your team, the ownership really need to know how the plant's doing. Make it a meaty conversation. If you can, take it off site for half a day where you really sit down and dig into making your plant better. I think a management review is a fantastic tool, but take the quality stuff seriously. We, as machinists, we take the chips seriously. We take the spindles seriously. Employees, love them, hate them, depends on the day. Employees can be tough, right? But oftentimes quality is just, it's a necessary evil. It's a sunk cost. It's not. It's a difference between $70 an hour and $250 an hour, believe it or not.
Yep.
So
quality function.
Gavin.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that end, if you take people off site or you're on site but you invest half a day, make sure you document those actions and you follow up on those actions. That gets forgotten about so often.
Absolutely. And the more you do that, if you heard him, he said document the actions and do something about it. But the more you actually take those actions and do something about it, you get everybody bought into your system. Now it's not just a document, it's not just a piece of paper that's on the shelf. Hopefully you take this business plan home and you do something with it. But your quality is something you should be doing something with on a monthly basis. You should be able to go to your quality manager and say, what's my cost of quality last month? And they should be able to give you a dollar figure. And your quality manager should also say, we really struggle here. When are we going to do something about this? Because if you want to see a frustrated quality manager, show them a whole bunch of issues and don't do a damn thing about it. That will make a really good quality manager really upset. In fact, you'll probably lose a good one. So just for what it's worth, this stuff is so critical. So, and if you can't make a good part, then you're not long for this world. The quality is a barrier to entry in our business, right? You got to be able to make a good part.
You'll notice in the capability maturity model, the way you move up from ad hoc to optimize, you'll see quality function, then quality system, certs, and then a full-time resource. I mean, quality becomes a bigger deal the further you move up the capability
And then it
model.
splits. You have quality control and quality assurance. It winds up splitting, right? And then you have a quality director over those two things. So that's the maturity around that.
Last slide, and then we have Paul coming up. The metric slide. Dan will say, don't measure it if you aren't going to do anything about it, and doing something about it is performing a root cause analysis on it. So that quality piece, the root cause analysis. If you're not performing the root cause analysis on it, you're going to repeat. You're doing all this work for quality, and then you're going to do it again, and you're going to be like, this is the same thing that happened a month ago, and it's because you've captured it, but you haven't figured out why it's happening. So that root cause analysis, I don't press it enough with the clients that I coach. It's the quickest way to do 5 months, 5 times, right? I mean, it's important. Okay, so metrics. This is this our SKU dip? You guys heard of SKU dip?
Pretty close.
What's the I?
Dan? Inventory.
Yeah. How many of you have metrics around inventory? One person?
If you're doing single piece flow, you need to know how many parts are moving through your facility, and you need to know how many parts need to be or where they need to be to move through your facility, and how many need to come off this operation, that operation. Measuring inventory at different stages in your facility if you're making high production is so critical.
For cash flow, for profitability, for on-time delivery. I mean, inventory impacts so many parts of our business, but we don't necessarily emphasize it. So, safety.
Yes, safety.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Well, safety. It's reportable incidents. So, do you think you capture all the reportable incidents, or do you have a culture where we don't encourage you to report this stuff? Usually, a reportable incident sends someone to the hospital, though, or to a clinic or something, and doesn't that hit your experience your EMR. Yeah. So, you know, safety becomes a big deal. I had a road and bridge construction company, and it was just one of those periods in my life. I think I lost 600 grand with that. But safety was one of the things that put me out of the business. Because a guy, what do you call one of those things, skid steer, is taking the thing that the auger off and putting the bucket on, and when they did that, the bucket dropped on his hands, and our experienced mod went through the roof. Our workers' comp was untenable, and it was one of the things that put us out of business, amongst other things, bad quoting, all the stuff that we talk about. But so safety, we take it for granted until it's an issue, and then it's like an issue. So how do we approach safety? I always say we should celebrate safety, right? If we've had a quarter of safe operations, we should celebrate. I don't know, have a barbecue or something to keep it top of mind for the employees. Anyone else have strategies for safety to keep it top of mind? Yes.
We give a half day of PTO for every quarter the entire crew goes without a reportable expense.
He said he gives the workforce a half a day of PTO for every quarter they have a safe operation.
Tony, you raise your hand?
Yes.
Well, I say that I have heard pros and cons of doing things like that, because then sometimes the employees will not report because they want the bonus or they want the other benefit.
Yeah. Is there a correlation between a recordable event and them going to the hospital, though? And if there is, you're going to find out about it, right? If I cut my finger, was that a recordable event? Well, not if it means I'm not going to get a half day of PTO. But, you know, I mean, it could get like that. But I mean, you also have Band-Aids, yes.
So that hit your cogs.
Yeah.
We have a safety manager who actively walks the floor asking people for things that they see as unsafe, but it's twice a week, every week without fail. So constant contact.
Yeah, so now you're in the managed or optimized portion of the capability maturity model as it relates to safety if you're doing that. Yes?
This doesn't apply to my current position, but I've worked in positions where it was a very large worldwide corporation, and as a supervisor there, we were not allowed to incentivize safety.
Not allowed to incentivize safety.
There was a legal thing. You couldn't give pizza out. You couldn't give a pizza party because somebody got hurt, or you weren't allowed to do that. Is that? Has anybody ever heard of that?
Because they got hurt.
Because they did
get hurt. Okay.
You're not allowed to.
So we had a safety team, right? And then they had a checklist, and basically a safety team. I think we changed every quarter, every half. The people would kind of shuffle in there, so where it was always somebody from different representative from every department. Walk around looking for like cords, trip hazards, this, that, and the other, and we would go about that. And we would have a company like get together, whether it was a barbecue or pizza party or whatever, or we would just have a town hall once a month and say, these are reports. And you use pizza just to feed people, not just for safety, because that is there. I've heard that. Okay. But safety is one of those things that, man, lost time. When you lose time an employee, that's losing gold.
Yeah.
So it's
care about these people too.
absolutely
sure.
right. So if you have we had a safety team that did we bi-monthly audits? We did bi-monthly audits, and then we had that documentation. Then we also invited our insurance carrier in to walk the floor once a year or twice a year to say, hey, this is what we got going on. Do you have any advice or recommendations? And that actually got us better insurance rates. They knew we had a safety team. They met our safety team, and we invited them in. Because oftentimes we don't want our insurance carriers in, but they'll pay a third party to come in and give you that advice, and it's actually fantastic. So there's ways to save money there. Got the blue screen of death. Safety, quality, we talked about quality metrics. On-time delivery, we talked about on-time delivery metrics.
Battery.
Oh, no. Here.
Thank you.
On-time delivery metrics, we talked about that. Dan asked me, Dan and I had a spirited debate. If you have a customer that's 70% of your business, and you have a customer that's 1% of your business, and the customer is 1% of your business, you have a job, you gave them a promised due date, and the 70% of your business calls and they say, we need this right away. Are you going to sacrifice the 70% customer for the 1% customer? That's called self-preservation. Sandvik won't take an expedite
What'd you
fee,
do,
and it is what it is, right? So because they have a lot of small customers and big customers alike. So it depends. If you want 100% on-time delivery, first in, first out works, but you do have to use common sense. If you have someone that's actually putting food on everybody's table and they're a large part of your business and you're not very well diversified, you have to take care of those people. I would say schedule for 5 days, and if that 70% customer wants something, charge them the overtime, work the overtime, and handle both customers and honor your word. That's what I would say. Dan would say, kick the 1% out and move on. No. No. Mosey's saying, oh, yeah, you have.
That would be really weird to go to jail for, like, incentivizing. I'm sorry, I got stuck on that. I could have been asleep in that class, but I would imagine if I paid Bernadette directly for training, I mean for safety, then that would disincentivize her from reporting a safety violation. But if I do the team, I don't see how that could be. Yes.
So one way we kind of worked with that, so in a past position, I worked in construction as well.
It's a real
One way we worked with that previously was we would actually use near-miss reporting rather than legit safety reporting, because then you're talking about something that didn't actually affect someone, and making sure you're creating conversations around safety.
And that's the key.
That didn't actually hurt someone.
Yeah.
And then further down the line, we can do that analysis based off of that stuff and say, I need to think about these things that were all near misses rather than all these things that were
Actual. I like that.
Yep. That was something we did.
I moved.
Okay.
You're done
So,
with efficiency now.
so we're done with quality. What's that?
I moved through quality and on-time delivery.
Yep. Efficiency. Yes.
Can I just say something real quick about safety, because we got a whole group here. We were having a terrible problem with workers' comp and our EMR, and it was really high. And something that we implemented that was very inexpensive was short-term disability. And by providing a short-term disability plan for our employees, that prevented all the people who may go out on the weekend and fall from the roof and come in and hurt their back. And it just really made a big change when we started operating that. And it was like $400 a month for everybody or something.
Yeah,
That's
that
really
makes
good.
sense.
No, Mike will tell you 68% of people will find themselves disabled before retirement. Right? 68% of business owners?
Yeah. If you and a partner start a business before retirement, 68% of those partnerships will have one of the partners have a issue from a health standpoint. So. Yeah, well,
probably me, man.
We're going to buy health, disability insurance. That's for sure. So, efficiency, how do you define efficiency?
Quote to actual.
Quote to actual is how we define efficiency versus earned hours, which is I paid you for 8, how many billable hours did you have today? So that's the comparison and contrast. Efficiency, we quoted 6 hours, you did it in 4 hours. Great, but that's the only thing you did today. So you got a good efficiency score and a really poor earned hours score, right? And we want to compare and contrast those two.
That's a way we can bring the indirect time into the equation to make sure that we're maximizing the utilization of the employee and the piece of equipment.
And then average setup time is, that seems to be a a big deal. Certainly, it's a big deal in a high mix, low volume shop if you're spending a lot of time doing setups. And so, that could be part of your efficiency if you're bidding setups in your quotes. And I think you should be, right? So then you'll have an efficiency on the quote time, but then also what's our average quote time? Because if you bid 2 hours of quote time, but you're always taking 6, that doesn't make sense either.
Setup time, you mean?
Setup time, yeah. So how many of you quote setup time?
How many of you don't quote setup time?
You do, because that's design work, or no?
On which? Okay, on both plants, or just one plant?
Neither. Well, Chumadai does
Okay.
but the other does not.
Well, good to see so many people do quote setup time. Do you do you make money on it, or do you lose money on setup time?
Hopefully
Or not?
you make money on it, but usually if I'm lucky, I'm pretty close on the first shot, and then I get more efficient every time by doing these other things to increase efficiency.
That cracked you up, Hernan. Why are you laughing?
Oh, because it's hard to measure. It's hard to tell, especially on the first shots, right?
Yeah,
So
we don't
measure well enough, but again, assuming, and Jen will hit this slap in the face later on, but the assumption in our plan would be that we would probably lose a little bit of money on the first time, like you're mentioning, but on repeats, we'll nail it down and then we'll
Gotcha.
make up for it.
There is a way to know exactly what your setup time is on every job. Go talk to them tomorrow. I can look at every job that I've run. We've got hooked up to data nominance. It'll give your average setup time real. And what it does is when you start a new program, it waits until you run it through in full auto. So those of you who are programmers know you gotta stop, check a dimension, and then run it in full auto. It assumes that's the end of your setup. Now you still may have some past it. Best way I've ever seen to track setup time actually.
Yeah, so maybe you can help us negotiate, because we have data anomalies on 8 of our 26 machines.
They'll give you a ball pass. They got little coupons and stuff over here.
I love you, man.
Okay.
You ready? You were born ready, weren't you?
So I know most of you aren't familiar with this gentleman. Paul?
The famous Paul Van Meter.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good to have you.
Do I need a microphone for the thing over there?
Can you roll?
What's that? I would sign if I need this for this thing. So if I feed. Yeah. Let's just thumb wrestle for no. All right. Well, first of all, if I could have you guys humor me. For those of you that are Pro Shop customers, can you raise your hands just really high? Awesome. And those that are not, please look around before you. There's a lot of you here, and I'm so glad you're here, investing in your business, taking the time to get out of the fray, think about strategy. So I'm going to talk about using operational data to make improvements. With only 15 or so minutes, we can't nearly get into the depth of it, so I'm going to talk about sort of 5 different areas that we think are important. And I also have 3 sort of a little bit more salesy slides. So just for a little bit of history, and for those that aren't as familiar with us, starting from the bottom, the story of Pro Shop started in 1997 when I started a machine shop right out of college with some college buddies, funded by a second mortgage. When we were realizing we are outgrowing the Excel-based system we started with, we could not find any ERP systems we thought that were worth buying. We went and talked to all the ones that you guys are using. So we decided to hire a developer and to start building something for ourselves. We took on our first software customer in 2008. That was our biggest machine shop customer, actually. It saw Pro Shop, asked us if we'd sell it to them. We said no. They convinced us otherwise. And that started a series of events where we eventually sold the machine shop about 10 years ago. And today we have a team of 100 employees and over 500 clients in many parts of the world. And clients choose us for a number of reasons. You're tired of paper. Doing a lot of the things that Mike and Dave have been talking about is so hard when it's all paper-based. Those of you that have gotten rid of it know the difference. Usually when you have paper, you also have a lot of spreadsheets as well and other little databases to manage different things, and it's extremely time-consuming and expensive. For those of you that are into regulated industries and you need ISO or AS or 1345, you know a disconnected QMS is just so cumbersome. It takes so much time, so much additional labor on top of things. And then, of course, when you don't have live, realistic job costing and WIP and inventory numbers, it's hard to make good financial decisions. So we help our customers with all those things. And when it comes to making good decisions about improvements in your business, data is just so critical to make a database decision rather than an opinionated decision, right? And have people argue about this is more important than that. When you have real data, it's easy to have those conversations. And if you see this chart here, that's just the difference between, we're going to assume that everyone's trying to improve all the time. If you're here, obviously you're a company that cares about that. But the difference between a 0.5% and a 3% compounded improvement, I think what people have said that compound interest is like the 8th wonder of the world, right? If it works in your 401k and your IRA, it also works in your business. If you can change the trajectory of how the rate at which you improve, you can absolutely outpace your competition. All right, so we just want to frame this in a couple of things. What do your clients want from you? I think they want many things, but boiling it down to these three, they want quality parts. That's like we've talked about, that's like a barrier to entry. On time is so critical. We'll talk about why, you all know, but you can charge more when you're on time. And then for a fair price and hopefully delivered really fast so you can get that order quickly. And what does a customer want, or what do you want for your own business? Again, many other things besides this, but I bet if you could distill and get these three things, you'd be pretty happy campers, right? Your customers are happy with you, your employees are engaged and not wanting to leave, they have a fun work environment, and you're making a lot of profit, which is going to make your business more valuable. So we're going to talk about 5 different areas of the business that you can focus on to make those better decisions to hopefully change that rate of improvement. So we're going to talk about NCRs, and I swear we did not talk in advance, Dave and Mike and I, about this, but some of the things they just talked about at their prior slides are pretty much exactly what I'm going to say. So nonconformance reports. I'm sorry, my son is texting me twice. Oh, never mind. He wants to know about a Halloween costume of mine that he's stealing, my rocker costume for those that know me. He's now going to wear it this year, so I couldn't bring it with me tonight. Nonconformance reports, time tracking, job costing, on-time delivery, and client diversification. All right, I think it is important to learn to love NCRs. And I've talked to some of you and interviewed some of you on the podcast that NCRs are not something to be ashamed of. They're not something to sweep under the rug, just like safety. It's important to track them. It's important to measure them. We think it's important to do that really low cost. So if you can make the transactional cost of documenting an NCR literally pennies because it's almost instant, fills everything in for you, it really lets you then collect the data to make those decisions about what to do about those things. And this is where you can do some of that. So this is a report. I'm just using ProShop screenshots to demonstrate the points, which are universal regardless of what system you're using. So this is a nonconformance breakdown report. It allows you to sort by cause code and NCR code and operator and machine. And when I was just talking to a customer recently on the podcast, they talked about how having this level of data can let them build training plans and improvement plans of exactly just like those guys are talking about. If most of your NCRs are on shipping We'll invest in some better packaging materials, right? If most of it's on oversized holes or, or programming mistakes, there's an opportunity to have specific, training objectives for individual people or for your company in general. So, yeah, really looking and just being able to sort by different ways. Maybe your night shift makes more scrap than your day shift does. And maybe there's specific training you need to provide them or better systems you need to provide them. So I think that point has made. So let's move on to time tracking. It's so important to understand what your people are doing. Labor is your biggest expense, very likely, and knowing that your people are working on value-added things instead of things that you can't charge for is just incredibly important. So starting with awareness is the first thing to do. So what this report shows is, by month and in the current month, where are our people spending their time? And you can ignore the actual percentages. This screenshot was taken out of a demo system, and they might be too small to see in the back anyway. But if we can, if we can see that we are spending 95% of our time in production running, that's a wonderful place to be. If we're spending 35% and we're spending 80% on setup time or rework or cleaning or miscellaneous or waiting, those are all areas where we can make strategic changes to make sure that we can start moving the needle on having our people work on more value-added things more of the time. And then once you have that data, and you can drill in, so for those of that aren't familiar with ProShop, everything in blue that shows the actual results is a clickable field. You can click into that and see the exact raw data behind it. So then when you're talking about looking at job costing, you're talking about setup times, you're talking about your quote actuals versus your quote versus actuals. What's actually being reported by your people is really important, right? Do you have a structural problem with this part number where they're running at the best they can and they still can't possibly keep up with your estimated targets? Or do you have a one-off thing where the fixture was weird, they worked through it, they got it rock solid now, and next time it should be golden, right? Those are two very different scenarios. So having that time tracking data of what everyone's doing and then drilling in and then possibly having a conversation with folks like, hey, I see you struggled with this job on setup or on running, or I see that there's been a high scrap rate and you're doing a bunch of rework here, right? Going and talking to the frontline people that are actually doing that work, they're the ones that actually know what's happening, right? And they're the ones that can probably have the best idea of improvements that you can make to improve that job. So time tracking is important. Let me quick show of hands. How many of you feel like you have pretty good time tracking on your shop floor and people are putting in realistic numbers? Raise of hands. Okay, pretty decent. Yep. It is a hard thing. I would say if you're having a hard time with that, really framing the conversation, and you're not there to be big brother and just like snoop on what they're doing all day. You're relying on them as a partner in your company's success because you can't make good decisions without their data, without their input, right? And if you back that up by not going and beat up on them, like say, hey, this job had a 2-hour setup, why did you take 4 hours, right? The question is like, what happened that the systems weren't good enough? You didn't have the right tools. The estimate was actually too low, right? If you could frame it that way, it's much easier to get them really bought in. So, all right, and time tracking feeds directly into job costing. Right, so what we're seeing here is what we call our profit page for a job. And some of you that are ProShop users may see this as a little bit different. This was released just in the last 2 releases, where we actually now, right next to the actual job costing, we put your estimated and the delta. So if you have an estimate, it's going to show you exactly what you estimated for labor, for materials, for machine time, for margin, and show you the delta here on this far right side. And basically, and we adopted this phrase, and I've heard clients now use it time and time again, kill the losers, right? I actually love the phrase. And the kill the losers is every shop has jobs that are not profitable. Just, it's going to happen. And you have basically decisions to make when you identify these jobs. Now, first thing, of course, is to be able to identify. I know a lot of shops that just, I think I might make money, I'm not really sure, right? So so we're making the assumption that you have good time tracking, you're tying in your direct vendor POs, so you know your cost of materials and plating and cutting tools. And you've burdened your machines properly, and you have your overhead numbers. So there's a lot of what ifs there, but as these guys have been talking about, it's so important to dial those numbers in so you can have some accurate costing. But the main point here is that in terms of improving, that improvement rate over time and getting more profitability, this concept of kill the losers is such a powerful concept, right? The 80-20 rule at least applies, if not more, that 20% of your jobs are causing 80% of your losses. And if you can eliminate those by either fixing the process, renegotiating your price, or possibly firing that part number or even that customer in some cases, and systematically working from the worst losers, up the chain, you can absolutely dramatically improve the profitability of the business. I've talked to clients that have doubled and tripled their profitability just by focusing on this process. Every month, they run a profit report, they look at the worst offenders, and they go tackle that and see what they can do, right? And it comes down to those three things: improve the process, raise the price, or stop making the part number. So those are pretty big ones. Let's talk about on-time delivery. We already know that if you can have decent lead times and hit those really reliably, and your customers can rely on you for that, you will be able to charge more money for that, and you will win that business. So a little bit of a case study here. This is from Coastal Machine and Supply, a great EGS customer and ProShop customer, which I think might be streaming today because they couldn't be here in person. This is an example of using the data to make massive improvements in this area. So Coastal, prior to ProShop, they were using E2, I believe, struggling around 50 to 60% on-time delivery, and had a full-time person spending 8 hours a day doing scheduling and capacity planning. That was their full-time job. After putting in ProShop, they bumped up to about 80% on-time delivery. But then they still were not satisfied with that. So they said, we are going to make a strategic focus on improving that as best we can. So starting in August of 22, they used the data, kind of like we've been talking about here, looking at time tracking, looking at scrap rate, looking at setup times, and then tweaking all the variables also in ProShop that feed into better on-time delivery. And Dave mentioned some of them before. Trying to make sure you're going to hit your customer's on-time dock date. I would actually argue it's their on-time window, not just the dock date. If you can ship a week early because they say you can, by all means shoot for that. That improves your cash flow that much more. But they went from 85 to 95+% for more than an entire year. So this is straight out of ProShop, and Cody posted this on LinkedIn, so I know it's safe to take these slides. You can see prior, there's the 80%. And then they're like, no, we're getting really serious about this. And then there's the progression over time. And during that same period of time, they also grew their revenue by 40%. So it's not like they're doing less jobs. In fact, in the far left column next to the month, you can actually see the number of jobs. So there was significantly more jobs to actually get out the door as well. But I think high on-time delivery is not just working harder at it, it is getting smarter about it. And there are so many variables that feed into good on-time delivery. Scheduling software is one component, but I would argue that the things that are even more important than knowing which jobs are going in which places is knowing and having all the data put into the components of, what is the lead time for this outside process? How many days does it take to reach my customer? What is my current backlog and in quality, right? All the things that feed into being able to hit an on-time delivery are critical to have right. When you dial all those numbers in, this is what This is what it actually took them. So they were doing about 8 to 10 new work orders per day. They have 22 machines and about 52 people, so about 300 plus active jobs on average. They, by dialing in all those variables that really help your schedule, I want to say put it on autopilot, but as close to autopilot as you can be. They were now spending 30 minutes to 1 hour a day to hit 95+% on time versus the 8 hours a day to get 50 or 60%. You know, on top of the 40% revenue growth at the same time. So just a really massive result there. So the takeaway is look at all those variables, make sure you understand and you have documented all those things that feed into the job actually showing up on time, you know, the day your customer wants it. If you don't understand and have documented the lead times for plating, for quality, for the queue time at your work centers, how much time it's going to take you to go through that contract review process, whether you have any special cutters that you need to buy that take 2 weeks. Those are all things you have to understand so you can give an accurate number to your customer and then be really confident you can hit that. And then the last one I want to talk about is client diversification. Obviously, they've talked about that a bunch today. This is just a very simple page in ProShop that will show you, based on a time frame, how much of your revenue is with each client. You can do it by industry as well, but this page shows you by client. And as Dave said, it's invariable that you will have clients that just come on strong and really skew that number, you know, way over 25, 30% or whatever. It's not reason to panic, but it's just reason to double down on strategic growth of other sectors, other customers, other logos. So and I know a lot of companies, if they don't have this number, like easily just with a one-click report, it's even hard to, you know, to even just have on top of your head. I know we do a lot of work for them, but I'm not actually sure. But being aware of that number and just the important part is working strategically to keep it low. Our rule of thumb at our shop was not having that percentage be greater than our total net margin, right? If we were making 15%, we didn't want any customer over 15%, right? If they dropped off completely, the logic was we could still possibly break even if we didn't replace any of their work. It's a simple concept, and it's probably not accurate, but at least worked for us, right? So we really tried hard to keep that number low. And I think companies that endure and don't fall into some of the pitfalls of being too heavy in one particular customer see the long-time value of that. All right, so I think if you can measure those 5 things, and probably a bunch of others as well that we don't have time to cover today, you can absolutely increase your EBITDA, increase that. And by the way, not only will your EBITDA increase, but I would say when you have those really strong metrics, the multiple by which you'll be measured by your business value will also increase. And to go to a couple of points that they made right in the prior slide before I started talking, I absolutely think your QMS ought to be one of your main, and your BMS, your business management system, should be a key sales tool for you. In fact, another show of hands, how many of you use ProShop as a sales tool? Those are ProShop clients, right? Yeah, almost everyone. So when you can get a client on a Zoom call in your building and show them that this is how we run our business, this is how we almost guarantee success of your project, that's what instills the confidence in them that they want to place orders with you. You know, increasingly, buyers are in the risk mitigation business, right? They do not want their part numbers that they are buying to be the pacing item for the production of their company, right? If you as a vendor put them at risk, you know, their jobs could be at risk, their bonuses could be at risk. So I think, you know, having great machines is important. Having a good marketing and good website and having it all be professional looking is important. But at the end of the day, if you're talking to a company that's going to send in, you know, a quality audit team before they place an order with you, you really got to wow them that your business systems are going to deliver and you are the most reliable supplier to them. just a couple of anecdotes about that. I was talking to a customer who had, they had a significant opportunity, and they had a serious audit happen at their company prior to getting approved. They had a branch of the military and 2 major primes send 15 people collectively to come audit them for an entire week. And the goal of that audit was to get qualified for prototype work, for just development work. So they had these 15 very seasoned quality people come into their company for an entire week, went all up and down. A lot of their auditing happened in ProShop. And at the end of that week, they had pages of best practices that they were, and only a couple of items that they probably could get a little stronger on. One of the auditors said it was the best audit he's ever experienced in his entire career. And immediately at the end of that, they were approved for production work, not just development work. Wow. So they instilled that confidence in that team that they had their shit together enough that just let's go straight for production right away. Hopefully that underscores the importance of that. And then I'll follow that up with this idea of don't do your management review the day before the audit. 100% don't do that. We use this concept of always be audit ready, right? If your customer says, hey, by the way, I'm in the area, I'll swing by this afternoon. You're like, great, come on in. We're ready anytime, right? Our NCRs are closed out. We don't have a huge list of cars that we haven't touched for weeks or months, right? Our management review meeting notes are right there because we do them reliably every month. Not only is that good from the quality of what your customers care about, but it is the best way to run your actual business because you are identifying the problems that are causing waste, the things that are causing scrap, and you are working on those problems as they come up rather than sweeping them under the rug and trying to scramble at the last minute to hopefully pass an audit. That should not be the reason to have a good QMS is passing an audit. It's to have a stronger company that is, operating on all cylinders. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much. I hope that that this statement that we're a strategic partner for growth rings true for those customers in the audience. I know it certainly does for some of those that are. I see I see Ben and Amanda there on this slide here. It's really meaningful to us to partner with you guys. As a former owner, I know this is the hardest business in the world. It's kind of amazing that anyone actually does it. But given the fact that everything in the world requires machinists one way or another, which is why I always wear my Thank a Machinist shirt is everywhere I can go. My wife gets really tired of it, but she understands that it's a constant. That when you combine the difficulty of the business with the importance and necessity that it all happen, you guys are like heroes of the economy, and it's just an incredible gift, we think, and an honor to help serve you, and it's why we feel like our mission aligns so closely with the guys at EGS, and we're so happy to be here. So thank you all very much, and open to any questions at all about anything. Sure.
I had a large project presented to me, and the customer had told me that their end user was a direct COD contract, and their requirement was to get to AS9100. So I sat down with my customer, who has built parts before, and I showed them ProShop, and they're currently in implementation, and together we will win that contract.
Awesome. Congratulations. Very cool. Any other questions? Any other comments? Yeah, Bo.
Well, how have you seen best that we track all this information, this data, the metrics? The team should know that stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
What are the best practices you've seen where management is also sharing that information back?
Yeah, I wish I could say we had a summary dashboard that you could throw up on a recurring TV. We don't have that yet today. We are working on things like that. But I would say, when you do your management reviews every month, or you review your KPIs, just throw those onto a slide, throw it up on a big TV that's just cycling through. I know that Ben, you guys have a big TV, and you put different things up there for the team. Yeah, I think making it as visible as possible. I mean, at very least, print it off and put it in your employee break room or something, but having live data or semi-live feeding on a dashboard, along with, you know, all the other things you're on, you know, your on-time delivery and your scrap, and if you're doing customer satisfaction, you know, your ISO or AS metrics are great ones to start with, but then you may also have some other internal ones that you really are shooting for. Since we developed some of our metrics prior to this partnership with EGS, you know, we call it time against work orders and job progress. Those are basically earned hours and efficiency, right? It's the exact same things. So I'd say set some targets for those and publish those. I know that we definitely have clients that incentivize, I mean, maybe even profit sharing, right? We did that at our shop. It was immensely powerful for our team to feel like they were invested in the company's success and they were going to earn from that. But yeah, set targets. At least have pizza parties when you hit them. If not, give out, you know, cash bonuses or profit sharing. And we'll work on a dashboard that summarizes all of that you can just hit publish. Any other questions?
All right.
All right. Thank you all so much.
It's been a really fun journey. Mike and I will have been together as partners in this Cuba to Grow Systems thing for 5 years in November. And
15 years?
5 years feels like 15.
It feels like.
But people say, you know, Pro Shop, Paperless, Datanomics, Blazers, Samvik, US Bank, a lot of these guys you see often, but these guys share similar value just for investing in machine shops because of the importance of your business. And I mean, Paul was the first one to jump in and say, hey, how can we support you guys? Because I love what you guys are doing. It was fantastic. And everybody needs an ERP system. Of course, there's many out there. We align with the values there. It's fantastic. Love Datanomics. Love hanging out with Greg. Greg is way wicked smart. And the dude with all the hair, he's pretty sharp too. He's kind of sneaky sharp. You too, Lusty. But it's just a lot of great people in the industry like to come around you guys, and they want to invest in you guys' plans. So we can't say how much we appreciate these guys. Definitely.
Yes. You had a comment about scrap?
I do. Let's talk a little bit. So the average machine shop, when we meet them, we see profit around 5%, I think, kind of average bottom line. So on $100,000 bucks, that's $5 grand, right? So if you scrap a $10,000 job, or say you scrap a $5,000 job and you got to rework it. So it's $5 grand to rework, and $5,000 in lost time. That's $15,000. That means you got to make $300,000 in revenue to cover that $15,000 loss. So when we say quality is important, think about that. So if you want to maintain a 5% net profit, because things are lean, right? You have to make $300,000 to cover that one where you think it's 15 grand. Oh, 15 grand hurts. No, that's $300,000 in work to generate that amount of profit. Or if you're 10% profit, okay, it's $150,000. Still $150,000 in machine work got to push through your shop. So I'm not trying to give you guys push you into depression or anything like that. But it's something when you talk about quality, think about your net profit and how much revenue you have to make to cover that. It's a big deal. So that's why we really camp on this quality thing. And sometimes we think, you know, scrap 15 grand or 5 grand or whatever, it's not a big deal. But when you think how much effort it takes to push $150,000 or $300,000 and work through your shop, that 15 grand is a big deal. So that's why I just wanted to bring that up, because that's kind of, I remember Mike and I going through this exercise, and I forget who we were in front of. It was a huge aha moment, like, holy cow, I didn't lose 15 grand. I lost $300,000 in chips to make that 15 grand.
Yeah. And so that when we come to an event or we talk to someone and we say, our brand promise is to double your value in 3 years to give you your money back, we're really concentrating on cost of goods sold. That's one of the first places we hit, because there's 7 to 10% opportunity in that cost of goods sold. If you can float 7 to 10% down to your gross margin, instead of having a 40% gross margin, you get to a 50% gross margin. Your operating costs, they stay constant. That 10% drops straight down. And when you're hitting double-digit operating profits, we said our mission statement was to impact lives by improving business performance. When you start hitting double-digit operating profits on a consistent basis, your life is different with your machine shop. If you're doing 2 million, if you're doing 20 million. And so, we're about to let you do your plan for operations for 2025. But think back to sales and marketing, and now we're going to do operations. Be truthful with yourself as to where you're at on that capability maturity model, because a movement up that model is going to be a movement up profitability for your company. It really will be. The sales and marketing is going to be how you drive that top line revenue and good work that is profitable. But then operationally, you got to execute. I mean, that's what we do. We make parts. So, this operational piece, as Paul demonstrated in his presentation and as Dave demonstrated in our presentation, a lot of moving parts. But if you can get on top of them, that's the game that's on the calendar. We should be making money. We should be making a lot of money. But there's probably some areas where we're hemorrhaging cash because we aren't doing what we need to be doing because we didn't know any better. But now we know better. With the capability maturity model, you should have a pretty good idea of what you need to be doing to move this thing down the track and make money. Okay, so it's 3:34. So I really enjoyed the interaction around the plans. I see companies talking to other companies and so forth. We want to give you guys maybe till 10 till 4, almost 4 o'clock to work through your operations plan for 2025. And if you guys see the pattern, you have a rail, which is your operating plan for marketing. You have a rail, which is your operating plan for sales. You're going to have a rail that's your operating plan for operations. And then tomorrow you get finance and management. You put those 5 rails together, and that's really the foundation for your business plan for 2025. And then you have to decide, do you have the will to execute it or not, or what you're going to settle for. So why don't we, you want?
Yeah, Mike and I also talked about taking your sheet where you rate yourself and your capability maturity model and your rails, and maybe sometime tomorrow, turn those in, and we'll scan all those in, and we'll make a cover sheet for you with your full capability maturity model, what we would call your EGS score, and email that to you in a PDF format too, so you have it electronically. And if you're one of our clients, awesome, your coach would get that as well. If you're not, you would just have it, and if you decide to work with us, your future coach would see it. But just so we have all that, you get it electronically as well at the end of this. So just so you guys know, save that stuff, and then we'll pick it up, we'll scan it, and get it back to you by the end of the day.
Very good. Any questions or comments before we jump in?
I have a scanner that's like.
Okay, so yeah, we'll see it around 5 till how everyone's doing, but definitely at 4 o'clock we have an economist from U.S. Bank that's going to tell us kind of the state of the union. So I'm really excited about that.
Both sides, full color.
And
turns them everything in a PDF, just makes it
all right.
right away. So
there's still food over there. If you guys don't eat it here, you're going to be eating it at the happy hour. So you might as well
I found it. Now we don't have to stay holding hands. So appreciate you guys having us. I'm Adam. I work with US Bank. I'm part of our business banking team. Just gonna disclaimer, I'm not an economist like Mike said I was, so just throwing it out there.
Oh, come on.
Our economist at US Bank did put this together, so you know, if you're angry about the facts, you can take it up with him. I'll give you his email. But this is also Travis. He's with our manufacturing group.
Well, I'm Travis, so I'm also not an economist, but I'm not even a banker working for US Bank. All I do is help manufacturers finance your equipment.
Yeah, so a little background. So I've been with US Bank for about 8 years. I started with US Bank Equipment Finance, so I worked with manufacturers across the country, financing equipment in different states. And then I left US Bank for a brief stint. I brokered loans for the manufacturing industry for another lender, just working with dealers across the country, providing financing for their clients for many different facets of manufacturing equipment. So we're going to start off with just a little bit about kind of our viewpoint on where the economy is heading.
So yeah, inflation is still going on, but the numbers are saying it's going down, and inflation fever has taken a back seat. Labor market conditions soften. We're not seeing the growth we were as before, but the labor numbers do look a lot better than they did during the summer. Ag demand has been surprisingly strong. The U.S. consumer, we're resilient. We're seeing a little bit less investments, but as far as purchasing going, you know, staying strong. And then manufacturing is poised to deliver. Hopefully, you know, knock on wood, we're going to see some more rate cuts coming end of this year and beginning of next year as well. And really strong demand with the IRA Act and chips manufacturing.
Yeah, and just a little bit about that too. So we presented at Engage for the NTMA a little bit about this as well. And, you know, I wanted to do a little better job of kind of relating some of this back to the small to medium-sized shop, because when we see that the labor market has softened, I feel like as a manufacturing industry, you know, it's tough. Labor market for skilled labor is tough. As a, you know, whole U.S., you know, it's pretty strong, but I think for you guys as an industry, it's still tough to find skilled labor, unfortunately, you know, with different wage increases in different parts of the country, it makes it tough for people to want to do hard work. So, you know, I think as we kind of go through this, just grain of salt that these are, you know, whole country numbers and not just, you know, maybe where you are. So these are our inflation numbers. So CPI, again, you know, their goal for the Fed was to get it around 2%. They use the headline CPI. So if you look at the core CPI, that removes food and energy. Energy prices are at a, you know, pretty low point. So that makes it a little bit higher. But what the Fed uses is the headline CPI, which is at 2.4%. So that's why they're starting to decrease rates, you know, but they're still watching it pretty heavily. And then for producer price index, it's below 2%, which is where they want to see it. So again, as those numbers start to stabilize, they're going to hopefully keep bringing down rates. And then this is as far as equipment spend. So obviously through COVID, a lot of manufacturers saw a big boom. So they bought equipment, you know, helped supply chain. They had a lot of orders coming in, so they were able to grow. Equipment spending is kind of flattened, stabilized. You know, there hasn't been a lot of need for growth. The industry is kind of in contraction right now, so as far as, you know, spending, it's not as high as it has been in the past. But as you can see, structured investments in manufacturing is at all-time high. So if you look at where private equity, those types of things are going, they're spending money in investing in manufacturing, whether that's chip plants across the country, things like that. So there is a lot of investment, which is a good sign, you know, for the industry as a whole. These are large-term investments, so for those to trickle down to medium and small shops, it'll take time. And then, you know, this is kind of where we see, you know, where the Fed's going with rate cuts. So we already cut 50 basis points. We're expecting another 50 basis points to the end of the year, expecting another 100 basis points in 25, and expecting another 50 basis points in 26. Now, again, I wish we all had a crystal ball that we could say, hey, this is for sure going to happen. You know, the Fed does crazy things sometimes that we don't expect, but that's kind of where we feel like the market's going, you know, for the next year or two. And then to kind of build on that, if you look at the ISM manufacturing PMI, I'm going to walk over here and point. So as you can kind of see, as manufacturing follows the Fed fund rate, which is what banks use to, you know, to lend money to other banks. So as the Fed fund rate comes down, which is the Fed lowers rates, it'll come down, manufacturing increases. So what we expect is for manufacturing to start rebounding as rates come down. You guys are a capital intensive industry, whether that's equipment, lines of credit to fund cash flow. As rates are high, it becomes more expensive for you guys to operate. So as Fed funds come down, we expect you guys to increase. And a lot of you guys that I've spoken to and a lot of people I visit on a weekly basis, these last 2 months have hurt. And you can see it in the numbers. I mean, production is going up, but as you can see, new orders was going down, starting to rebound. So as again, rates come down, inventory softens, you know, people are going to start ordering again. Obviously, election soon, a lot of people standing on the sidelines. Whatever affiliation you are, that'll make a big impact once a decision is made. This is a disclaimer. This is not the view of U.S. Bank. This is opinion. So again, not an economist, but again, I think the kind of, you know, rose-colored lens is that manufacturing is contracting right now, but we expect it to increase. And so we as a bank have thrown tons of investment in manufacturing. And for you guys, that should be a sign that we have faith in what the industry is going to do over the next couple of years. And then we're going to go through some just lending products that you can consider through a contracting market. And I'll let Travis take this one.
Yeah. By show of hands, who in here has financed a piece of equipment? Very good number. By show of hands, has anybody leased a piece of equipment? You, sir, what was the piece of equipment? Lathe. Have you leased other equipment in the past before, or is it kind of one-off? Well, so awesome. That's you're gonna be a veteran for this one.
Why'd you lease it versus?
They were about the same option, so it wasn't much difference.
Okay. Anyone else has experienced leasing manufacturing equipment?
Yeah, or fair market value.
Any fair market value or operating leases.
Okay.
Yep. And so that's pretty normal for the industry. But you know, we do want to provide, you know, some additional value. We are seeing a big uptick in fair market value leases. It's not it's going from a little to just a little bit more. But in 2018, they pulled 1,300 CFOs from mid-sized companies and seeing how their receptiveness to fair market value leases, at about 13% were receptive. Did the same poll 5 years later, last year, and that number jumped to 40%. And for a plethora of reasons that we'll kind of dive into. So when you're financing, purchasing a new piece of equipment, here's a couple questions you want to ask yourself. How soon will the equipment become outdated or obsolete? Is this equipment going to last 15 years, it's doing its task, or is it new tech that you think is going to be ever-changing? How long will you use the equipment for? Do you anticipate the need for additional equipment? Big thing, you know, affecting us all is cash flow. There's a big price difference between financing equipment and leasing the equipment. If you're going to have multiple pieces of equipment and cash flow is already tight, maybe your option is to do a lease, fair market value. Will the equipment be used for a new project or a focus? Are you purchasing this new equipment because you have a new project that you have a couple purchase orders for, or is it going to do your run everyday activity and kind of normal expansion? And finally, do you want to manage the equipment asset throughout their life cycle?
So has anybody in here bought a piece of equipment for a project, like a very specialized piece of equipment for a part that you got a long-term order for, and then the equipment's just kind of sat, or maybe you've done lower value jobs on it just to keep it running? I see some people shaking their head. I mean, this is where we're kind of talking about. If you have a job that maybe is outside of your core specialty and you're going to buy a piece of equipment for it, considering a lease to match the contract length. So that way, you know, if you do a fair market value lease, you can return that equipment to us at the end of the lease with only paying a certain percentage of the total value of the equipment. So it's just something to consider.
And that's exactly right. So showing a fair market value lease. This was for a piece of DN Solutions, formerly Doosan, just over $500,000. The fair market value lease was the monthly payment was $8,200. Equipment finance agreement, dollar out, just over $1,100, but a difference of $3,000 a month. That $3,000 could be spent. You guys are all business owners. They could be spent at Pro Shop, for a Pro Shop subscription. But about a 26.5% difference between the lease option and the finance option.
Yeah, so as you guys are looking at projects, if you are looking to buy a piece of equipment that, you may not utilize or that the technology is ever changing on, how fair market value lease works is essentially, let's say the equipment's $500,000 and we do a fair market value lease with a 40% residual. Essentially, your payment's going to be based off the 60% of the actual amount that we're financing, and then at the end of the term you have an option to return the equipment to us or purchase it at that time for whatever the fair market value is. But essentially you've only paid for 60% of the equipment cost over that 3, 4, 5 year period. So that way, if you have a project that you have a 3-year contract on, you can essentially price in whatever savings you can use with a fair market value lease. So it's just something to consider. It's not always a great fit for everybody, but it's just something, another tool you guys can utilize that I think a lot of small and medium-sized shops don't use. When I was doing brokering for loans for this other company, I was working with very large gun manufacturers and other large companies, and they utilize this tool because they know that if they can exchange the machine in 3 years, they can get the newest technology, the highest spindle rates, all these different things that they can utilize, without having to pay the full cost of the equipment.
And keep upgrading.
Yep. And then another one that I've been seeing a lot of lately, worked with a pretty good amount of people here in Colorado on, is utilizing the SBA. And as far as equipment numbers being flat, I think strategic acquisitions have been pretty high. A lot of people are selling their shops. A lot of medium-sized shops are buying other ones. So utilizing the SBA to buy your building, to buy another shop, is a great tool that a lot of people are utilizing, especially as banks, banking's in a contracting market as well. So especially as banks tighten up, using the SBA to do a rent replacement and buy your building. I mean, it's a great way for you guys to, again, save on cash flow. I'm doing it with a company here locally. They manufacture car recycling parts. So essentially, they manufacture this piece of equipment that turns a car on its side and essentially drains all the liquids out of it before it recycles. And he's looking to buy his building because his landlord is raising his rent by like 27%. So he can buy like a $1.3 million building for the price that he's paying rent for now. So again, it's a really good tool to utilize when the economy is in a downturn. So something to utilize again for working capital. They do express lines, buildings, business acquisitions. You can buy equipment through them. So there's a lot of different tools, and they allow you to amortize over longer periods of time than conventional lending. And then, so this is, so the NTMA released a great article on this recently. So during a downturn economy, it's a great time to evaluate your banking partnership. So show of hands, how many people open their bank account with a bank because it's close to their shop? Right? And so a lot of people do it not because of the value that they bring, but the convenience. And I think a lot of times as we grow, we don't always look at a bank as what they can do for me. We just want to make sure that they're keeping our money safe. And I say this agnostic to U.S. Bank because I have a lot of clients that, when I stop in somewhere, like, oh, I already bank with U.S. Bank. And they're like, well, I haven't seen my banker in like 7 years. Why are you here? And so, again, it's about the banker, not really the bank, right? So just making sure that, as your business evolves, you're making sure your bank's evolving with you. If you have different needs, make sure they're meeting those needs. Are receiving competitive rates, different loan options? Can they offer you, machine loans at the same way that if you go to an OEM and they offer you a loan? Can they do the same thing? Lines of credit, those types of things. Is your bank helping you navigate this economic downturn? Are they coming out to you and sharing the data with you so that you can make educated decisions as a business owner? You know, they shouldn't be here just to keep your money safe. So, like I said, don't settle for a banker that just provides you service when you need it. You know, make sure they're adding value to your business. And, you know, that's a big thing when you're thinking about what bank you're banking with. And then here are some signs that you need to start evaluating. Inflexible lending options. So I had a customer here who was looking to buy a big private party purchase as a machine shop closing. They're looking to buy about $1 million in machines. And I just cold called him one day, and he called me back and was like, hey, my current bank is struggling with this. Can you guys help? And they, lo and behold, we submitted through a manufacturing group. The finances weren't as strong as, you know, he hoped, and he came to the table. We had an honest conversation over 4 days. I said, hey, we can't get this done. But what I did in 4 days, his bank couldn't do in 3 months. His bank still was twiddling their thumbs like, oh, we're trying to get there. So again, the value of a quick no in this scenario got him to where he was able to leverage his building equity, make the purchase, and not lose the deal, because it's a killer deal. Like 17 machines for like $1 million, killer deal. And so his bank was dragging their feet. So making sure that they're offering you the support for your growth. Poor customer service. Who loves to call a 1-800 number? I do.
No hands.
I mean, just making sure you have somebody. I mean, whether it's the branch, whether it's a assigned banker, a lot of the big banks like Wells Fargo, Chase, I mean, you're calling the call center if you're under $50 million in revenue. So just making sure that you have somebody who can support you on a daily basis. And then outdated technology. Who Venmos here? Who uses real-time payments for their business? Who knows what that is? You use real-time payments?
It's like an ACH that happens right away.
Yeah. Again, banking technology changes just like machine technology. So now there's a process called real-time payments that you can send $1 million ACH at any point in time for like 40 cents. Like, if you don't know this stuff's existing, your bank's falling short. Maybe they don't have the capabilities. And that's where you really need to evaluate, you know, is my bank keeping up with my business needs? Because some banks, they're great while you're small, but they're not great when you're growing. And then just a little bit about kind of what sets us apart. I think our manufacturing group is one thing that, you know, sets U.S. Bank apart, and that's where Travis is from.
Yeah, so at U.S. Bank, we have 40 plus years, you know, serving manufacturers just like everyone in this room. Our big kind of claim to fame, what we are very strong at, we do up to $750,000 in equipment finance. We call it application only, no financials are needed. Our credit team, you know, for lack of a better term, they kick ass. Our average turnaround time of credit approvals is 2 hours and 21 minutes, and that's not done by AI. That's done by someone actually in Marshall, Minnesota, who's looking through you guys' pay history, looking through comparable credits, and seeing if it makes sense for you guys to finance a piece of equipment. Couple other notes we do, flexible payments to fit your cash flow strategy. Right now we're offering up to a 6-month deferral on your equipment payments for the machine. You know, don't start making payments for the machine until the machine starts making you money. Extensive product suite for your financing needs, as we went over the different SBA loans, manufacturing, operating, and dollar buyout leases. Funding for down payments and progress payments. We can make those on your behalf. You know, a lot of times vendors are requiring 40% down before they even think about shipping you the equipment. And then eDoc's available. Our turnaround time is about 24 hours, 48 hours, you know, at month end and whatnot, for the time you submit all the doc request information to you guys signing the docs.
Yeah, and that was just, I think this is just more of kind of the benefits that he was going over. But again, it kind of goes back to, you know, when you go to your bank and you say, hey, I need this $120,000 piece of equipment, they're like, all right, I need your last 12 years of tax returns, your son's maiden name, like your mom's maiden name, their birth certificate, you know, all this stuff. You know, we have a product set that is made for manufacturing. That's, if you are making a purchase, you know, under $750,000, it's a quick and easy process. So again, it's something that we really strive for. You know, U.S. Bank is again part of the NTMA. I'm on the board of the RMTMA. You know, we're invested in the industry, And if this is something that you think adds value, we're here for the next 2 days. We'd love to chat with you. If you want to talk about the economy, happy to. Just don't tar and feather me if you don't agree.
Right?
So yeah, that's all we got. Any questions we could field for you?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
For everybody in the group. I was looking at several different banks. I actually don't use US Bank right now, but I would highly recommend reaching out to Adam if you are making a big equipment purchase. They were presenting rates and terms that were starkly better than several other banks I looked at. So if you are looking to do something big, I would at least reach out and see what they can offer, because it changed my mind. I thought all banks are going to offer pretty much the same thing in a particular rate environment, and their terms and rates were much different. So.
Appreciate it, man.
How did you find them?
Huh?
How did you find US Bank?
So I'm here local,
Oh,
and
got
so I'm on the TMA board with them. And again, it didn't work out in this scenario, but I would at least check them out.
Yeah, if you're local here, I mean, you have to see my awesome face pretty much everywhere. I'll stop by your shop. I'll stop by your house. I'll stop by the association. I'll wait outside Lockheed Martin's office till you walk in. I mean, you're going to see my face everywhere. So, if you're not local here, we have pretty much a national presence when it comes to equipment lending. So, if, we're not a local bank to you, we're still happy to help you on your equipment. So, I appreciate you guys' time letting us speak. I lost it.
Oh yeah. So Adam's reach is national as well, just so you guys know. So we've had clients all over the country that say, "Hey, do you know somebody like Adam?" And then next thing you know is at least within a day they have information. So good, bad, ugly, whatever it is, at least US Bank got back to them pretty good. So we're 13 minutes early. Ha. So with that, do you guys have any questions, comments about the day?
Tomorrow it will be finance and management, but today, any thoughts or questions?
That means we answered everything. I love it. Bo.
I would just say I thought you guys did a great job of mixing presentation with audience interaction.
Thanks. Thank you.
It get really boring and sleepy, this stuff. You guys did a great job managing it.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
That's we made sure we didn't run out of coffee. Just keep it going. This is how it's going to go. At 5:30, right across Washington, it's the roads. That's where the happy hour is. So you have about an hour and 12 minutes before we're going to be opening that up. Tony Gunn's going to set up the Tony Gunn VIP podcast up on stage, and people are going to go up and just talk about, hey, what they think, and talk about the industry. Like 10-minute slots if you want to hop on the podcast. It'll be streaming live. It'll be on YouTube. All that fun stuff. Be really cool. Be a cool event.
And you can take that if you get on stage with Tony, you can stream that from your own. Stream is not the right word.
Come on, baby boomer, let's go.
Yeah. You can take that.
You can use that as collateral.
You can use it as collateral. That's right.
Yes, you can use it as collateral. It's really good. It's good to be part of that. It's going to be pretty cool. It is an open bar. I don't care.
Drink
it's Tony's
first
thing.
and then come back.
Is Tony in here? Is Tony in here?
No, he stepped away.
No, he's over there.
What's that?
Just so you guys know, Tony's birthday. It's Chris's birthday tomorrow too. But Tony's birthday, we got this little cake and he doesn't know. So we'll be walking in and Eddie is this. He's a UFC announcer. I don't know if you know that. So he does like professional UFC announcing. So during the podcast, we're totally going to interrupt somebody there and sing happy birthday. It's going to be live on his podcast, which is going to be pretty funny. So I'll participate in that. But it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a really good time. Yes. Hopefully you're there. I think, though.
And Bernadette's going to lead some line dancing for those of you.
Yes!
So, all right. Well, thank you guys very much.
Please,
8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We have our sponsors here. Make sure you guys stop them and chat with them. Thank them for coming, and then see if they have any questions. If you have any questions for them, they can answer.
got 23 emails. That's really good.
My glasses.